Hey guys. Yeah, did I say that right? We got Zeke here. Zeke. Let me move this back. Okay. Ooh. Oh shoot, I just messed this up. There we go. Okay, say hi, Bob. Say hi, Zeke. Here. Oh, he's eating. He got over his camera shyness. Say hi. Say hi, Bob. Oh, I love this guy. I love this guy. Say hi up there. Say hi. Anyway, here's Zeke, guys. Here's the Zekester. I want you to see how cute your face is. Okay, you don't know. Here, I'll give you another treat. What do you guys think? Cutie? Look up there. Look up there, Bubba. Zeke. Oh, here. Look how cute. Okay. Alright, guys. Mwah. I love this guy. I wish he would get comfortable. I'd have him up here this whole time. If there was a way where I could hold him where we were both comfortable. You know, I wish, but there's not. Here. Show me, give me a paw. Shake. Shake. You know how. He usually does it in one move as he sits. He'll sit and then he'll give me his paw as he sits. So we're just waiting for Libra, so I figured I would bring Zeke on and say hi to him. Oh, buddy. At least you're not camera shy anymore. What to eat. Oh, he's a good fella. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. I love this guy. Anyway, how's everybody doing? Zeke. Okay. Okay, buddy. I don't got any more. I got him out there. We could get him, okay? I love him. I love this guy. I love this guy. I'll give you a couple more on the way out, okay? I love you. I love you so much. He's my little guy. He gets a ton of smooches. He'll stay here until we got Bella had or not Bella. Libra had some company, so she's just finishing up, so she'll be here in a few minutes, she said. Oh, so we getting more snuggle time with Zeke. Look at him. More snuggles. Hey. Hey, cutie. Hey, cutie. So how is who has a dog here? Say yes if you guys have a dog. Or not say yes. I mean, that was the stupidest thing I've ever said. Well, maybe not even the stupidest because I say some stupid things. But do a thumbs up if you guys have a dog or a pet even. And then what kind? I'm just curious if most of you have one or not. I love you, buddy. Okay, I'll put you down. Oh, sorry, buddy. I'm going to have to let him out, though. Kitties, okay. I'll get you some more treats, buddy. All right, guys, I might have, because I have the door shut, I'm going to have to open it. But, all right, I'll be back, guys. Come on, Zeke. Come on. Come on, buddy. Come on. I'll get you a treat. I'll get you another treat, Bubba. Come on. Come on. I get you another treat. Yeah. I love you so much. So much, buddy. Whew. Okay, guys. Whew. All right. Let's see who's all ready. Who's all ready? Bella, let me bring you up. I can't hear
Hi, guys.
my earphone.
Can you hear me?
1 second.
Oh.
Okay. Right there.
Hey, girl.
Hey, what's up?
You got yourself a haircut. It looks good.
Thanks. Yep. It feels good. It was getting long.
How many inches did you cut off? It looks like 3.
Yeah, about 3, a little over 3. My mom cut it for me, actually.
She did?
Yeah.
Woo.
It feels good. I love, it was just getting so long, and it's just like, it'll grow back. It's just like to wash it, and like, you know, when it gets to the point where it's so long when you're brushing it, it doesn't go all the way through. Like you have to like do, I don't know. I just like to be able to go in one stroke, and it just goes all the way down because I got short arms, or I don't know what the issue is, but yeah, I'm loving. Anyway, so how are you doing this evening?
I'm good. I'm going to be, I'll probably I have a sinus infection. So I'll probably just try to put my head back a little bit while I read. I'm trying to do the setup. So it'll help, but I might sound a little stuffy. Do I sound stuffy?
No, not really. I mean, I think,
okay.
I think you sound all right. Okay. I'm always stuffy, I feel like, but wait, talk again. Let me see if you actually sound a little bit. Say something again. I'm going to analyze it again.
We're going to be doing the Darlie Routier case, and this is our 6th time.
Yeah.
Our 6th show.
Part 6.
Part 6. Yeah. So everyone, are there new people here tonight?
I don't know. I feel like we've been getting a lot of the same crowd after a couple of them dropped off, but then I feel like, yeah, we got the same people that's been in the last few. Hopefully we get some new people. Let's see, we got 46. Yeah, usually I feel like it's the last one, it started off at 40s and then it got up to 80s. It kind of stayed around 70 or 80. Hey, Libra.
Hi, Libra.
Hello, ladies.
Oh, listen to her.
You got your new headphones in?
I do. My husband went and got them for me, and they were a pretty penny, but totally worth it. And
nice.
I'm very happy because the little speaker thing that pulls down, you flip it up and it mutes. So I don't even have to use my mute button anymore.
You sound crystal clear.
Wait, say that again about the mute button.
You know how you have the little microphone, right? You know, that pulls down on there that sticks out. Instead of me having to press the mute button, all I do is just...
Oh, I think that's mute.
Yep. So when I flip it up, it mutes it entirely.
But wait, there is ringing when you press
ringing.
mute. Did you hear it, Tiff?
I don't know. Do it again. I don't know what I was hearing. Try it again.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
There's a high-pitched, a high-pitched tone.
Oh, I can't win for that thing.
Like a dog pitch, you know, those dog whistles. It's almost like a really high pitch, but we can still hear it. It's not as high as those ones that the humans can't hear.
I'm sorry.
Wait, just press mute. What if you don't put it up and you let's hear it if you just press mute. Yeah, that's fine. I would just press mute until we get that high pitch thing. But when you press it, it's good.
Alrighty then.
So
your whip out book flip up didn't work.
I know. But you can hear me much better.
Yes.
Yeah.
No echo, none of that, right?
Nope. What about what was the so as far as the screen, are you going to be reading off of the screen I have, or because it does make a difference how I scroll depending on if you guys are reading off of it. Are you going to be reading off of it, or are you going to be reading off of your own?
I read it off of the regular screen we're on last time, and it worked fine.
Okay, so that's what you want to do?
StreamYard. Yeah, I was reading it off of StreamYard last time.
Okay. But so there's no other way you could read it off of yours. The only reason I'm saying is sometimes like if I'm like in the middle of a chat and then I don't get it, if I don't get it scrolled up fast enough and then there's that delay, that's the only problem. I feel like sometimes I might screw it
I've
up.
got you
but
on the big screen too, so
okay. Well, I mean, we
not
could
a big
try. It
deal.
worked out fine, but I just know there's a couple times when I was in the middle of like typing a chat, so I was like a minute where I didn't scroll up in time, and then you couldn't read it. So, but if that's how you have to do it, that's fine. I was just saying if there is,
I'll grab my laptop real quick then.
but I'm trying to think. No, we would still have that issue with the pounding, though, right?
I got a wireless keyboard too.
Woo! She's all ready.
Okay, let's try that and see. If not, that's fine. I'll just try to be on it more. I just know a couple times I was in the chat and I screwed up and I was behind and
Yeah, no, you're good. It's okay. I'm just running in real quick, honey.
if that is if that's an issue, I feel bad now. Is that
No, you're good.
know.
You're good. No worries. I got it. I'm running a little bit behind tonight. I had a last minute visit from my daughter and my son-in-law. So
Oh, that's awesome.
yeah. I got the first photos of the official baby bump.
Yeah, I saw that. Nice. Oh, so how often do you get to see your daughter?
Well, here recently, since she's gotten pregnant, she's been up here like all the time. Before that, she would come up like every couple months or so. But she's been visiting more and more. And I mean, they only live about 35 minutes away now. So before she lived over 2.5 hours away.
Wow, yeah, that's got to be nice living a little closer.
Much nicer, yes.
Okay, let me put up so our first testimony is going to be of neighbor Gustavo Guzman Jr. I'm going to see who we got coming up. So we got Gustavo, a couple officers. Okay. Wow, we still have oh my God, we still have a lot. Wow, I never scrolled down to just see how many. You guys, we're going to be doing this for like 6 months, I feel like. Holy, if I pick up my Slack and do more than one a week, I'm like always slacking because I'm
You're
editing
a popular lady.
where...
You've got all these different things you're doing with lives and all that stuff. I mean, you got a lot going on, and that's okay.
I know, but I always promise, like, okay, we're going to do 2 this week, and then it comes to the end of the week, and it's only 1. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, guys. Oh, I got to have total time with Zeke, too. I mean, Zeke's very important.
Zeke is the most important.
He was so funny today. He's sitting there. I'm on the couch, and he's just sitting there. He does this when he wants something or if something's out of place or he's trying to tell you something. He just sits there on the ground. And he's like, he just does it really low and then just keeps doing. I'm like, what do you want? I still don't know what he wanted. I got his little chew thing, and that seemed to make him happy. But usually it'll be like if we move something in the house or there's like a box where it normally isn't, he'll sit there. That he don't like that. That makes him. Oh wait, I forgot. Did I ask? Oh yeah, I asked everybody in chat, and I didn't see what the response is about pets. I wanted to see if most people had pets. Let's see. Thumbs up. Yeah, it looks like. I feel like most people do have pets, huh?
I think they do. Some kind of pet. Libra has a gecko.
Ooh.
I do. I have a leopard gecko.
Wow. How's that?
It's awesome. I had 2 bearded dragons prior to this, and we got them from Petco. And both times that we got them from Petco, they were sick, and they passed away.
Oh my God.
And like, what? I don't know, like I was like, what in the world is going on? But ever since we got the leopard gecko, it's definitely worked out much better.
Did they give you your money back?
Yeah, they gave us a full refund. Wow. And they were like, we don't know what's going on. They ended up getting a shipment that was sick. I don't know.
Did you end up like bonding with it, getting close? Like how long did you have it before they died?
I had the first one like a month. And the second one died like 2 weeks later.
Oh my God, that's not cool.
Yeah, and I was like, what in the world is going on with this? And they were like, we don't know. We're not sure. You know, you're not the first person that's came back and brought him back. And
Oh
I was
no.
like, okay. So,
Wow. Huh,
uh,
that's crazy. I remember waking up in Hawaii to, I think it'd be a gecko in bed, like crawling up there. They were everywhere. I think they were geckos. They're just crawling around everywhere. But the one like was crawling up in the bed, like beside the pillow. Just it was normal. They were cute, you know. Because we stayed in like these little, I don't even know what you would call them, but they were geckos, and it was just like more like a almost like a natural type place where it wasn't like a hotel, like they were just little cottages or whatever, you know. But anyway, all right, I'm just rambling on, guys, I'm sorry.
But can we just address that Kevin says he has a spider pet named
what?
Jitter?
Yeah,
And
what kind?
I have arachnophobia so bad, and I'm trying so hard to get over it. And so, like, all the spiders in my garden, I try not to scream. All my neighbors, like, if I ever got murdered, nobody would come help me because I'm always out here, like, screaming like crazy woman.
Oh my God.
But I'm trying to get better because, you know, I want to go to like Costa Rica and they have really big spiders. So
Wait, that would stop you from like visiting places, you think?
100%, it has made me not go places.
Wow. Okay. So
Yeah,
you actually do have it like where it's affecting your
affecting my life. So I'm
life.
trying. Like I'm really trying. Like I don't kill them anymore. I just like, and I don't scream anymore. But yeah, like it's a work in progress, everybody.
Wow. Like I felt like I was afraid of spiders, but I'm not that bad. Like, because I love camping and stuff. And of course, you're going to run into spiders camping and stuff.
Oh my
But
God.
they freak me out if I see one. Like, but I have a problem with killing them. Like, I cannot because I feel like the pain that they're going to go through when I'm smashing them. I can't do it. And the rare times you guys might think I'm joking or lying, but I swear to God, the rare times that I do end up killing them, like I say a prayer as I'm killing them. Is that weird?
I believe you. No, I tell my best friend about every time if I have to kill one, I think about its mate and like that it's waiting for food and that I just took its mate out. And she's like, you're crazy. I'm like, no, seriously. Like I really feel bad and I don't want to do it.
It's so hard. It's like, no, like I think of the pain they're feeling as you're smushing them. But when I told this story before, when I was telling people about, because I thought there was, why was I telling? Oh, because remember the person was saying there was a spider crawling behind me. I don't know if you guys were there on that live. So I was telling them about my thing with spiders where I say a prayer. And somebody said that they don't feel pain. But I mean, how do you know that?
How do they know?
I think they do. I mean, you're smashing them. Like, I mean, it probably is quick, but I feel like they feel it. And then, yeah, their family. Like I think about their family too. Like, oh my God, their mother's dead or their brothers. You know, like they don't come home. Yeah, I mean,
yeah, they don't come home because you know what I've noticed is when I killed them, they'd always be in twos, and then another one would come out that looked like it, and I'm like, that's its spouse. Like it's totally looking for it. Like you didn't come home with dinner, and then I started feeling really guilty about it, and now I just don't kill them, and I'm trying to make friends with them, but like. Oh my gosh, I picked up a rock. I'm doing my garden again. And like, I picked up a rock and it like, I have you have to understand how bad my arachnophobia is. I can't even look at pictures of spiders. Like even those cute spiders. Yeah.
Wait, I've never seen a cute spider though.
The ones that go in people's ears.
What? I never even know.
Good on that one. Thank you. I don't even want to think about that.
Oh, wow. I know. Right. Yeah. But go ahead.
Well, if I have nightmares tonight, it's your fault. I would be like, man, I was dreaming of spiders crawling in and out of my ears. Oh.
Well, that's the thing. Like they go, like, what's the statistics on spiders is something like you're always within like 5 of them at all times. I'm like, what? Like for someone with arachnophobia, it literally makes your skin crawl. So I'm trying to get better. But yeah, like I picked up a rock and there was one of these, they're called black and red spiders sitting on top of it. And I didn't notice. And I was basically like cradling the spider as I was putting it down. And I lost my mind when I put that rock down, but I held it together. I didn't scream. So that guy is still alive.
I think the worst experience I ever had with a spider, I used to work in a grocery store. I was an assistant district manager, and we had to work 9 departments, and I had to work in the produce department, and we were unboxing bananas one day,
No, no.
and there was a lady that was boxing them with him, and those things are poisonous. The spiders that like to hang out with bananas,
Oh
Oh
my
no,
and
god.
no.
yeah, we had to dial for an ambulance, and I was like, oh my gosh. Yeah, I was like, I'm not
Oh,
going to be unboxing the
wow.
bananas any further myself. Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't know
Oh
that about bananas.
shoot. Either did I. Now I'm
Yeah.
gonna be freaked out. What?
At the
It's
grocery
only
store.
like it's only in the boxes that they come in the produce boxes.
You don't think one could actually get stuck on your bananas and then you bring them home and then it's in your
They're big
house?
enough you would see. No, they're big
Oh,
enough you
okay.
would see
Okay.
them.
Wait, Mesra, is a wolf spider? I think that's another story of Hawaii. Is the wolf spiders are really the really big ones, right? Because that was another thing in the Hawaii. This was in my sister's room because she got married in Hawaii. In her little
Uh-huh.
cottage, there was a huge spider. I swear
Oh
the
my
body was
god.
like this big, and I think my brother said it was called a wolf spider. I'm pretty sure. Is that correct? But anyway,
Holy
all of
cow.
us, we had my two brothers, my sister, her husband, we're all trying to kill this huge spider because my sister's like, I can't sleep in here. Like, what am I going to do? Because Jay left the door, like the sliding door open. So it got in. Like, what are we going to do? So we're all trying to get this spider. And at one point, it was like on the TV. So you could just see it. I mean, it was humongous. And then, I think one of my brothers ended up killing it, but it was so big, guys. But I think it's called a wolf spider, and I don't think they're dangerous. Is that right, guys? Oh, they're very poisonous. So oh my god. Oh, it's a cane spider. Is that what it is? I swear either my brother or my dad said that it was probably a wolf spider. But I don't know.
What did you guys kill it with? Like something that big? Are you gonna take a trash can lid? Like what are you gonna do?
No, they had, what was it? He had something. I can't even remember what it was, but I remember my brother had something that he hit it with. What was it? I'll have to ask him because I can't even remember, but it was something he
Oh
actually
my
hit it
god.
like that with. And we missed it a couple times. Like he missed it a few times and then he finally got it, but it was so scary. Oh my gosh. I've never seen a spider that big. I really haven't.
Oh my
Um,
gosh. See, I wouldn't be able to go to Hawaii because I'd be like, there's these gigantic spiders that hang out on TVs there.
oh
You
yeah,
just ruined
funny.
the vacation experience for her, man. She's like,
It's their
no,
eyes, their
no.
eyes.
Oh, that's funny.
I'm working on it though, guys. Like I'm putting in a really big effort. I have lizards and all these animals that hang out in my backyard and birds, and I'm letting the spiders be, and I'm not naming them, but maybe like in 2 months they'll get names. I don't know, but I'm trying.
Oh, well, that's good. I mean, it sounds like you are trying to work through it. It
Yeah.
does. I mean, so I'm looking at pictures of wolf and cane spiders.
Don't
And
show it. Don't show it.
okay, see, when I look at the cane spider, I feel like the body was thicker than what a cane
Ugh.
spider looks like. Because at least from what we could see, it looked like the body was like furry, but I don't know if I was just imagining it because it was so
Oh my
big and I was
God.
thinking of a tarantula. But in my head, I thought it was fur. So I don't know. I
Okay,
don't
wait.
know.
Remember the Brady Bunch episode when they go to Hawaii and there's a spider that is on, like Greg or something picks it up and puts it on Peter's like chest? Is that the spider that it was?
I didn't
Do
see
you?
that one. I'm not sure. No, I don't know. What
Oh
what
my
is
gosh.
so here, you don't want me to show you. I was gonna
Okay,
show you.
no. Look, I can't look at the pictures, but I'm gonna put the iPad down and you can show it, and then when it's over, tell me. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, I'm putting it down.
Okay. Put it down. All right. So oh, I have to share my screen. Hold on one second. Hold on a second. I forgot to share.
All right.
Let's see. Share. I don't need to share the audio. All right. Okay.
What
so,
audio? It has audio, like if
no,
it's
I
legs.
just mean in general because I'm sharing my screen. So, like for the Darlie ones, I don't need. No, it doesn't have audio. Okay, so don't look. Are you not
Mm-mm.
looking? Okay.
I will not look.
Eyes closed.
Like eyes far
Oh, wait.
away. Like my eyes are in some other planet right now.
Okay, here we go. Wait, why is this not doing it? Oh, there we go. Okay, so this is a wolf spider. Or wait, which one is this? Is this for the wolf one? Hold on. Yeah, this is the wolf spider. I feel like it did kind of look like this, and it was huge. It covered up like so much of the screen. But if wolf spiders aren't in Hawaii, maybe it was the cane spider. I'll show you what it shows the cane spider. Hold on a second. And see what you guys think. I don't know. To me, I feel like it had a thicker body than this. It seemed like it was really thick, like almost like a tarantula body. But maybe, I guess it could be the cane spider. If those are more known to be in Hawaii. Yeah, it looked like this. It was like this. It had like a thick, fur. So it probably was a cane spider. Do you see like the fur? And it was like thick. It had like, these thicker legs and thicker. Yep, that's what it was, guys. Okay. Got that figured out. It wasn't poisonous though, Bella. So you would have been all right. You could have pet it. You could have picked it up and pet it and said, "Good spider." It would have been fine.
Oh my God! I almost had a tarantula fall in my lap while I was driving when I went to Joshua Tree to take pictures of the Milky Way, and I was driving and the window was cracked a little bit, and everyone's talking in the car, and I look over and they have hooves. Okay, like they're
oh, and really?
Yeah, freaked me out. And his little legs were in the window, and then I pulled up the window, and it was taking forever. And then I lost my mind, and everyone videotaped it and laughed at me losing my mind.
Oh, I feel bad for you.
I couldn't.
Sounds like it would happen in my house.
Yeah. If my friends are listening, you guys better delete that video and never show it to anybody.
I'm looking up tarantulas right now.
Oh
anyway,
God.
Okay, I gotta quit. It's making me feel like, I don't really can't do this anymore. All right, let's get back to Darlie. We sit here and talk. I sit here and talk about murders every day, and I can't even talk about spiders. I feel like without feeling, I don't know. It's just, well, I guess we're not looking at. I could talk about it, but when it came to actually seeing the pictures of it, it's just like, oh, gosh, I don't know. I just snakes too. I don't think I couldn't deal with a snake either. Snakes or spiders. All right, so. But I always try, like, of course, I've never seen like huge ones like that in my house, but like, the littler ones, I'll try to like get it into something, but sometimes it's like late at night or something, then you have to kill it. And then it's like, no, because then if you don't, sometimes it's like, okay, if it's far enough away, I've done it where I haven't. And then all night I'm like, gosh, I should have killed it because now I'm worrying about it crawling on me.
Right. See, or going in your ear. Like,
oh,
if
stop it. I know.
Ear.
I can't even go there. I've thought about that going in your ear. And then, because have you heard stories about like spiders and things going in the ear and actually causing like serious problems? Oh my gosh.
Yeah. There's like videos of it. And then they're like, the girl didn't know there was a spider in her ear for 5 years. Like, what? Stop.
I've heard stuff like that. Oh my gosh. Oh, okay. Let's
This is Kevin Michael's fault, by the way, if he's still in chat, because he has a pet spider and he brought it up.
I know, Kevin. So wait, what kind of spider do you have? Wow.
He says it sits on his arm while he works.
Is it a tarantula? Because tarantulas are poisonous, but you could take the poison out, right? Or
I don't think so. No, I think they just bite. I don't think they're poisonous at all.
Okay. So you could take their teeth out? Because I swear, isn't there some people that have pets, they do something to them to make them less dangerous, or no?
I hope they don't. That would be cruel. Because like, that's mean. Just leave it alone.
This something that I when I think about this, I've thought about this before because I've seen videos of that. Oh my God, it makes me so, oh my God. Have you seen like a video of that, Bella or Libra? Like when you see like the little baby spiders and there's hundreds of them?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
No.
Oh my gosh.
Crawling on the backs of the moms or flying in the wind. Yeah.
Can you imagine then if somebody like in your house or like around your house, if like, I don't know. If we would probably be amazed and grossed out if we could see all the spiders around us right now. How gonna shut
I
up,
would-
Bella. Okay.
I would burn the house down. Like the house would be on fire. Like I'd burn it down and go live in a cardboard box. Well, then I'd have to worry about that too. Gosh,
Yeah, that
darn
would be
it.
Oh.
I just think we'd be surprised because there's probably way more than we're even thinking that are just crawling around us every night or every day.
That's what they say, and I'm glad I don't like have a video on myself when I sleep, like some people
I
do.
know,
Like,
or you said they say you eat so many. Have you heard that? Where it's like, oh, you eat like so many spiders a week or something. Is that true? I mean, how do
Yes.
they know that though? How do they know
Exactly.
that? Do they put a video on somebody or like how do they know?
right? How do they know? Who's taking these tests?
Oh, really? Oh my god, that's too funny. Oh, I love Charlotte's Web.
Charlotte's Web
Charlotte's
is the best.
Web. Yeah.
Oh, Kiki.
No.
Kiki has spider issues too, she says. I know my dad always freaks me out since I was younger about the brown recluses. He gets me scared because he said, oh, you get bit by one of those. I actually had an ex-boyfriend that got bit, and you know how those work. Like it just spreads and it like eats away your skin.
Mhm. I've been bit twice by a
What?
brown recluse.
What?
Yeah. I lived in Oklahoma, and we lived on the side of a mountain in a Airstream trailer for like 6.5 months, and I got bit on my inner thigh, and then I got bit on my chest. It was awful. Awful.
Oh my god, that's my nightmare.
I
Like you're not even
know,
doing
I
anything and you got bit.
No,
And
yeah.
then like, so when did you recognize it? Because like the key is to get to the hospital, soon enough before it starts doing too much
Well,
damage, right? So were
I
you
w-
aware?
I was asleep when it bit me both times, and I woke up and my leg was swollen and my chest was swollen, and
Oh my god.
I immediately went to the hospital, and they had to
Good.
lance it, and they had to push a bunch of stuff out of it, and then I had to get antibiotics.
Because some people wait, they don't go to the hospital and they wait and they wait. And then it gets to a point where it could do some really damage where you get amputations and stuff like that. But
Yeah,
so if
no,
you ever suspect that, get to the hospital soon. when
it
it comes
started
to that.
bothering me immediately, and
Yeah.
I looked at my leg. I was like, "What in the world is that?" And I had to go ask my ex-boyfriend's sister, and she was like, "Oh my God, you got bit by a brown recluse. Get in the car. We're leaving now." I was like,
Oh my
"Okay,
gosh.
time
So
to
how
go."
long did it take like antibiotics to work and to make it better?
I was on antibiotics for 10 days, and I mean, it started to get better pretty quickly, like within a couple days after that, but it did drain for a couple days after they lanced it, so I had to keep bandages on there and then change them out and stuff like that.
Oh my gosh.
So,
Wow.
yeah, but it's not fun. I can assure you that it's not fun at all.
I've never pictured it to be fun at all. I'm always like, that looks horrible. Like, wow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I mean, there's nothing that you can do about it. It happens.
Do you have a scar? Did it leave a scar or no? Did it not
Yes, I actually have a scar in both spots that it bit me.
Wow.
Naughty spiders.
Yeah.
All right. Well, on that note, let's
How's Mr. Guzman doing? Let's see. Gustav Guzman Jr.
Oh, is that who we're on?
Yeah, we're on. He's a neighbor.
Oh man.
I think
I'm
that's
behind.
what I just skimmed through it just to see who he was, and he was a neighbor, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So
that's what I
put on the banner. That's what
I don't know why.
Well, he lives in the neighborhood because he's talking about the neighborhood. So yeah, it would be
I accidentally clicked Mr. Thomas Dean Ward. Okay. I'm there.
So Guzman, let me put up the testimony. Put this up real quick. All right. Gustavo Guzman Jr. All right. So let me get these up and we could start if you want. You want to or
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's do this party.
All right. Would you tell us your name, please?
Gustavo Guzman Jr.
Okay.
You're going to have to speak slower and louder. The acoustics aren't the best because that lady there on the end has to hear you. And all these lawyers over here have to hear you. Okay. So just lean up into that mic. You're going to hear your voice echoing.
Gustavo.
State your name again. Spell your last name.
Gustavo Guzman Jr.
No, they still can't hear you. You've got to get your voice way up there.
Gustavo is my first name. Guzman, my last. Gustavo. Gustavo. Guzman. Guzman.
All right, go ahead.
All right. You'll need to keep your voice up loud and clear, okay?
Okay.
How old are you?
18.
And where do you live?
Roulette.
Okay, well, do you live in Rowlett?
Okay. Oh, I read it like you too. Roulette. Wait. Oh, it's called a. It's called a.
Oh, well, what's your street address?
Well, it's 5706 Willowbrook.
Okay, and is that a house or an apartment?
It's a house.
Who do you live with there?
My mother and my brother and sister.
And how old are they?
They are, I'm not sure. One is 5 and one is 10.
Okay, so you're the oldest?
Yes.
And do you go to school?
Yes, sir.
Where do you go to school?
Lakeview Centennial.
Okay, how long have you lived in your house?
About 5 years.
Okay, let me show you what's been marked States Exhibit 7. Do you recognize this as an overview of your neighborhood?
Yes, sir.
Okay, look on there on your street, Willowbrook Street, where it's marked. And can you see your house?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, could you point it out for us, please?
Right there.
Okay, you're talking about this house here?
Yes, sir.
Is there a white gate around the backyard?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Is that a yard or a house?
I think that's the house.
Why is the juror like just speaking out of turn? That's
Yeah.
not weird.
What's it? That's
Okay.
weird. That doesn't happen. Anyway, all right.
Well, I think that's the house right there.
Okay.
You live on Willowbrook, right?
Yes, sir.
This street right here?
Yes.
Okay, and behind you is the street one over Eagle Drive.
Yes, sir.
And 5801 Eagle Drive, we can see here marked off on the corner. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you would be, I guess it would be if you're looking down Willowbrook, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 houses down on Willowbrook, right?
Yes.
Okay, now you were living there back on June 6th, 1996. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
With your mother and little brother and little sister.
Yes, sir.
Let me turn your attention to that date. Well, let me move you back to Wednesday, June 5th, and ask if you were out that evening.
Yes. Later that night, a couple of friends from the neighborhood went to play hockey.
Okay, what type of hockey were you playing?
Roller hockey.
Okay, is that something you normally do?
Yeah.
Hold on. I
23.
hit the wrong. Okay. And where did you play?
At the high school, Lakeview.
Okay. And do you remember what time of the day you were playing?
Not precisely. It was late, about 10 or 12.
Excuse me. The object of this is to hear your testimony. Now, every time you echo in there, you get quieter. That's not the way to do it. You want to get louder so they could hear you, okay?
Okay.
So lean up into it, speak. You're going to hear your voice resonate. Don't be alarmed. It's quite normal. Everybody has to hear you, okay?
Yes, sir.
Let's try it again.
Were you playing late that night?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. How did you get home?
A friend brought me home.
Okay, and where does he live?
On Eagle Drive, just down a couple of houses down.
Down from you?
Yes.
Okay, and well, let me get out the exhibit here again here. If we're looking at Eagle Drive here using the Routier home at 5801 as reference, which way down Eagle does he live?
The other end.
This end?
Yes, sir.
About how far down? Just stop me when I'm there.
Right there.
Right in this area?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And was he driving that night?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did he drop you off at your house?
No. We went to his house and I just walked home.
Okay. You drove the car back to his house here on Eagle Drive?
Yes, sir.
Which way did you walk home?
Through the yard.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I cut through the yard and down the alley and then went to my house.
Okay. And then you just cut down the alley to your house?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you remember what time that was?
Between 11 and 12 or 11 and 1. I don't know.
Between 11 at night or 1 in the morning?
Yeah, yes.
Were you keeping track of time?
No.
And what did you do once you got in your house?
Watch TV in the kitchen.
Okay. Do you remember what time you went to bed that morning?
No, it was late.
Was anyone else up in the house?
No, sir.
Okay. When you took a walk down the alley, did you see anything unusual?
Nothing.
Hear anything unusual?
Nope.
Okay. Was anything going down at the end of the block where the Routiers lived?
No.
You didn't see any police cars?
No.
Okay. Later that morning, were you awakened by some police officers?
Yes.
Do you remember what time that was?
No.
Okay. How were you awakened?
I wasn't awakened. I was still watching TV.
Still watching TV.
Uh-huh. In the kitchen. And I saw through the window the police officers with their flashlights.
Okay.
And then I just looked out the window and let them do what they needed to do.
You saw some police officers with flashlights?
Yes, sir.
And where were they looking with their flashlights?
On the grass and through the fence.
Okay, which window are you talking about?
First, I saw them through the kitchen window and then through the back door.
Okay, where were they behind your house then?
Yes, sir.
In the alley.
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you go out there at that point?
No.
Okay, what did you do then?
I just ignored them and went back to sleep. And then I went up and went to sleep.
You went upstairs
Mm-hmm. Yes.
and went to sleep.
Yes.
After that, did someone awaken you?
Yes.
About what time was that?
I don't remember.
Was it light or dark out?
Dark.
Okay, and how were you awakened then?
They knocked on the door and woke me up.
You got woken up by a knock on the door?
Yes, sir.
Who was at the door?
Police officer. I don't know who.
Okay, a Rowlett police officer.
Yes.
Did he ask you some questions?
Yes.
And what did you tell him?
I didn't see anything unusual.
Okay, same thing you told this jury?
Yes.
Okay, let me ask you. In your background, had you and your mother been doing anything out there recently?
We were doing gardening.
Okay, when had you been doing gardening?
Maybe a week before.
Okay, and what type of gardening were y'all doing?
We were putting edging around some bushes
Okay, where were these bushes located?
along the fence.
Okay,
The back fence?
the back fence. Is that the fence that runs along the alley?
Yes.
Okay, could you describe your fence?
White metal, has gates.
Okay, has gates?
Mm-hmm.
And it's metal.
Mm-hmm.
About how high is it?
About 6 feet.
Okay. And are there gaps between the bars?
Yes, sir.
And how wide are those?
5 to 6 inches.
Okay. And you were doing your gardening along that back fence, is that right?
Yes, sir.
What type of gardening were you helping your mom with?
We were laying down edging for some bushes that were kind of messy. We were just making it look nice.
Okay. What do you mean by edging?
Plastic. We were separating the bushes from the grass.
Okay. And how were you doing that?
We would make a little hole. We would cut little holes in the ground and then lay the edging down.
Okay. Were you using any tools?
Yes, sir.
What type of tools were you using?
Knives, spoon, and a shovel.
Okay. What type of knives?
Kitchen knives.
Okay. Where did you get those from?
They were just laying around in my house.
Okay.
We got them from the kitchen.
Okay. Were they old or new knives?
They were old.
Okay. And what did you do with the knives?
We left them there afterwards.
Okay. But how were you using them as tools?
We would, if the shovels didn't work, then we would use the knives.
Okay. And how would you use the knives?
We would cut deeper into the ground,
Okay.
and then the shovel couldn't go too deep, so we used the knives.
Were you digging in the ground with the knives?
Yes.
And were you digging in dirt?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any rope out there?
Yes.
And what were you doing with the rope?
We would tie one end of the rope to a knife and another end of the rope to another knife, and then extended the rope and the knives would make a straight line.
Okay. There in the dirt along the plastic rail you were working with.
Yes.
Okay. And you said you were doing the work when?
About a week before this happened.
Okay. Did you finish the work
No.
that you were doing?
No.
Okay. What did you do with the knives and the rope?
We just left it there until next week.
Okay. They were still in your backyard?
Yes.
And where were they located?
In the backyard along the fence.
Okay. Along the back rail.
Yes.
Okay. Were they, mm, where were they? Stuck in the ground or laying out?
I don't remember. I mean, they could have been in the ground. I'm not sure.
Okay. But they were in the back area.
Yes.
Okay, Gustavo, let me show you what's been entered into evidence as States Exhibit 22 and 21. Do you recognize those?
Yes, sir.
Are these the knives that you and your mother were working with?
Yes.
The same ones that you had laying out there by the back fence?
Yes.
Okay, the ones that you were using with the rope?
Yes, sir.
Okay, were they as clean as this when you left them out there?
No.
Okay, what was on them?
I mean, they were clean when we started off, but then after a while they got dirty.
Got dirty with mud?
Yes.
Okay. And were they laying out there that night when you went out to play street hockey?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go out into your backyard sometime after the police woke you up?
The next morning
Okay.
or the next day.
The next day?
Yeah, the next day.
Okay. And did you check on those knives?
Yes.
And why did you do that?
I thought maybe, the murderer might have used them.
Okay. Did you hear about what happened down at the Routier home?
Yes.
Okay. And did you think about those knives that had been laying in your backyard?
Yeah.
So you went to see if they were still there.
Mm-hmm.
Where were they located when you went out there?
Same place.
Same condition?
Yes.
Did it look like they had been moved at all?
No.
The same place you left them.
Yes.
What did you do then?
I just got close to them and checked them out to see if there was any blood or anything. I looked and they weren't, so I just left them there.
Didn't see any blood on them.
No.
Just left them where they were.
Yes.
Did you ever finish gardening? Or the
No.
gardening?
No.
Okay. Later on, well, we met a couple of times. Is that right?
Yes.
The first time when you were shooting basketball behind your house.
Yes.
And you have met investigator Basillo too, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did sometime he come and get those knives from you?
Yes. Him and some other officers.
Okay. And do you recall when that was?
I don't know what was the date. It was during school.
Okay. And did you turn those knives that you just looked at over to them?
Yes.
Okay. And then I talked to you a couple of times about the events you have testified in front of the jury on. Is that right?
Sorry. So when someone
Three.
calls me, I guess it cuts out. Where are we? Sorry.
Three.
What? 3. Sorry. Yes.
You're good. Okay. What day did you get down there or down here?
Monday of this week.
Okay.
Monday or Sunday, I'm not sure.
Sunday?
Yes.
Okay. Did I talk to you then about the knives?
Yes.
And I talked to you one other time, I think, about the knives. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Other than the knives in this incident, you didn't see or hear anything else in the neighborhood that evening?
No.
Okay. And do you have any idea what time it was that you got in?
No. I can't be precise.
You didn't see any police cars or flashing lights or anything like that, did you?
Only afterwards when I was going to bed.
After you saw the officers with the flashlights?
Yes.
Okay. That's all we have, Judge.
Mr. Guzman, I just have a couple of questions, a couple of things. What grade are you in school?
Senior, 12th grade.
Have you missed a week of school?
Yes.
You aren't on a block schedule, are you?
Yes.
You're going to have your work cut out for you when you get back, aren't you?
Yeah, I know.
All right. Well, what I think I missed the name of the friends that you went and played hockey with. Who are those?
Carrie Keith.
Carrie Keith?
Mm-hmm.
And who?
Corey Keith.
Brothers, I guess?
Brothers.
Anyone else?
I'm not sure of the rest. There's always different people.
Okay. Are those the ones that you went and drove back with?
Yes.
And if I understood you right, you left their house, I guess, out through the back way
Yes.
and you go down the alley?
Yes.
And then do you go in your house through the back way?
Yes.
I guess there's a gate in the.
Yes. I mean my metal gate.
Okay. Is that the metal gate that faces the alley?
Yes.
It was it locked or unlocked?
Unlocked.
It's unlocked?
Yes.
Did you lock it when you left?
No.
So it was the time that when you saw the police officers out there with their flashlights, that gate was unlocked?
Yes, it was open.
It was open even?
Open.
Oh, okay. You didn't even close the gate that night?
No.
Okay. Now then and I missed it a little bit. I know you said that there was a knife in that backyard. What else? 2 knives?
Yes, 2 knives and a spoon. And we used a shovel, but we put that up in the little shed we had.
Okay. Is that a big spoon?
Yeah, a big spoon.
Okay. And were y'all using that to.
Just scoop out the mud and dirt.
Okay. And did I understand you that you could dig into the dirt a little easier with a knife than with a shovel?
Yes. we would use the shovel to make a big cut and then the knife to dig out the little stuff.
All right. And how big a shovel was this?
Regular shovel.
Okay.
It was a narrow type.
The sharpshooter? Is that what those are called?
Mm-hmm.
The sort of thin ones
I guess,
that
yeah.
you can dig like one little plant and it's longer than it's wide.
Yeah.
And was that there right beside the knives?
No.
Where was it?
In the shed. It was our neighbors, so we gave it back to them.
So it had gone back to the neighbors by the time all this happened.
Yes.
Was there a screwdriver out there too or not?
Yes.
There was?
Yes.
And was it there with the knives?
No.
Where was it?
We put it up.
It had gone back to your tool shed?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so if I understand, and you went back out the next morning to check it
Yes.
because your curiosity had been raised by that time, hadn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And you're certain that that screwdriver wasn't there.
No, I'm not certain about that.
You're not certain about that.
No.
But you are certain that the knives were there.
Yes.
And are you certain that the shovel was not there?
Yes.
Now, at what point did somebody pick up those knives?
I don't know. It was a while later.
Did you all pick up the edging that you all had and put it back in the garage?
Yeah, in the shed.
In the shed?
Yes.
Okay. And then did the knives go back inside the house?
Yes.
And somebody washed them up?
Yes.
And they went back to a drawer, I guess?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Did you actually hand them over to the police?
Yes.
Did you go to the kitchen drawer and get them out?
Yes.
And when was that?
I'm not sure the date.
Within the last month?
Yes.
Okay. That was Officer Basilio?
Basilio.
Basilio. And were you able to recall exactly which knives you had out there?
Yes, the knives, I remember exactly which knives they were.
So you went to the kitchen
To the drawer.
and got those two knives.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did anybody make a note of that? Oh, make a note of that date? Did Basilio, how do you say that? Basilio. Like, did Basilio do anything like write his initials on those things so that we could tie down that date?
Oh, an officer made me sign some papers and pointed out the dates.
Was that a Rowlett Police Department officer?
Yes, sir.
He was in uniform or not?
No.
He was in a suit?
No, he just came over. He was off duty. I think they called him up just for this.
And he came with Basilio?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay. So you think maybe you signed something a different day than the day you handed over the knives?
No, I signed it. It was the day they picked it up.
Same day.
Yeah.
And so whatever date you signed that, that's how we could go back and figure out
Yes, sir.
when you handed over those knives.
Yes.
But you think that was in December sometime?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have.
Just may this witness be excused.
Oh, she's still.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much, sir.
Oh, that was a quick
He was
one.
quick.
That's good. Get some of these
Um,
knocked out.
So I noticed that in the last chat, somebody was asking why I was calling you sir, like saying yes, sir to you, and why. It was really cute, actually. And they're like, and why is she responding?
No.
Yeah. And so if everyone doesn't know what we're doing, the attorneys are men. And so Tiff is the defense, and she plays the whole entire defense team, and they're all men. And Libra is the prosecution, and they're all men. There might be one female, but she hasn't come up yet. And I play the witnesses, and so I'm always going to be like a yes sir, and but I'm not saying yes sir to Tiff or to Libra.
Wow, how are you reading chat and talking or in chat or in
No,
reading the same? Okay.
I go back and read through to make sure the performance was good. It's just like I glance through because I can't, do it while we're doing, just to make sure that because this mic is insane, and make sure things like this don't happen, like the phone going off. And
oh, you mean like in a prior chat, not this chat?
yes, prior.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, no, this was the last time we were on. Somebody was wondering that.
I mean, that's funny. Okay. Oh, thanks for explaining that.
It
That's
was
a good
really
idea.
cute.
Yeah, to sometimes I forget to do like an intro and say what we're doing because not everybody is the same people coming back. Thanks for doing that. We got to remember to
no
do
problem.
that. You're right. Stephen Robert Wade. Okay, so Stephen. The next one is going to be a Rowlett police officer. All right, let me put this up. Testimony of Rowlett police officer Stephen Robert Wade. I think that's good.
He's
enough.
quick. He's
He
only
is
6
too?
pages.
Good.
Yeah, even quicker than the last one.
Good. Keep it moving.
Yeah, get through some of these. All right. Let me. All right. Whenever you guys are ready.
Okay. Please tell us your full name.
Stephen Robert Wade, Wade.
Are you a Rowlett police officer?
Yes, sir, I am.
How long have you been with the Rowlett Police Department?
Approximately 2 years.
Okay, and what's your position with them?
I work in the patrol division.
All right, Officer Wade, let me direct your attention back to June 6th, 1996. Were you on duty that day?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what your hours to work were?
I was scheduled to work from 1:30 p.m. to 10 p.m.
All right. Would that have been 1:30 p.m. to 10 p.m. on June the 5th or on the 6th?
June 5th.
All right. I want to move ahead a little bit here. This is going to be on June the 6th at approximately 3 a.m. And let me ask you whether at the time you were directed to go to 5801 Eagle Drive.
Yes, sir, I was.
And did you, in fact, go to the front door of that residence?
Yes, sir, I did.
And when you did, was there anyone at the front door of 5801 Eagle Drive, sir?
Yes, there was.
And who was on the door at that time?
It was Officer Waddell.
Okay, David Waddell.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And did you leave him there at the front door?
Yes, sir.
And you were instructed to stay at the front door?
Yes, sir, I was.
Let me ask you, what were your instructions regarding entry into the house once you got posted on the front door?
I was instructed that no one was to enter that house.
Now, let me ask you, do you know about what time you actually got on the front door and relieved Officer Waddell?
At approximately 3:15 a.m. on the 6th.
And do you recall how long you were on the door?
Until approximately 5:57 a.m. on the 6th.
So you were on there for what, about 2.5 hours, something like that?
Approximately, yes, sir.
Officer Wade, during the times that you were on that front door, did you let anybody inside that house?
No, sir, I did not.
During the 2.5 hours that you were on the door, did anyone try to get into that house?
Yes, sir, they did.
All right. Would you tell the members of the jury who tried to get into the house?
That was my chief of police. It was Chief Posey.
Okay. You actually told your chief he couldn't come in?
That is correct.
Okay. And he didn't go in?
No, sir, he did not.
Okay. Was that the only person that tried to get in?
Yes, sir.
And at 5:57, did someone else take over the front door from you?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall the name of the officer that took over the front door from you?
Officer Steve Ferrie.
He's also with the Rowlett Police Department?
That's correct.
Okay. Officer Wade, I want to show you what's been marked as State's Evidence or State's Exhibit 34. Do you recognize this photo, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. Is an individual shown here at the front door at 5801 Eagle Drive?
Yes, sir.
Is that individual you?
Yes, sir, it is.
Taken on June 6th, 1996.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, we'll offer State's Exhibit 34.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 34 is admitted.
All right. Just briefly, we see you standing here at the front door of the residence. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And we see some, what is this? Is this yellow tape?
Yes, sir. That's crime scene tape.
Okay, and that's tape that the police department put up around the residence. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Officer Wade, let me ask you, if you would, to look at this piece of paper that I have had marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 34A. Do you recognize that, sir?
I sure do.
Is that a note that you made of the times that you spent on the door that day on June 6th, 1996?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. Besides this one piece of paper, sir, did you make any written reports concerning your activities out there?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. I'm talking about either typed or handwritten, any other notes besides this one piece of paper that has the times.
No, sir.
And Officer Wade, let me just ask you this. Prior to your testifying today, have I had a chance to meet with you concerning your testimony?
We have talked, yes.
All right. Did we have a chance to talk while we were still in Dallas?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember how many times I've met with you to discuss your testimony about what you did?
Prior to today,
Yes, sir.
a couple of times.
All right. Did you come to a courtroom there in Dallas?
Yes, sir.
And there were a lot of other Rowlett Police Department officers there. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And did I ask you at the time to tell me about the times that you were on the door?
Yes, sir, you did.
And did I meet with you any other times while you were still in Dallas concerning the times there?
No, sir.
You came into Rowlett when?
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry. It's been a long week. I'm sorry. You came into Kerrville when?
Sunday.
All right. And since you came into Kerrville, how many times have we talked about the time that you stood there at the door?
Just once.
And when was that?
Today.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Mosty?
Officer Wade, may I see?
Let me tender 34A to Mr. Mosty at this time.
Okay.
What time did you actually arrive at the scene?
Approximately 3:13, 3:14.
Okay, so you immediately went to the door.
Yes, sir.
Who instructed you to go to the door?
My sergeant, Sergeant Wallen.
And after 5:57,
Yes, sir.
you had no further involvement with this case whatsoever,
No, sir.
other than, of course, going down to downtown Dallas.
That's correct, sir.
When you went down there, did you actually go up and get sworn in?
No, sir.
It was just talking
Mm-hmm.
with the police officers present.
Yes, sir.
That's all.
No further questions.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much for coming, officer. He's quick.
Okay. Yeah, that was a good, quick one. All right. Let's see who's next.
This furry guy we keep talking about, hearing about.
Furry guy? Oh, Steve Ferrie. All righty. What is he? Oh, he's a Rowlett police officer too. Okay.
Mm-hmm. He was the one that was with
Oh, that's
was it Wade?
okay.
The one from last week.
Yeah.
Ward. With Officer Ward. They were together.
Steve Ferrie. All right. All right.
Okay, are you ready?
No, hold on. Let me get it up.
Okay, just making sure.
I just had to type in the. All right. All right, go ahead.
Okay. Would you please tell us your full name?
Stephen Joseph Ferrie, Ferrie.
Mr. Ferry, are you a Rolette police officer?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been with the Rolette Police Department, sir?
For approximately 8 years.
Okay. Are you a patrolman out there?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you. I want to direct your attention to June the 6th of 1996, and I ask you whether or not you were instructed to go to 5801 Eagle Drive.
Yes, sir, I was.
Do you recall approximately what time that morning that you got to Eagle Drive?
It was approximately 4 a.m.
All right. And when you got to the residence, did you meet with any other officers out there?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall who you met with?
Yes, sir. I met with Sergeant Ward.
Okay, he was a sergeant, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was he your supervisor?
Yes, sir.
Did you have occasion after meeting with Sergeant Ward to accompany him down the alley behind Eagle Drive?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you assist him in the search of that alley for possible evidence?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you yourself retrieve any items?
No, I did not.
All right. Were you with Sergeant Ward when you saw when a white sock was seen next to a garbage container?
Yes, sir.
Did you have an opportunity also to see that sock?
Yes, sir.
Was the sock retrieved by you or Sergeant Ward?
Sergeant Ward located the sock first.
All right. Did you then go over there and look at it?
Yes, sir.
Did another Rowlett officer then retrieve the sock for evidence?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember who that was?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
It was Officer Maine.
David Main?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is he with the physical evidence section out there?
Yes, he is.
Okay. And did you and Sergeant Ward search the entire alley?
Yes, we did.
Is that the only item that came to your attention during the entire search?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you know about how long it took for you and Sergeant Ward to search the alley?
I would estimate approximately 45 minutes.
All right. And after you finished the search, did you leave the location or did you do something else out there at that location?
After I assisted to search the alley, I was assigned to guard the crime scene at the front door.
When you got up to the front door, officer, was there another Rowlett officer already there?
Yes, sir, there was.
Who was that?
Officer Steve Wade.
All right. So, was it your responsibility then to take his place there at the front door?
Yes, sir.
And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what were your instructions when you got to the front door? What were you supposed to do?
To prevent anybody from coming inside the residence.
All right. And when you got there to the front door, did you start any sort of a log or any kind of written record regarding whoever might go in or come out of that house?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And again, what's the purpose of keeping a log such as that?
To keep track of the people who entered the crime scene and when they leave.
All right. Um, may I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Officer Ferry, let me show you what's been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibit 34B. Do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes, I do.
All right. Is this the crime log that you began generating at 5:57 a.m. on June 6, 1996?
Yes, sir.
And the first entries, would those be your entries, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, does this log actually show what time that you took over the door from Officer Wade?
Yes, sir.
And what time did you take it over?
5:57 a.m.
Now, let's talk about the front of the house. Was there an area of the front portion of the house that had been taped off?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall the first time that anyone entered into the area in front of the house that had been taped off?
Yes, sir.
And would that be reflected on your log here?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall at this point what time that was?
I believe it was 6:03 a.m.
And do you recall actually who came inside that taped off area?
I have to view the log.
Okay.
At 6:03 a.m., Sergeant Wallen, Sergeant Neighbors, and Officer Main and James Crone entered the taped area.
All right. So I understand then you had Sergeant Walling. You knew who he was, correct?
Yes, sir.
Matt Walling?
Yes, sir.
David Main, you've already told us. He was a member of the physical evidence section. Is that correct?
That's correct.
David Neighbors. Who is David Neighbors?
That's Sergeant David Neighbors. He's with the patrol division also, physical evidence.
Is he also the supervisor over the physical evidence section?
Yes, sir.
And you had also made a note that a James Cron entered the taped area. Now, who is James Cron?
He is not sure exactly what his title is. I know he deals with crime scenes.
Okay, he was somebody that you knew, correct?
Not personally. It's a name that I had heard in the past.
Okay, and he then accompanied Wailing, Neighbors, Maine, the four of them together, then came in the taped off area, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and are they the first people that actually came in the taped off area?
Yes, sir.
Now, at that point, when these four came in the taped off area, had anybody come inside the house?
No, sir.
When was the first time anyone entered 5801 Eagle Drive after you took over the front door?
It was at 6:09 a.m.
All right, and can you tell us the names of the persons who actually went into the house?
Yes, sir. It was Karen Neal, David Main, and Sergeant Wallen.
Okay, so we have David Main and Matt Walling, correct, from Browlette PD?
Yes, sir.
And Karen Neal, was she a member of the police department or was she a civilian?
She was a civilian.
Was it your understanding that she was a neighbor?
Yes, sir.
So they entered the house at 6:09, is that right?
That's correct.
Can you tell us how long those three individuals remained in the house?
Karen Neal remained in the house for 2 minutes.
Okay, only 2 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so she went in at 6:09, is that right?
That's correct.
And she came out at 6:11, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay,
Yes,
how
sir.
about David Main and Matt Walling? Did they come out at 6:11 or did they remain in the house?
They remained in the house.
Okay. When is the next time that anyone else actually went into 5801 Eagle Drive?
At 6:11, James Crone entered the house and Sergeant Neighbors entered the house.
Okay, so at 6:11 we have David Main, correct?
Yes, sir.
We have Sergeant Matt Walling.
Yes, sir.
We have Sergeant David Neighbors, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And we have James Cron, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, those four individuals are inside the house at 6:11 a.m. on June 6th.
Yes, sir.
What is the next entry as far as someone going into the house or coming out of the house? When did that next occur?
At 6:37 a.m.
Is that someone going into the house or is that someone coming out of the house?
That's someone leaving the house.
All right. Who left the house at 6:37?
Sergeant Neighbors, Sergeant Wallen, and James Crone.
Okay. Was it your understanding that they had been doing a walkthrough of the house?
Yes, sir, of the crime scene.
So, first person in, you got Walling, Maine, and Karen Neal at 6:09, right?
Yes, sir.
Karen Neal was out at 6:11.
Yes, sir.
And then you have 3 police officers and James Cron in there from 6:11 until 6:37 a.m. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall how long that you remained on the door that morning, sir?
I was relieved of that duty at 7:15 a.m.
Okay. And during that time that you were on the front door, did any other civilians enter into that residence besides James Cron, who went in with the Rowlett Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who else went in?
Robin Price from the ME's office. Oh, I'm sorry. She entered the taped area.
Okay, so she's not actually in the house, right?
That's correct.
And that's a field agent from the medical examiner's office. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So the only civilians then would have been Karen Neal for 2 minutes and James Cron, right?
At 6:59, Robin Price, Mr. Crone, Sergeant Neighbors, and Sergeant Evans entered the house.
Okay, so now you have police officers, James Cron, the medical examiner's agent now. Sergeant Evans, is that Sergeant Lamar Evans?
Yes, sir.
Is he also a supervisor with the Rowlett Police Department?
Yes, he is.
All right, now again, how long did you stay on the front door?
Until 7:15 a.m.
All right, now after 7:15 a.m., did an officer relieve you there at the front door?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
Officer Ray Clark.
So is he with the Rowlett Police Department again?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so whatever entries after that time would have been made by Officer Clark, right?
Yes, sir.
And was a running log made during the entire time the Rowlett Police Department had possession of this house?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I want to take you back to after 7:15 a.m. now. Did you leave 5801 Eagle or did you stay there?
I stayed there.
And just tell us what you started doing after you left the front door then.
I was posted in the perimeter of the residence on the crime scene taped area.
All right. Did you have the occasion to talk to certain neighbors out there?
Yes, I did.
All right. Did you have occasion to talk with an individual identified to you as Julie Hightower?
Yes, sir.
Is that a woman that lived on Willowbrook?
Yes, sir.
What was the purpose of you talking to Julie Hightower?
At that time, I was posted at the alleyway behind 5801 Eagle, and I was instructed to stop any vehicle that came out of the alley and made contact with the resident or whoever was in the vehicle.
Was that the purpose of talking with, or what was the purpose of talking with them?
Just to ask them if they had heard or seen anything in the area that night that appeared to be suspicious or out of place.
Okay, so you talked to Julie Hightower. Was she able to give you any information?
No, she was not.
Did you also talk to an individual by the name of Eileen Shermer?
Yes, sir.
Is she a neighbor also of the Routiers in that neighborhood?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was she able to give you any information about what might have happened in there?
No, she was not.
While you were talking with her, did you discuss the Routiers' financial situation?
Yes, sir.
Did she give you any information?
She brought the subject up.
Judge, we are going to object to anything that was said. Sustained.
Do you recall about what time it was that you talked to Eileen Shermer?
It was approximately 8:30 a.m.
Besides Julie Hightower and Eileen Shermer, do you recall speaking with any other neighbors out there that morning?
No, sir.
Officer Ferrie, how long did you remain out there at that location or at the location?
I left. I'm not sure of the exact time, but I left sometime in the early morning.
Okay, we've indicated that you made a portion or you began the actual crime log or crime scene log, right?
Yes, sir.
And did you also prepare a handwritten report of your activities out there that day?
Yes, sir, I did.
Let me just show you the 2 pages here that have been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibit 34C. Do you recognize those to be a copy of the report that you prepared concerning your activities on June 6th, 1996?
Yes, sir.
Is that the only report that you prepared in this case?
Yes, sir.
Typed or handwritten?
That's correct.
What was that number?
That was 34C, Your Honor.
All right.
Officer Ferrie, prior to you coming to Kerrville, have you and I had a chance to talk about your involvement in this case?
Yes.
Do you recall how many times that you spoke with me about your activities out there that day?
2 times.
Okay. Do you recall where the first meeting took place?
It was in the Dallas County District Attorney's office.
All right. Upstairs in the courthouse?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you come to my office?
Yes, I did.
All right. And did you and I discuss your report and what you had done?
Yes, sir.
Where did the second meeting take place?
Here in this courtroom or in this building?
Okay. And you got into town, what, Sunday night?
Yes, sir.
Been here all week?
Yes.
How many times during the week have you and I spoken about your testimony, your reports, or anything else concerning this case?
Once.
When did that take place?
Today.
Let me just ask you, have you ever had occasion to come to the courthouse where I asked you and several other officers to come to a courtroom?
Yes, sir.
And did you in fact do that for me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And during that time, did I ask you to get on the witness stand and tell me what you knew about the case?
Yes, sir.
And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you met with me in Dallas, you told me, and you met with me once in Kerrville. Is that correct? Or is that right?
Yes, sir.
And States Exhibit 34B, the log, and States Exhibit 34C, the investigative supplement report, those are the only handwritten reports or typed reports or otherwise that you prepared in this case. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'll tender the States Exhibit 34B and 34C to counsel, and I will pass the witness for cross-examination.
Yes, sir. Officer Ferrie, I guess for a veteran police officer like you, nothing unusual about meeting with the district attorney, is there?
No.
Okay, I mean, that would be standard procedure, I imagine, before you testify, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall when Mr. Davis asked you how many times you had met with him?
Yes, sir.
And you told the jury here just moments ago you had met with him twice, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
You said once in his office, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And once down here in Kerrville.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You didn't tell him about the meeting in the courtroom there in Dallas County courthouse, did you?
That was the meeting in Dallas that I was referring to.
In the district attorney's office?
Yes, sir.
Well, the district attorney's office doesn't have a courtroom in it, does it?
Well, I consider that whole building that has a courtroom and an office in it.
Well, you consider that whole building the district attorney's office?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Even though it occupies but a small portion of the courthouse?
Yes, sir.
Most everybody else calls it the courthouse, don't they?
I don't know what everybody else calls it.
But you didn't mean to overlook the little dress rehearsal that you all had in Dallas, did you?
That's what I was referring to when I met in Dallas.
When you told the jury that you met in the district attorney's office, you were referring to the deal where you all went down and got on the witness stand in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I guess they should have been able to figure that out, shouldn't they?
Sorry. I'll object to sidebar there.
Sustained.
Well, that was a question directed at...
I'll object again to sidebar.
Thank you. Sustained.
You had a judge down there for that, didn't you?
No, sir.
No one played the part of a judge?
Remember that chick did? Somebody played the part of a judge. There was not a judge there.
Okay, somebody played the part of a defense lawyer.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you all basically sat there in the courtroom and listened to what everybody else testified to, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now I guess it helps you to be consistent with one another, does it not?
Sure. Yes, sir.
Okay, now your story today is that you went down the alley there behind the Routier house there in Rowlett.
Yes, sir.
And about how long did you and the Sergeant Ward search that alley?
Approximately 45 minutes.
Okay, and he had the side the sock was on, I take it.
No, sir.
You had the side the sock was on?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you were the one who actually found the sock.
No, sir.
Okay, is there any reason for him to be poaching on your area?
Yes, sir. He was on the west side of the alleyway, and I was on the east side. He was approximately one house in front of me. When he was coming out of the driveway, one of the houses he had searched, he came across and noticed the sock before I arrived at it.
Okay, so he was actually searching both sides of the alleyway.
No, sir.
Okay, just in that one occasion he searched that side?
He located the sock first, and once he located it, he went over there to inspect it.
Okay, now have you reviewed his report?
No, sir.
Do you have any idea why he would put in his report?
I'll object to this as being hearsay at this point.
Sustained.
You're telling us that the officer Moan is the one who actually retrieved the sock.
Officer Maine.
Maine.
Yes. He was called over there for a crime scene of the sock.
It wasn't Bedingfield, was it?
Well, Officer Maine and Bentonfield both arrived, and Officer Maine was the one who took custody of it.
Okay, so Bedingfield and Maine were both there now. Is that right?
Yes, sir. They were later called.
Okay, so the sock was actually released to the custody of both Maine and Bedingfield.
Well, I know that the sock was released to Officer Maine.
But Bedingfield was there as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now when you went down the alley, did you look in the trash containers?
Yes, sir.
Did you dump them out?
No, sir.
Well, you just took the top off and shined a flashlight down in there?
Well, I recall looking into one trash can that was on the side of the house.
Okay, there are trash cans up and down the alley on both sides, aren't there?
I only remember 2 being out at that time.
You only saw 2 out.
That's what I remember. Only 2 out.
Yeah, okay, and one apparently was there by the sock.
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you see any knives?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you ever see Sergeant Ward search any of the trash cans?
I saw Sergeant Ward open the trash can by the sock, and I saw him rip open a bag that was further down the alley.
Okay, did he ever dump any of the contents out of the trash containers?
Out of the one next to the sock?
Yes.
Not that I recall.
Okay, and did he, on down the alley, did he dump out the trash containers?
I didn't ever see him actually look inside any trash containers.
Okay, except the one by the sock.
Well, I can't say that he did, and I can't say that he didn't. I specifically saw him rip open a bag as I was passing him down the alleyway.
Okay.
And the one next to the sock, he opened up the top of it.
Did you look into the backyards?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and were the gates, did you actually walk into the backyards?
No, sir, I didn't.
Oh, all right. They're 6-foot fence, I suspect.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so about how tall are you?
Approximately 5'10", 5'11".
Okay, so they would be over your head then, wouldn't they?
Yes, sir.
The only way I guess you're going to be able to look into the backyard, you're going to have to stand on one of the cross members of the fence and stand on that and shine the flashlight over like that. Is that right?
Well, that's correct. There's also gas mains and utility boxes that I was using to peek over fences.
Would you stand on them?
Yes, sir.
All right, and that's the way you search the backyards?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sort of peeked over the fence and eyeballed it with a flashlight?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And about how many of those did you do, Officer Ferry?
I did all of the houses on the east side of Eagle Drive. I'm not sure exactly how many houses are over there.
Okay. What were you looking for?
Evidence.
I mean, what was your idea of evidence at that time?
Anything that appeared to be out of place.
Okay. And you're telling us that in all of the backyards that you looked in, you didn't look in any of the trash cans, or you looked in one?
There's one there that I recall looking inside of next to a house.
But you're saying that all of the backyards you looked into and all of the trash cans, or the one trash can you looked in, you didn't see anything unusual.
That's correct.
Okay. And I guess the only thing Sergeant Ward saw was the sock. Is that right?
Well,
That you know of?
I couldn't tell you that. I don't know exactly what he saw on his side of the street.
Okay. Now, where that sock was found, right across the alley from that, is a white metal fence. Is it not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And one that you can see through the bars that are some 5, 6, 8 inches apart. Are they not?
Yes, sir.
Did Sergeant Ward indicate to you that he saw some knives back there?
No, sir.
He didn't?
No, sir.
When
Not
you
at the
look
time in the alley.
when you looked at that particular fence, that's unusual because that was the only one like that up and down the alley, wasn't it?
Well, I didn't think it was unusual. That was the only wrought iron fence that I believe was over there, though.
Yeah, the only wrought iron fence up and down the alley though, isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Everything else is wood.
I believe so.
So it was unusual to that respect, I guess.
Yes.
Okay. But Sergeant Ward didn't say anything about seeing some knives there or anything of that nature?
Not at the time when I was in the alleyway with him, no.
Okay. I guess this is a sort of a subjective test that y'all, I mean, what may look unusual to you may not look unusual to Sergeant Ward. Is that fair to say?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, you wouldn't say that. Okay. Now, why is it that you post guards on a crime scene?
To protect the crime scene from any type of contamination from anybody walking inside. And
You mean police officers, when they, even trained police officers, will contaminate a crime scene?
I don't know about that.
Well, I mean, why didn't you just keep the civilians out and let the police officers go in?
Well,
You know full well that the reason that's done is because police officers contaminate crime scenes, don't they?
I guess that's possible. They could.
Well, sure it is. You've been to murder scenes before, haven't you?
No, sir.
You've never been to a murder scene before.
No, sir.
How long have you been on the police force?
8 years. I've been a police officer for about 5 years, and I worked in dispatch for approximately 3.
Well, you know, when they get to a crime scene, frequently officers will want to get a drink of water and use the bathroom or something like that's not unusual, is it?
In the house?
Yes, sir.
I think that would be.
Well, that's why you post a guard there so that that doesn't happen. Isn't that right?
Well, you don't want everybody walking into that scene that doesn't have any business being in that scene.
That's right, because it's not unusual to handle evidence, is it, for anyone? I mean, it's common. It's just a common curiosity that people have, and that's what you are there to prevent, isn't it?
I would say it would be unusual for people to just pick up evidence.
Okay, all right. So it's just good precaution, but probably not necessary as long as police officers are there. Is that right? As long as the police officers are the ones going in.
Well, you don't want every police officer that doesn't have any business being in that house to go in there either.
That's because they'll contaminate the scene, isn't it? Track around, kick evidence around.
Not necessarily, but it's just to keep everybody out.
Handle things.
That's possible. They could handle things.
I may have misinterpreted what you said when I wrote this down, but I thought you said that civilian Cron, officers Maine, neighbors in Walling did they just enter the taped area at 6:03?
Yes, sir.
And then they went on into the house at 6:11.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what did they do? Just kind of walk around the front yard?
They remained in the front yard. I believe they were discussing what they were going to be doing inside the residence. I don't know.
Okay. Then the same thing with Miss Price from the medical examiner's office. She entered inside the perimeter and then went into the house a short time later.
Yes, sir.
You had nothing further to do with this case after 7:15 on the 6th of June.
Occasionally, I was posted on the crime scene guard again days later.
But you collected no evidence, though.
No, sir.
Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 34. These are all of your notes?
Yes, sir. That's going to be my entries and Officer Ray Clark's entries.
All right. So after 7:15, I take it it's going to be Clark.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I believe that's all. Thank you, Officer Ferrie.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right.
All
You
right.
may. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
All right. You may step down, officer. Thank you. All right. We are just getting through this. Oh, I forgot I left that comment up. Sorry, guys. We are just going through these witnesses. Good job, guys. All right. Who's next? So who is that? That was. My God, Steve Ferrie, yeah. So next we have Jack Colby, who is what?
Fire department.
Fire department.
Fire department.
Fire department. Okay. Hold on, let me put him on the. How's everybody doing? Good?
Yep.
Does chat have any questions before we move on to the fire doo-doo?
I just put Rowlett Fire Department.
Where's Davenport and Quad Cities? I just got a thing on my scanner app that says there's a shooting there. Officer involved shooting. Rock Island officer involved shooting.
Wait, what?
I have a scanner app. Like when there's a lot of people listening into a certain scanner, I'll get like a alert and it says Davenport and Quad City Metro Police officer involved shooting, Rock Island police officer, and I don't know where Davenport is. 37 minutes ago.
Wow, all these shootings, man.
Yeah, everyone be safe wherever you guys are.
Does that mean it's somewhere by you, are you saying? Or
No.
You don't know? Oh, okay. So,
no, it's not by me. It'll just be like nationwide. Like if there's something major happening, it'll alert.
wow. I don't know. That's all these shooting. I mean, I was looking into that Boulder one. I remember doing a live like the same day it happened, and I wasn't even aware of it. People were like, talk about it. And then I started to, and then I just got sidetracked, but I looked into it afterwards, and wow, man, that officer died trying to go in there. One of the first guys, man, so sad.
John Brake is saying Iowa. Is it in Iowa? Davenport? Yeah.
I don't know. I am not a soul sister. I'll let you know if I do. Oh wait, what's going on? Hey, what's up, Amanda? I don't know. Is there something going on in chat that I missed? I don't know. All right, guys. So we're doing, Jack Colby. Are you guys ready? Are you guys all right? Do you need a break or anything? Or let me know if you have to go to the bathroom or.
I'm good right now. How about you, Libra?
Me too. I'm good.
All righty. Well, whenever you guys are ready.
All right. Please tell us your full name.
Jack Colby. Kolbye.
All right, Mr. Colby. How are you employed?
By the Rowlett Fire Department.
Okay. And how long have you been with the Rowlett Fire Department?
7.5 years.
Okay, so you're a firefighter, correct?
I'm a firefighter, paramedic.
All right, a paramedic also?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been a paramedic?
Since 1983.
So that's 13 years as a paramedic, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Have you ever testified before a jury before, Mr. Colby?
No, I have not.
All right. If you would, if you'll just keep your voice up so that the last jurors down here can hear you, I would appreciate it, okay?
Okay.
Okay. How much training do you go through to become a firefighter?
The firefighter training was about 3 months long, various activities. I'm not sure what the hours are on that.
All right. Is there additional training that you need to undergo to become a paramedic?
Yes, there is.
All right. Can you tell us the type of training that you go through to become a paramedic?
A prerequisite would be to be an emergency medical technician. That's 160 hours of advanced first aid training. And paramedic training is built off of that. It's 300 hours of classroom training, followed by 160 hours of clinical hospital rotations, 240 hours of ride outs on an ambulance with another paramedic.
Okay. The folks that teach you there to become a paramedic, are some of them doctors?
Yes, they are.
How about nurses?
The coordinator of the class that I took was a registered nurse that had a lot of experience in intensive care.
Okay. How about other paramedics as instructors?
Yes, there are.
Mr. Colby, let me direct your attention back to June the 5th, 1996, and ask you whether or not you were scheduled to work on June the 5th.
Yes, I was. On June 5th, I reported at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, and when you work as a firefighter, what kind of shifts do you work?
24 hours on at the station and 48 hours off.
All right, so you were scheduled to work from 7 o'clock in the morning on June the 5th to 7 in the morning on June the 6th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And where was your fire station located out there in Rowlett?
5100 Dow Rock.
Would that be just the south of 66?
That's correct.
Who else was on duty with you at the fire station? Do you recall the names?
Paramedic Brian Koshak was on the ambulance with me. Our captain was Dennis Varana. It was Rick Coleman, Mike Youngblood. I can't recall anybody else. I think that was the shift.
And you mentioned Brian Koshak. He was working the ambulance with you that day or that morning.
Yes, he was.
Now, let's go forward a little bit to June the 6th, 1996, about 2:30 in the morning. Were all of y'all at the station at the time?
Yes, sir, we were.
Were you sleeping?
Yes.
Sometime near 2:30 in the morning, did a call come into the fire station out there?
Yes, it did.
All right. And what was the nature of the call?
The nature of the call that came in as a medical emergency.
All right. And what could that mean? Does that encompass a lot of different possibilities?
That's just a generic call for the fact that somebody is going to need some medical help.
All right. Did you and Brian Koshak get into the ambulance and start to leave the station?
That's correct.
Did you have a destination that you were heading to?
5801 Eagle.
All right. Before you got to Eagle Drive, did the call change a little bit from just a medical emergency to something else?
Yes. The dispatcher came on later and said that this would be a possible stabbing.
All right. And did it take you long to get to 5801 Eagle?
From the time the call came in, it was within 5 minutes.
Okay. When you got there to the house, did you see any other emergency personnel? And by that, I mean fire engines, ambulances, or police cars?
Yes, there was a police car already there when we arrived, and there was another one behind us.
All right. And were y'all the first ambulance, though, to arrive at the scene?
That's correct.
This other car that was coming in with you, do you know who was driving that car?
That would have been Officer Matt Wallen.
And when you and Koshak actually parked there at the residence, did y'all immediately get out and go into the house?
No, we didn't. We stayed inside because it was a possible stabbing, waiting for the police to let us know that the scene would be clear.
Okay, so you were going to wait on some police officers to actually come out and tell you that it was okay to come in, right?
That or the dispatcher, yes, sir.
All right. Do you know how long that you and Koshak waited out in the ambulance before someone actually gave you the word it was okay to go in and start treating?
Less than 2 minutes.
All right. And who was it that actually told you it was okay for y'all to go on in?
Officer Walling.
All right. And did both you and Brian Koshak get out of the ambulance at that point and start to go into the house?
Brian got on the radio and called for additional help, and I grabbed the medical kit and I proceeded in. After he made the call for additional help, he followed me in.
So you say that you had a medical kit with you. Do you have a lot of equipment in that kit?
It's just basic stuff. It's stuff that will just get us by inside the house until we get somebody back outside into the ambulance.
Okay. And did you go in the front door of the house?
Yes, I did.
And did you go anywhere in particular once you got inside the house?
I walked through the front door, through an entryway, and into the living den area, I suppose you would call it.
Okay, let me just show you States Exhibit number 10, which is a floor plan of the house. Are you familiar with the layout of the house?
Yes, I am.
This being the front door right here.
Yes, sir.
When you talk about the family room, are you talking about the family room labeled on the diagram here?
That is correct.
Okay, and when you came into that room, Mr. Colby, can you tell us whether or not anyone else was in there at that time?
When I walked in, I noticed Police Officer Waddell, a female, and another male.
All right, so you noticed the police officer, is that right?
I'm sorry?
Did you notice a police officer?
Yes, sir, I did.
Do you know what his name was?
That would be Officer Waddell.
Okay, so you've got Officer Waddell, then you've got a female, and you've got a male. Is that right?
That's correct.
Do you recall where in the family room that Officer Waddell was?
He was standing between or near where the living room and the kitchen would meet.
Okay, is there a some sort of a bar or counter that separates the kitchen and the living room area?
Yes, there was. He was standing in front of that.
Okay, on the kitchen side or on the family side?
On the family side.
All right, how about the female? Where was she when you came into the room?
She was standing next to him.
All right. And do you recall whether or not she was standing up or sitting down, or what in particular was she doing at that time?
She was standing up.
All right. By Officer Waddell?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How about the other male that you saw in the room? Where was he?
He was in the, I suppose you'd call it the middle of the living area.
All right. Middle of the room, then, right?
That's correct.
He's not over there with Officer Waddell and the female.
No, it's not.
The female that you saw that morning, did you see her here in the courtroom? Do you see her here in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. Is she the lady down here with the pen and the notepad in front of her?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may the record please reflect that this witness has identified the defendant in open court.
Yes, sir.
Now, did you come to know the female to be Darlie Routier?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Tell us, what was the defendant doing when you first saw her?
She was standing next to Officer Waddell. She was holding a towel on her neck.
All right. Where did you go in the room?
As soon as I entered the room, I looked at Officer Waddell. He gave me a nod indicating the direction that I looked in. And there I saw a small child laying on the floor.
Okay. Where was he in the room?
Just to my left as I walked in.
Okay. So you just go into the family room and he's right there on your left. Is that right?
That's correct.
How was he positioned? Was he on the floor?
He was lying face down on the floor.
And what did you do?
I walked over to the child and I examined his backside briefly for any injuries and I rolled him over.
Do you recall how he was clothed?
He had on a dark t-shirt and blue jeans.
You say then that you examined his back. Let me ask you, was there any kind of a rag or towel or anything else on top of that child?
No, there was not.
Are you sure about that?
I'm absolutely sure about that.
Okay, he's got on blue jeans and he's got on a black shirt, right?
That's correct.
You say that you turned him over, is that right?
I rolled him over, yes, sir.
Okay, and what, if anything, occurred when you rolled the child over?
He gasped for a gasp of air, and that was the final time that he breathed.
When he gasped, did you notice whether or not his eyes were open?
Yes, sir, his eyes were open, and there was still a lot of life in those eyes.
Did you ever see that light go out of his eyes?
Yes, sir. As I was with the child, it slowly faded.
All right. How long did you remain inside the residence with the child?
About 2 minutes.
Okay. And at some point then, did you move him out to your ambulance?
Yes, sir. I picked him up and carried him out to the ambulance.
What was the purpose of moving him out to the ambulance?
I looked up and I could tell that my partner was going to be busy, that he wasn't going to be able to assist me. There was some commotion and chaos in the house. But more than anything, that's where the advanced life support that I would need to be in the ambulance. I really wanted to get him hooked up to an EKG monitor as soon as possible.
Okay. This photograph that's out here states Exhibit 9A. Do you recognize this to be the child that you found inside face down that you moved to the ambulance?
Yes, sir, that's him.
Okay. What was his condition at the time that you started to move him out to the ambulance?
He was not breathing. There was no pulse.
Okay. I'm interested in the actual movement of him. How did you take him out to the ambulance?
I carried him in my arms. His back, he was face up in my arms.
Okay. Was he bleeding as you took him out?
No, he was not.
Okay. Were you getting a lot of blood on you as you carried him out?
No, I was not. Actually, when I stopped and opened the back of the ambulance, I had to prop him up on my chest with my knee to free an arm to open it, and I had very little blood on me. What would have rubbed off of his clothes onto me.
And once you took him out to your ambulance, what did you do with him?
I continued CPR, which I had started in the house before I carried him out. Shortly after that time, the engine company arrived. Paramedic Coleman, I could see was available, so I asked him to come and assist me.
And did he?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Did you and paramedic Coleman continue working on Damon there in the ambulance?
Yes, we did. I continued to do chest compressions for the CPR. Coleman took over the respiratory efforts and made preparations to intubate the child.
When you talk about intubate, are you talking about putting a tube down him to help him breathe?
Yes, sir. There's various size tubes that we all call endotracheal
Tracheal.
tubes, and they go past the mouth into the trachea or the windpipe, and it gives us a better seal for making respiratory efforts.
Okay, all right. At some point, did you transport Damon to the hospital?
Yes, we did. We stayed in the back of the ambulance probably 15 minutes, continuing on with the advanced life support before we transported him.
Let me ask you a question. You were in the house a very short period of time with him, is that right?
That's correct.
You then were in the ambulance with him for what, about 15 minutes before you started going to the hospital, right?
That's correct.
And how long did it take you to get to the hospital with him?
It would have been maybe another 15 minutes.
Okay, what hospital did you take him to?
Baylor of Dallas.
En route to the hospital, did you and paramedic Coleman continue working on the child?
That's correct. En route to the hospital, I actually started an IV in the jugular vein that we had not been able to accomplish before. And we pushed a drug,
Epinephrine.
epinephrine, which is a cardiac drug, and I continued CPR.
Okay. Did Damon show any response to your treatment?
No, he did not.
By the time you got down to Baylor with him, what was his condition?
It had not changed any.
Still no pulse?
Still no pulse, no respiration.
And I assume that once you got down there, that the Baylor personnel then took over the treatment or attempted treatment of Damon. Is that right?
Yes, sir. We took him into one of the rooms, their larger room, their trauma room, and turned him over to the staff there.
Okay. How long did you and paramedic Coleman remain there at the hospital? Any idea?
It took us a little while to regroup, probably an hour.
Okay. Had you ever dealt with a situation quite like this before?
No, sir, nothing like this.
While you were in the house there at 5801 Eagle Drive, did you ever have occasion to go up to the defendant to talk with her, to look at her, to do anything with her?
No, sir, I did not.
You ever have any occasion to attempt to treat her, assess her wounds, touch her clothing, anything of that order?
No, sir, I did not.
Would it be fair to say that your entire focus was on Damon?
Yes, it was.
Were there other paramedics who began attending to the defendant while you tried to assist Damon?
Yes, there was. Brian Koshak, the partner that I rode in on, he had been left behind in the room, and he, as I understood it, took care of her from that point on.
Okay, let me ask you a little bit about the CPR you've been performing, or you've been performing CPR how long now?
I took my first class in probably 1977. I've been a CPR instructor for the past 5 years. I've been doing CPR as a paramedic 13 or 14 years.
Okay, paramedic Colby, this child was face down on the floor, right?
That is correct.
Do you know of any way to perform CPR on a child or any other person who is face down?
No, there is no way.
Okay, what would you need to do to that child in order to perform CPR?
You would have to roll him over on his back.
Okay, like you did.
Yes, sir.
Now, if let's assume that a child such as Damon is face down and is bleeding from the back,
Yes,
okay?
sir. Yes,
And
sir.
let's assume that a person who is not a paramedic, not trained in the medical field like you are, is instructed to assist that person or render first aid of some order to that person. What would be the proper instruction to give to that individual, in your opinion?
For somebody that is not trained in CPR,
Right. What's the first thing they ought to do for that child?
is that me or?
It was me. Somebody was trying to call my phone.
Okay.
Sorry.
They should, it's okay. They should find something that is going to be absorbent. Apply pressure to those wounds to stop the bleeding.
Like, go look for a rag and place a rag on the boy's back and apply pressure to stop the bleeding.
That would be correct.
I have one additional question about your activities out there that morning. I know you're not in the house very long, are you?
No, sir.
Okay, did you ever see a civilian female come into the house to that family room while you were there?
No, I did not.
Anybody identified as Karen Neal ever come into that room while you were inside the residence attending to Damon?
No.
Let me ask you, prior to your testimony today, you and I have talked about your testimony, haven't we?
Yes, we have.
Okay, and we have talked before we came to Kerrville, is that right?
That's correct.
Do you remember about the number of times that you and I have talked about what you did out there that morning while we were in Dallas?
4 times.
Okay. Did you come down to the courthouse at one point?
In Dallas?
Yes.
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you come to the courtroom where the police officers and paramedics were?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did I ask you to get up on the witness stand and tell me what you just told the jury?
Yes, sir, you did.
Did I also come out to I believe it was the Rowlett Police Department, wasn't it? Where we met for the first time?
The first time, yes, sir.
Okay. And we may have met other times in Dallas in addition to that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you've been in Kerrville now since what, Monday night?
I came in Monday night.
All right. And did I ask you to come over? I'm losing track. Was it either Tuesday or Wednesday night? Did I ask you to come to my room for a few minutes so that we could go over your testimony again?
I believe it was Tuesday night.
Okay. Is that the only meeting that we've had while we're here in Kerrville to discuss your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you whether you prepared any reports concerning your activities out there, run sheets or any other items?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, Paramedic Kobe, let me ask you if you would to look at States Exhibit 20D. Is that a report that you prepared,
That's
or did someone else prepare that?
This is the report from my run that I made. The report was actually filled out by Rick Coleman. I discussed it with him, what needed to be put on here. He's the one that actually filled it out.
Okay, so you gave him the information and he actually made the writing. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. In addition to the report, States Exhibit 20D, did you also, at the request of the Rowlett Police Department, give an affidavit concerning what occurred out there at the residence that night?
Yes, I did.
And do they also ask you to make a drawing about where people were at the time that you came into the house?
Yes, they did.
The children?
Yes, they did.
All right. And that's States Exhibit 20G, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me ask you also, Paramedic Colby, if you've already at some point last year, I believe it was in September, already been cross-examined by an attorney representing the defendant.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you ever answer his questions that day?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And there was a transcript made of that. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the attorney's name, well, let me ask you, was it one of the 5 attorneys sitting over here with Mrs. Routier today?
I do not recognize any of them.
All right. Do you recognize the attorney's name, Douglas Parks?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. And he's the one that's already questioned and cross-examined you. Is that right?
That's correct.
Your Honor, at this time, I will tender States Exhibit 20G and 20D to counsel, and I'll pass this witness for cross-examination.
Mr. Mosty?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir.
May I have a moment?
You may indeed. 10-minute break?
Sure.
10-minute break. Are both sides ready to bring the jury back in and continue?
Um,
8.
oh, my bad. Yes, sir. The state is ready.
Yes, sir. The defense is ready.
All right, bring in the jury, please. All right, let the record reflect that all parties of trial are present and the jury is seated. Mr. Mosty.
Mr. Colby, I just want to cover a few things with you. Do you know, just through your dealings with, do you know the Rowlett Police Department officers?
Just as a course through work.
Through work, I mean.
Yes.
I mean, for instance, you know who Walling is, or when you saw him, you knew who that was.
Yes, sir.
And Waddell as well.
That's correct.
If I understand, you're en route. How far is the station from this house?
2 or 3 miles.
Okay.
It's very close.
All right. And you were there within just a few minutes.
That's correct.
And okay. And as a matter of fact, you were there in front of Walling.
That is correct.
You weren't driving, were you?
Yes, sir, I was.
You were driving? Did you notice at some point that Walling was behind you with his lights on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then, of course, you noticed when he pulled up behind you.
Actually, he pulled up and around me.
Where did you park?
I parked on the north side of the house.
Okay. As close as you could quickly determine was the front of the house.
That's correct.
Okay. And he came around you?
Yes, sir, he did.
I'm saying to my right. Is that right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
To the right.
Yes, sir.
You parked on the wrong side of the street then?
That's what I did. Yes, sir.
All right. Then did Walling say anything to you when he exited the vehicle?
No, he did not.
Did he make
Like,
any
give him a ticket? Like, what did he?
did he make any motions to you or anything?
No, he did not. None that I saw.
Okay. Where did Walling park?
It would have been in an alley just off the street, the best that I remember.
So are you pretty much directly in front of the house?
No, sir, I'm not. If you were standing in front of the house, I'm to the right.
Okay.
Standing in front of the house, looking at the house,
Okay.
I would be on your right.
And had you come from, if I were standing facing the house, had you come from the left?
That's correct.
That was your point.
Yes, sir.
And so you sort of went past the front of the house
Yes, sir.
toward the right if we were all looking at the house.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then Walling came around you and farther on
That's correct.
to the alley.
Yes, sir.
More or less.
Yes, sir.
Which side of the street did he park on?
I don't recall.
Was there another car at the scene?
Yes, sir, there was.
Where was it located?
I know I'd passed it before I parked, but I couldn't tell you its exact location.
It was farther back toward the front of the house.
That's correct.
And I guess that it's standard procedure in that situation that you wait for an officer to give you the go-ahead to go in.
Yes, that's correct.
And you were able to observe Walling go in the residence.
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you exit the ambulance? You and your partner? Who's your partner? Koshak?
Yes, sir, Brian Koshak.
Did you all exit your ambulance
At some point, yes, sir.
before Walling came back out?
No, sir.
Was there some stuff you needed to do? For instance, equipment that you needed to be picking up while you were sitting in the ambulance?
No, sir. We were sitting in the cab of the ambulance waiting for a clear to come to us to go inside the residence.
And you had either on you or in your hands all of the tools or supplies that you needed?
No, they're in compartments on the side of the ambulance. They're very quick and easy. It's very quick and easy just to open the compartment on the side of the ambulance and grab the kit that you need.
Okay. And from the time, did you see the officer Walling head across and actually go in the house, head across the yard?
I saw him go across the yard. I didn't actually see him go in the house, no.
Okay. Did you see any other individuals out in the yard?
No, I did not.
Did Walling stop or do anything after he exited his vehicle?
I wasn't really paying that much attention to him.
What were you doing?
I was sitting in the driver's seat.
And I guess you had a clear view of the front of the house, didn't you?
It was an angle view of the front of the house.
So were you sort of looking straight ahead at Walling's car and sort of to your left at the front door?
I couldn't actually see the front door.
You could not.
No. I could see the front of the house, but it wasn't a clear view of the front door.
Okay. Was it sort of dark in front of the house?
I don't recall it as being dark.
Do you remember any lights?
I don't remember what the lighting situation was like.
Okay. Well, how long do you think Walling was in the house?
A minute and a half.
Okay. And he came out. Did he say something to you or signal to you, or what did he do?
He came to the driver's side door. I rolled the window down and he said, "You have 2 children inside. You're going to need some more help. Go on in."
He said you may have 2 children?
I don't recall what his exact words were.
Okay. The gist of that was call for more help.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you do that or your partner?
Yes, my partner did.
Okay. And where did Walling go?
I do not know.
And what did you do?
That's when I got out of the ambulance. I grabbed the medical kit and proceeded to go inside.
Did you run to the front door?
No, sir, I did not.
You walked.
Yes, sir.
Probably
At a pace, yes, sir.
at a brisk pace. And was Koshak right behind you?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And there wasn't any delay in him calling. He didn't stay behind to call.
No, he didn't.
He was coming in right behind you.
That's correct.
Okay. And when you came in, you observed Miss Routier
Yes, sir, I did.
as you walked in the house.
Well, once I entered into the living area, I observed her. Yes, sir.
Okay. And instantaneously, you could tell that she was very distraught.
Yes, sir.
And you knew that, didn't you?
She was holding a towel on her neck, and there appeared to be quite a bit of blood there. Yes, sir.
She was distraught. That was your word, wasn't it?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. Now, then you immediately turned your attention to the child, to the first child.
Yes, I did.
Okay. And who nodded in the direction of the child?
Officer Waddell.
How far was Waddell from that child?
10 or 12 feet.
That far?
That is my guess.
Was he at the end of the bar or whereabouts?
He was at the end of the bar. Yes, sir.
Okay, let me show you.
Away from the child.
Let me show you this exhibit, which is a floor plan of the house. And I know that it wasn't you weren't focusing on the floor plan, but does that seem like the floor plan of the part that you came in, the entry hall
Yes, sir.
and a bar?
That's correct.
And was Waddell here at the end of this bar?
No, sir. He was at the other end.
At this far end?
Yes, sir.
Okay, near the back wall.
Yes, sir.
Okay, he nodded in what direction?
Toward the direction of the child that was laying on the floor.
Okay, to that point, had you seen the child?
No, I had not.
And as you got around that corner, could you clearly see the child?
Yes, I could.
And did you immediately go down to your knees, I guess, or how?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, did you take out any bandages or equipment out of your kit?
I removed what we call an ambu bag and to do mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. It has a mouthpiece on it and a bag reservoir that we use to put mouth-to-mouth resuscitation as opposed to doing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation.
And it comes, I guess, in some kind of sterile packaging?
Yes, it does.
You tore that packaging open and cast it aside.
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, and you also saw Mr. Routier, but as I understood it, you weren't clear he wasn't beside Waddell or Mrs. Routier.
No, he was not.
He was off, did you say sort of in the middle of the living room? Is that how you said that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and did you see anything else over in the middle of the living room in the area where Mr. Routier was?
No, I couldn't see anything else.
You did not see another child in there?
No, I did not.
Never saw another child.
No, sir, I did not.
Did you ever see what Koshak did?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay, you weren't paying attention to what he was doing?
No, sir.
I guess it's fair to say that once you went down beside the person you were treating, that everything you did was focused on that child.
Yes, sir.
And how long would you say you were there in the house with the child?
Approximately about 2 minutes.
Okay. And Mr. Routier, when you saw him, how would you describe him? He was excited?
He was excited, yes, sir.
Okay. Was he distraught too?
No, sir. I would describe him as being excited.
Excited.
Yes, sir.
All right. And as you were there and these children were both being attended to, there was a lot of screaming going on, wasn't there?
There was.
Okay. And crying?
There was some screaming.
Okay. And as a matter of fact, there was so much screaming and so much anguish that was one of the reasons that you wanted to pick that child up and get him out of there, wasn't it?
That was one of the reasons, yes, sir.
So, with everything, with all of the commotion going on, and the screaming and the anguish, you thought that you could do it better for the child and do your job better if you picked the child up and got him out to the ambulance.
Yes, sir.
And for the people that were doing, I guess Waddell wasn't screaming, was he?
No, sir, he was not.
And Koshak wasn't screaming.
No, sir.
Was it Mrs. Routier doing the screaming?
I don't recall her screaming.
Who was screaming?
Mr. Routier.
And you don't recall Mrs. Routier screaming?
Not a scream, no, sir.
Okay. What did you think? What did you characterize what Mrs. Routier was doing? The words she was saying and the actions. If you didn't characterize it as screaming, how would you characterize it?
She answered loudly.
Is it your regular practice to write handwritten reports as quickly as you reasonably can?
Yes, sir.
And you did in this case on June 6th, did you not?
That's correct.
That same day.
Yes, sir.
And of course, that was your best recollection
Yes, sir.
of what happened.
That's correct.
And it was very fresh on your mind at that point, wasn't it?
That's correct.
I mean, it was standing out.
Yes, sir.
But I guess when you go in a situation like that, there are some things that you just don't remember or that you just don't pay attention to.
Yes, sir.
And some things that you pay attention to, and so those are vivid in your memory, and other things you might miss.
That's correct.
But on June 6, 1996, when your memory was very fresh, you said that both the male and female, it seemed, were screaming, didn't you?
Well, I don't remember.
You don't recall that? You'll be able to recognize your own handwriting, won't you?
Certainly.
Let me show you states what's been marked for record purposes as State Exhibit 206. And if you would, is that your handwriting?
Yes, sir.
And does it bear your signature at the bottom?
Yes, it does.
And is it so that it was subscribed and sworn to on the 6th day of June, 1996?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Same day as this incident when was the freshest on your mind.
That's correct.
And isn't it true that in this statement, that the way you describe Mrs. Routier and Mr. Routier is as follows: with both the male and female at the scene screaming, I decided to move the child to, is that MICU?
Yes, sir.
And that when your memory was the best was how you describe what Mrs. Routier was doing.
That's what it says on that report. Yes, sir.
And so then that's accurate, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
She was screaming, wasn't she?
Well, yes, sir.
There's nothing that has happened between June 6th of 1996 and today that would change your mind about what you saw out there and what you heard out there, is there?
No, sir, there's not.
And however many meetings you had with the DA, was it 4?
Yes, sir.
That doesn't change what you knew to be the truth on June 6th, 1996, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, and your best depiction then of what Mrs. Routier was doing was that she was screaming.
The way you initially asked me the question, he was screaming louder than she was.
Okay. So, all right. I think I understand. That's all I have. Pass the witness.
No further questions.
You may step down, sir.
Wow, we are getting through witnesses like crazy today. Do you guys need a break? Cool.
I might need to give the puppies some water and food.
Yeah, go ahead, because I think I need a sugar. I need some I think I'm gonna go get a couple jelly beans real quick.
Mm.
All right.
Then I'm gonna grab a blow pop if you're getting jelly
Oh,
beans.
I'm jealous. I want a blow pop or Tootsie Pop so bad. I still haven't had one.
It's been a week. I can't believe you didn't get it.
I forgot. Like I forgot. And then when I come back to talking, like today, we were chatting about it when you guys were reading. I'm like, oh my god, I wish I would have got a bag of them. Oh,
All right,
shoot.
I'll be back in like 2-3 minutes.
Alrighty.
Okie dokie.
Paramedic. Okay, so I'm gonna put paramedic. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna get my next thing ready. Wait, did I do the right thing? Yeah, Brian Koshak. All right, let me get the banner ready so I could have it ready before I go down there real quick. All right. Testimony of how's the chat doing? One second. Ryan. Sorry guys, I just want to be ready. I want candy so bad. I'll just talking to sugar. Sugar addiction is a real thing, guys. Oh my gosh. Is it ever? Ryan Koshak from Rowlett. Oh my god, I wrote that wrong. Nobody, stupid autocorrect or something. It says Fire Davenport. It's supposed to be department, and nobody said anything. That last banner that was going across said, paramedic so and so from Rowlett Fire Davenport. Oh my gosh. How did that happen? Was it autocorrect or was I like in the middle of a conversation or something? I wrote the wrong thing. I don't know. But anyway, all right, fire department. But I'm gonna put here we go, this one up right now. Courts and recess. Okay, I hope chat's doing all right. I'm gonna go get my jelly beans and I will be back. It is April Fools. Shoot, I'm not good at doing tricks or lies because I give it away. I'll either laugh or smile. I can't do it. I'm not a good liar. I shouldn't say I wish I was, but like for something like this to trick you guys, I wish I could do it and do something funny. But no, I would give it away. It'd be so obvious. All right, I'll be back, guys. I don't have time. That's the way. I wish I'd have to go to the gas station and get a Tootsie Pop. I don't have time to do that, but I do have some Starburst jelly beans, so that'll have to do the trick. I love them, but I'm just really craving a Tootsie Pop. All right, I'll be back, guys.
Hi guys. Sorry it took longer than I expected. I just took care of all the dogs, so we're set to go for a while.
Sounds eventful.
Now they're barking because they probably want more attention. Looking beyond, yeah, I did get lollipops, blow pops stuck in my hair, but this time I'm not going to fall asleep with this. How you liking your headphones, Libra?
I think they're great.
Are they
Can you
comfy?
hear anything?
No, I like them.
They're
You sound
super
like,
comfy. They're
yeah,
really soft and like I've had other earphones, like ones that go over your head where like your ears feel like they're sweating after a while, but these ones are great.
I want comfy ones. I just have the standard issue that goes inside your ears. If we're doing this for 6 months, I think I need to get like comfy ear ones.
My husband spent $250 on these things.
Oh my gosh, that's a lot. Is that like normal for headphones? I don't know anything about headphones. Is that like the going rate for good headphones?
I guess for these particular ones there are.
Wow. Okay. Didn't know that was what I have to budget. What's going on in Davenport, you guys? A gunman killed 4 people, including a 9-year-old child.
Oh man.
It's a
Where
real estate
at?
company at Davenport. Linda's talking about it.
No, I mean, like, was it a business or what?
She says it was a real estate company that this guy might know somebody.
Wow. Know somebody. What? Wait, what do you?
Maybe somebody, the gunman knew somebody and then went there to like be a
okay.
jerk.
Wow.
Real estate.
That is a crazy.
Oh,
Man, did you guys
praise
get a
the
snack
praise.
or anything?
Wait, did you get more than a couple of jelly beans? What'd you get, Tiff?
No, I ate some jelly beans, then I made a toaster strudel I'm gonna eat. Why you guys? But no, I ate some jelly beans, but like I feel like I'm gonna have a stomachache now because I don't know. I've been kind of picking on jelly beans all day, but man, it's like, I don't know, but yeah, do you guys like crave sugar at like a certain time of your month? Like, do you I crave it so bad. Like, if I don't have it, I get angry. I mean, not real angry, but you're just like, you have to have it. It's like almost like, yeah, I don't know.
Like
It's weird.
drugs. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like I mean, I always love sugar, but there's just this period where it's really bad, the cravings for like a couple days where it's just like, oh, I don't know. Anyway,
Chocolate.
I don't
chocolate.
have that issue anymore.
Yeah, chocolate I'll crave once in a while, but I feel like I eat more of like other stuff like like jelly beans or I love fruit roll-ups or like licorice or that kind of a thing.
Like candy.
Yeah, candy, which is probably worse. But no, I like chocolate too. But
Yeah.
I have to like crave chocolate to want it, like I have to be in the mood for chocolate. As far as the other candy, I'm always in the mood for it. So it's bad.
Yeah.
Bella and Neva's private conversation. Let's let y'all listen. Wait, were you guys having a private conversation?
Not really. Like for a second, we were talking about the headphones, but it was for all you guys too. Does Libra sound better?
What happened?
Well, we're just talking about how her new headphones are so comfy.
Oh, compared to last time. I see. Okay.
Yeah. Tanya.
Let's see. Oh, well, are you guys still hanging in there? Just don't be shy if you have to go or you have to take a break. I mean, just let me know because I understand. Did you guys take a bathroom break too?
Yep.
Good. So did I.
Got everything out of the way.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess whenever you're ready, we're doing another paramedic. It looks like so.
Okay. Are we ready?
Yeah.
I'm good. Yeah.
Okay. Would you please tell us your full name?
Brian Leland Koshak.
All right. And Mr. Koshak, how are you employed?
Rolette Fire Department.
All
Wait,
right.
hold on one second. I want to, because I'm going to eat my toaster strudel. So I just want to hold on one second. I'm going to put my, just give me 1 minute. I can't do it from the other side. So you guys don't have to see me eating. All right. All right. Wait. All right.
Think we're on
Okay.
19.
Um,
Oh,
right.
60. Did you ask
And
19
how long
already?
have you been? I I asked number 16, but I'll go ahead and re-ask it again. All
Okay.
right. And Mr. Koshak, how are you employed?
Rolette Fire Department.
All right. How long have you been with them?
6 years.
All right. And before joining the Fire Department, had you worked in the capacity with some other agencies?
Yes, sir. I was a paramedic with the Dallas Ambulance Service.
All right. And for how long were you a paramedic with them?
3 years.
You've been with Rowlett for about 6 years. How long have you been a paramedic in all?
7 years.
Now, is it true that you undergo additional training to become a paramedic?
That's correct.
Let me ask you if back on June the 5th, 1996, were you working with a group there at the fire station, including Jack Colby?
I was.
And were you assigned to work in an ambulance with him?
Yes, sir.
Were you scheduled to work 7 in the morning until 7 in the morning on June the 6th?
Yes, sir.
I want to direct your attention to about 2:30 in the morning on June the 6th, 1996, and ask whether or not a call came into the fire station.
It did.
And what was the nature of the call?
Medical emergency, I believe.
All right. Did you and Jack Colby then begin to respond to that call?
We did.
And did you begin to drive the ambulance over to the location?
That's correct.
And what location were you going to?
I believe it was 5801 Eagle Drive.
Were you driving or was paramedic Colby driving?
Paramedic Colby was.
All right. At any time before you got to the location there on Eagle, did you get any more information about what you were going to be facing when you got out there?
Yes, sir. Additional information. It was a possible stabbing.
All right. Did you, in fact, get to 5801 Eagle Drive?
We did, sir.
Could you tell who else was already at the location when you got there?
There was one police car on the scene when we arrived and one right behind us.
All right. And do you know the name of the officer that was driving the second police car?
I believe it was Sergeant Walling.
Is
Are you
everything
okay?
okay, Libra?
I'm fine. I was waiting for Bella to reply.
Oh,
Did
she
she?
did.
Are
Oh,
you
you on
not
a
hearing
delay,
me?
maybe? I think you're on a delay because it's taken you like at least 5 seconds to respond. I noticed since you started back. Are you?
Boom.
You, Libra. So maybe you're hearing it on a delay or something. Are you? Did you notice that,
Yeah,
Bella?
I just thought she was taking drinks in between
I
like,
know
sips
that's
of
what I
water.
originally thought, but then I started thinking maybe she's on a delay or
Mhm.
something. That's weird. Huh.
I don't know. I could go back out and come back in if that would help.
Try it.
Okay,
Because
give me
you're
just a
not
minute. I'll
hearing
go
me.
back out.
You didn't hear me respond, or like, are you?
No,
Yeah.
I didn't hear you respond at all. Like it was just
Oh
dead
no.
silent. So I was
Yeah,
waiting.
yeah. Go out and come back in.
Okay. All right. Let me go out and come back in.
Okay. How's that toaster strudel, Zav?
It's good.
She has her mouth full. I'm asking her questions.
Well, it's delicious. I get the cream cheese and strawberry.
That's my favorite. That's the only one I like.
Me too.
Because cream cheese frosting, like anything with cream cheese, oh my gosh. Yeah. You know, it's so late to be talking about all this sugar.
I
We'll
know.
never
I'm
fall
over here
asleep.
chowing down. This is horrible.
No, it's one toaster strudel. It's tiny.
Jelly beans and.
Oh no, little jelly beans.
I didn't
Come
bring
on.
any up with me though, so
You
I was
didn't?
smart. No, I should have, huh?
No, because then I would want some. They I want
Oh.
gummy bears.
Oh, I love gummy bears.
Is she in the backstage?
No, she's not. Nope. That's weird.
Wait, what
Oh.
shoot? There's a shooting in Orange now too?
Oh, wow.
Oh my gosh. Orange is like an hour and a half from
No.
me.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Ooh, shoot. That's not good.
Mm-mm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
what's up with all these shootings, man? Don't tell me we're gonna because it's like we went through a period where you didn't hear too many, and now we're gonna go on where we're hearing a bunch. I mean, our periods are way shorter than like 20 years ago, but I'm saying, at least it wasn't like every month or every week. It kind of took a break for a minute, right? And now it's seems like there was just one in Boulder. Is it gonna start a thing again, man?
Right. Like what's going on with that? But yeah, I don't know. Ugh. And
crazy.
Orange is like, yeah, that's scary. But anyway, I wonder what's going on with
Gummy bears are sugar free? How is that possible? Really? All right, Libra. Can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me better?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Can you hear me, Libra?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, cool.
Let's give it a go.
It doesn't sound like you're on a delay because you answered quick. Okay. All right. Let's do it.
Okay.
Where
Sorry,
were
give me
we?
just a second.
I have no idea where you guys left off. Do you?
3, I thought.
Okay.
No, I think we're at 10. And so, yes, sir. And then do you know about, I think we're at 11. No, I think so.
Oh, wait, hold on. Let me get my picture back up because I'm done eating. 1 second. Okay. All right. Okay.
All right. Okay.
You got it, girl.
Yes. Okay. Do you know about how much time it took for Sergeant Walling to clear the house before you and Paramedic Colby would be allowed inside?
1 or 2 minutes.
Did he in fact come out and tell you it was okay to go inside the house?
He did.
Did he give you any more information to work with?
Yes, sir. He stated we're going to need more help.
All right. Did you do anything in response to him saying that to you?
I did.
What else did you do?
I radioed dispatch to send an additional engine, fire truck, and ambulance.
All right. While you were radioing for additional help, did Paramedic Colby get out of the ambulance and start to go inside of the house?
He did.
And how far behind him were you when you got out of the ambulance and started to go inside?
Footsteps right on his heels.
Uh, all right. And did you go in through the front door?
We did.
When you got inside, did you go to any particular room inside the house?
Directly through the foyer to, I call it the den.
Okay, down a hallway.
Yes, sir.
And into a room that you call a den, is that right?
That's correct.
Let me just ask you briefly to look at States Exhibit number 10. It's a floor plan of that residence out there. You just tell me, on this diagram, we have a room called the family room. Is that the room that you're referring to?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, when you got in there, was paramedic Colby already attending to a patient?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and where was this patient located?
His patient was at the end of the foyer, right behind the couch as we walked into the family room.
All right, so as you come into that room, would he have been straight ahead, on the left, the right? Where would he have been then?
He would have been on my left.
Can you see anyone else inside of the room?
Yes, sir.
All right, who could you see?
Directly ahead of me was my partner, Jack Colby. And near the bar area in the family room was Officer Waddell and Mrs. Routier.
All right, and they're standing there by the kitchen bar, is that right?
Yes, sir.
That separates the family room from the kitchen?
Yes, sir.
All right, about how far away from where paramedic Colby and his patient were the defendant and Officer Waddell?
Could you rephrase the question?
Yeah, how far away from paramedic Colby and the other child were Officer Waddell and the defendant?
5 to 6 feet, I would guess.
All right. And when we talk about the defendant, are we talking about the lady over here with the notepad and pen?
Yes, sir.
Over here in the green jacket, the green dress?
Yes.
Your Honor, may the record reflect this witness has identified the defendant in open court.
Yes, sir.
All right. So we've got paramedic Colby. We've got his patient. We've got the defendant. We've got Officer Waddell. Was there anybody else inside of that room?
Yes, sir. There was 2 children.
Okay. Was one of them paramedic Colby's patients?
Yes, sir.
All right. Another child in addition to that?
That's correct.
Okay. Any other adults?
No, sir.
Okay. Was there another male, the defendant's husband?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. Could you tell us where was the defendant's husband when you first saw him?
Walking towards me, my partner from the child that was near the center of the room or thereabouts.
Okay. The other child that's on the other side of the room?
Yes, sir.
And the defendant's husband is walking from the direction of that child over to where your partner is working on the other child. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, paramedic Colby had the one child he was working on. So what did you do?
I proceeded around him. My passage was blocked and continued around past Officer Waddell and Mrs. Routier to the second child.
Okay. And again, just looking at States Exhibit number 10, let me just ask you, I'm pointing to an area that says second child. Does that look like an accurate representation of where the second child was right here over at the sex?
Yes, sir. Sorry. Zav, do you want to bring up like a picture of what they're talking about? Can you do that, or should we do that after this, after we read this, or can we do it
Wait,
at
what
the
are
same
we
time?
talking about right now? Yeah, wait, what am I? What
They're
picture?
talking
Go
they're
ahead.
talking about where the representation of each child was in the layout of the home.
Okay. Yeah, I could do that. Hold on one second. So bring up a picture of the house, right?
The inside, probably there's like a
Yeah.
diagram.
Yeah.
The layout with the X's.
Yeah. Okay. One second. All right. Come on, darling. No, I clicked. Oh no, I did the right one. Okay. Um. So which? Let's see. Where was this at? Oh, thanks, Bridget. You're the best. Okay. So galleries. Would it be under galleries? You think?
Let me go in.
Photos. Oh, that's her injuries. Hold on.
I think
I know
it'd
I
be the
have
ed.
seen it before. What? Go. I'll just
Yeah,
try to hurry up and
no.
look through these real quick. States exhibit,
Document.
maybe.
Floor plan.
Well, wait. Did I miss it? Where?
Where are you seeing floor
No,
plan?
Oh, I thought you said. Who said floor plan?
I did. I said floor plan.
Did you see it? Is that why you said it?
No,
Oh,
no, that's what we're looking for.
okay. Okay.
I'm like, wow, good job.
I thought I was just missing it, and I'll just scroll
Uh,
through. We could go real
Okay,
fast.
so under documents, it says case files. I don't
I
know
mean,
what that
there's
means.
kind of a floor plan, but I think there's a better one. This is where the
Okay,
blood
here.
droplets are, but
Crime. It says crime scene map under
Damon.
case
Oh, here we
files.
go.
got
Look.
it.
It's got that,
Damon. Oh, these are the blood. This is where the blood was found.
But
But hold
wouldn't
on.
it
I
still
know there.
have, it would
so
have the
go
color
under,
coordination to where they were at, wouldn't it?
you
Yeah,
could
but I
go
think there is.
go
There's
under
more
documents. If you go under documents,
documents.
yeah,
Why
go under,
document?
because there's case files and there's a crime scene map.
Okay, let me just scroll. Okay. Documents.
And see where it says go into case files. Yeah, and then there it is.
Where? Why am I not
Under,
seeing it?
it's
The top,
under
Oh,
crime
here we
scene
go.
map.
It says PDF though.
Yeah,
Oh
it's
yeah,
just
I
the
guess that is right. Okay.
yeah.
All right. So we have they're pointing out this. Man, I was chatting, so I didn't even hear what was going on in the transcripts. I missed a part of it. Is that what
Oh,
you so is this what he's
yeah.
pointing out where everybody is? Okay, so we got
Mhm.
yep.
Damon, Devin, and Darlie. Okay.
And then the bar that everyone's standing next to, I guess, is the kitchen bar. Is that what they're talking about in the kitchen area?
Right here.
Yeah, no, right over by the kitchen, like
Oh, it's not
that.
right here?
I don't know what they're. Well,
I
we'll probably
think that
figure it
might
out.
be what they're
Oh,
talking
is
about.
this? What's this? Or is that just
I
isn't it
think that's
right
the
here that they're
island.
talking
Yeah,
about? Or
I
this?
feel
I
like
don't know. I have to look.
it. Yeah.
I
Okay.
missed what was said, so I'm not sure what you guys are referring to, but they said a kitchen
I
bar, you
mean,
said,
that's
right?
probably about right because they described the last witness described it was about 12 feet away. I would
Mm-hmm.
think that that would be
This one or this one, you think?
that one, the one that you're pointing at,
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
the
All
middle
right.
one that says kitchen.
Oh, this one.
Yeah,
Okay, okay.
that's what I would think.
I would think
All
it's
right.
the other one because then this one says it's 5 to 6 feet away. But that's what we're going to look at right now when we're talking. So visualize this in your head, everybody.
All righty.
Okay.
Let's let me exit out some of this here. Hold on. All right. Where are we? Right here.
So I think that you just had read, and I think I said, yes, sir. We just talked about the X's and then at 15. Is that where we are?
Yep.
Okay.
And do I understand you to say that the defendant's husband was walking out from that direction toward the direction where your partner was working on the other child?
That's correct.
Okay. And then did you take a direct route from where you were over to the second child, or did you have to go around to avoid Mr. Routier?
I had to go around to avoid Mr. Routier.
Okay. And if you don't mind, if I can just step down and just point, if I can, what? If you can just, my bad. Oh my God. If you don't mind, if you could just step down and just point for the members of the jury the route that you took to get over to that second child, please.
Okay.
And if you will, if you'll stand around to the side so that all of the members of the jury can see you, just point out for them where you were.
Okay. I came in this way.
Okay. If you'll stand back just a little more. Okay, thank you.
Came around this way, around this couch, into here.
All right, good enough, thank you. And when you got over to this second child, could you describe where he was? Was he laying down, sitting up? What was he doing?
He was laying on his back.
All right, so he's on his back. How was he clothed?
His chest was bare. He did not, I didn't notice whether he had any bottoms on or not.
All right, did you note injuries to him?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, what sort of injuries did you see?
I noted a large laceration or puncture wound to the chest area. There were a few other puncture wounds there and about the abdominal cavity.
All right, did you check him for vital signs?
I did, sir.
And did he have any pulse that you could detect?
No, sir, he had no pulse, no respirations.
Okay, no sign of life at that time, is that right?
No, sir, that's correct.
Okay, did you notice paramedic Koshak while you were over there assessing him for vital signs, whether or not his eyes were still open?
They were.
What sort of expression did he have on his face?
One of, I would have to say, surprise or kind of like help me.
Okay, was there anything that you could do for that child?
No, sir.
Did you stay over there with him or did you go to someone else in that room?
I went to Mrs. Routier after that.
Okay, and was she still over near the kitchen bar with Officer Waddell?
Yes, sir.
If you would, when you get over to the defendant, can you please describe her appearance?
She was covered in, I believe it was a large t-shirt with blood. The reason I had left the other child, there was no vital signs, and I had two patients. Therefore, I triaged the smaller child. I had a viable patient to work on, so I went to her injuries due to the blood. I had two patients and was by myself.
So you took care of you assessed the child first and then went to Mrs. Routier. Is that right?
That's correct.
And when you got over there, was she still standing up, sitting down? What is she doing?
She's kneeling near Officer Waddell, near the bar still,
All right. Is she closer to the entry hallway or closer to the sliding glass door?
closer to the sliding glass door.
Is there a lot of blood on the floor over in that area?
I don't recall.
Okay. And just how is she dressed?
I believe all she had on was a large nightgown or a large t-shirt.
All right. Did you note some injuries to her?
Yes, sir.
What sort of injuries did you note inside the house?
I noted, I removed the rag and noticed a large laceration to the neck area and also a laceration to the arm.
So you've got a neck injury, and then you've got a. Do you remember which arm you saw the laceration?
If I had my report, I could tell you. I don't recall it this time.
So one of the arms had an injury, and the neck had an injury also, right?
That's correct.
Was she holding anything over either of the two wounds when you saw her?
She was holding a rag to her neck.
How about as far as her demeanor? What was she doing? What was she saying? How did she appear to be doing at that point?
She asked who could have done this to her babies. She wasn't, she was upset. She was upset.
Okay, crying, screaming.
No,
Now, did you stay inside the residence with her, or did you take her somewhere to treat her?
I asked her to come with me to the front porch. I wanted to get her out of the house and deemed it being necessary for both of us be a good thing to get out of the house.
All right. And did she follow your instructions? And did she go with you to the front porch?
She did.
Okay. All right. Did she seem to have any difficulties understanding what you wanted her to do at that point?
No, sir.
So you spent a short period of time inside, and then you went out to the front porch and you began assessing her injuries again. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, again, when you're trying to assess a patient for possible treatment, paramedic, what are you looking for? What types of things are you looking for?
My initial assessment was that I was looking for excessive blood loss due to her appearance and shock due to the lacerations and the blood that she had on her chest area. I was looking for hypovolemic shock in this case.
Okay, so you're looking, I guess you've looked at her injuries by this time, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're looking for excessive bleeding, is that right?
That's correct.
And you're looking for shock.
That's correct.
Okay, now why is it important for you to make that assessment quickly on a patient?
Because that's a life-threatening injury.
Okay, and as a paramedic, had you received training in assessing individuals for shock?
Yes, sir.
All right, let me just ask you, if you will, how many hours does it take to become a paramedic?
You have to be an EMT first, which is about 200 hours. And then there's roughly 700 hours clinical and dietetic training after that to be a paramedic.
When you're talking about what was didactic or
Yeah, I think you're right.
didactic, okay, didactic,
Didactic and also your clinical rotations.
what's the didactic part?
Actual classroom study.
All right, what's the clinical part?
You actually perform in emergency rooms, ICUs, surgery, and you ride along with other fire departments and other paramedics.
All right, and the amount of training that you receive to become a paramedic, what percentage of that training would you say is spent dealing directly with the issue of shock?
About 1/3.
Which would mean about how many hours do you receive training to deal with shock and the assessment of shock?
It covers cardiovascular and respiratory. Roughly, I would say close to 300 hours, maybe more.
And by this time, you've been a paramedic for how long?
7 years.
Now, you have said that the shock can be a life-threatening condition, is that right?
That's correct.
And what can happen if an individual has gone into shock as far as threatening your life? Can they actually lose enough blood where they're going to die?
Yes, sir.
Well, when you got there to the porch, did you in fact assess Mrs. Routier to determine whether or not she was suffering from shock?
I did.
Okay, and just describe for the members of the jury what you did out there that morning to determine whether or not she was suffering from shock or not.
I noted her appearance, her color being pale, which could be significant blood loss. She had a good skin color, good skin temperature. I touched her arm. I also performed a capillary regional check where you push down on the nail bed, and it was a good blood return. That means she had adequate blood pressure at that time. Decreasing blood pressure could be a sign or is a sign of shock.
Okay, when you're assessing someone for shock, are you looking for their actions and their reactions to what's happening around them?
I am.
What type of things are you looking for?
Is she alert and orientated to where she's at, what she's doing? Can she follow commands well? That sort of questioning.
All right. Inside, you said that she followed your instructions to go out to the front porch. Is that correct?
That's correct.
When you were talking to her outside on the porch, also?
Briefly, yes, sir.
All right. Did Mrs. Routier appear to be oriented as to the time, place, and person at that time?
She did.
Okay. Did she seem to understand what information that you were trying to give her?
Yes, she was alert and orientated.
Okay. You were talking about, I think at one time you talked about a shock by the name of hypovolemic shock. Is that right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Is that where you lose enough blood that you go into shock?
That's correct.
Are there other types of shock besides that?
There are.
Okay, let me just ask you, have you ever heard of cardiogenic shock?
Yes, sir.
What kind of shock is that?
It's failure of the heart to pump adequate blood to the vital organs and to the body.
All right. Did it appear to you that Mrs. Routier was having any heart problems that would cause that type of shock?
No, sir.
Have you ever heard of neurogenic shock?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what type of shock is neurogenic shock?
The central nervous system of the body is not performing correctly, therefore dilating blood vessels and arteries, and inadequate blood perfusion to the brain and heart occurs.
And what kind of symptoms will you see for that kind of shock?
The same symptoms of almost all types of shock, with the exception of septic, are pale skin color, disorientation, sometimes fart. I saw that as okay, sometimes fainting. This is when we get tired and we start seeing stuff. Sometimes fainting, sometimes combative, decreasing blood pressure, falling, decreasing blood pressure, things of that nature.
Were you seeing any of those items in Mrs. Routier while you were out on the front porch with her?
No, sir.
Are you beginning to give her treatment for her injuries at that time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what are you doing for her?
Begin bandaging up her neck and her arm.
All right. Did anyone at any time come to the front porch to start helping you treat Mrs. Routier?
Yes, sir.
Who would that have been?
Paramedic Larry Byford.
Okay, Larry Byford?
That's correct.
All right. And did he assist you in actually putting bandages on the wounds that you noted to her?
He did.
Did you stay up there at the front porch with the defendant, or did you take her somewhere for additional treatment?
I called for a stretcher. We placed her on the stretcher and took her to the ambulance.
Okay. Was the stretcher actually brought to the front porch?
Yes, sir.
Did you tell the defendant what you were about to do?
Yes, sir. I asked her to please step over here and sit on the stretcher.
Okay. Did she seem to have any problems understanding what you were asking her to do?
No, sir.
Did she go over to the stretcher and get on the stretcher for you?
Yes, sir.
Was she then taken to the ambulance on the stretcher?
Yes, sir.
And did you go out to the ambulance with her?
I did.
And once inside of the ambulance, did you provide any additional care for Mrs. Routier?
Yes, sir. I began to start an IV.
Okay. Now, had you taken her to your ambulance or to another ambulance?
I took her to the ambulance that I had requested, the next in ambulance.
Okay. Had paramedic Colby already taken his patient to y'all's ambulance?
Yes, sir.
So you're basically taking your patient to the backup ambulance. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And who was working that ambulance? Who were the two people assigned to it, if you remember?
Paramedic Eric Zimmerman and paramedic Larry Byford.
Okay. And Larry Byford is the person who came up to the porch to help you, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you got out there, what sort of treatment, what was done with Mrs. Routier once she was in the ambulance?
Larry began to disrobe her, and I started an IV of normal saline. EMT Higgins took her blood pressure at this time.
Okay. You had noted, I think, when you went inside, I asked you about her clothing, and you noted that she either had some sort of nightshirt or something on. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. When she was taken to the ambulance, was she disrobed then
Yes, she was.
for further treatment?
Yes, sir.
Besides this shirt or this nightgown, did she have any other clothing on?
No, sir.
No undergarments?
No, sir.
By this time, had her neck already been bandaged?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Byford and Zimmerman are out there. What, again, are you doing for her specifically?
I started an IV of normal saline.
Okay. And what's the purpose of that?
It's a lifeline to induce fluids into the body if she had had significant blood loss. I was still under the assumption that she was either having tremendous amount of bleeding at the time or had lost a lot of blood.
Okay. And what was that based on? Where? The way she looked?
Just her outside appearance of her shirt, it was covered in blood.
When you get an IV solution, is that medicine actually, is it pain medication or anything like that? Or is it just to replace fluid loss in the body?
It's just a type of normal saline is just a type of saltwater solution, fluid replacement.
Okay. Are there times when you might give a higher rate of flow for the saline than in other cases?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In this case, what rate of flow of the IV? How strong an IV did you give to the defendant out there in the ambulance?
Minimal drip rate.
Minimal?
That's correct. Minimal.
Okay. And why did you choose to give her minimal rate flow of IV out there in the ambulance?
I just secured the IV in her arm and it was was getting ready to set the flow when EMT Higgins advised me of her blood pressure. It was 140 over 80.
Okay. And 140 over 80, is that a good blood pressure?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. And so, from the fact that she had a good blood pressure out there, what did you determine about the blood loss and the need for an IV solution?
She had not had significant blood loss to indicate a faster flow rate.
All right. Besides giving her the minimum flow rate of the IV solution, did you render any additional treatment to Mrs. Routier out there in the ambulance?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you travel with Mrs. Routier to the hospital?
No, sir.
Okay. Would that have been the responsibility of Eric Zimmerman and Larry Byford?
That's correct. It was their ambulance.
Okay. Did you immediately leave 5801 Eagle or did you remain there for some period of time?
I remained on the scene.
Okay. What did you do? What's the next thing that you do after you finish treating Mrs. Routier there in the ambulance? What do you do then?
Reported to my captain, ready for assignment.
Okay. Was this Dennis Brana?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. Did you get another assignment?
I did.
What was your assignment?
Two. I received 2 assignments. I'm not sure of the order in which I performed them. That was to check on the youngest child, that was the infant that was found upstairs, who was at a neighbor's house, and ascertain if he had any injuries.
Okay. So this was an infant that had been found upstairs in the house?
That's correct.
All right. Did you go over and check the infant then?
I did.
Did you find him to be in good condition?
Yes, sir. Sleep.
No injuries on him, right?
That's correct.
When you finish with the infant, then what's the next thing you were instructed to do?
He asked me to go back into the residence to ascertain my first patient, if there was anything further I could do.
Okay, and we're talking about the other child that's still in the family room. Is that right?
That's correct.
If we look at State's Exhibit 9B of Devin Routier, does this appear to be a photograph of the child that you were attempting to help in the family room?
Yes, sir, it is. It was.
Was he still in the same position as he had been?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you do for Devin Routier the second time that you went in there? Anything that you could do?
No, sir.
His condition was unchanged, right?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. You finished the first assignment with the infant. You've now assessed Devin's condition and you find it to be unchanged. What else did you do out there?
I reported back to the captain. He advised me to go get on the cellular phone and get Assistant Chief Cunningham en route, and also get the pastor en route, our chaplain, our fire department chaplain.
Okay, and what was the purpose of having the chaplain to come out?
To counsel any members of the scene, the rescue fire department, and police officers.
Okay, yourself included.
That's correct.
Okay, had you ever been out to a call quite like this, paramedic Kochik?
No, not of this nature, no.
Okay, were you having a hard time dealing with it out there yourself?
Yes, sir.
Okay, after you made this call, did you stay in the house to make the call, or did you leave out of the house, or what did you do?
Could you rephrase the question?
Yeah. After you made this call, did you remain inside of the house, or did you go ahead and exit the house?
I exited the house.
How long did it take you to go back inside the house and assess Devon's condition as the captain had instructed you?
How long had it been?
No, sir. How long did it take you once you went back in there after attending to the infant? How long did it take you to go back in there to assess Devon?
Seconds.
Okay. And once you finished up that assessment, did you stay inside the house or did you leave the house?
I left the house.
Okay. When you left the house after that second assessment of Devon, do you remember who was still left inside the house when you left?
I don't believe there was anybody in the house.
It would be your recollection that you were the last person out then.
That's correct.
Do you remember whether or not you saw anyone on the front door when you left the house?
I bumped into someone standing there with a monitor. I believe somebody had been posted there.
Okay. Not sure who it was, though.
No, sir. I was wanting out of the house.
Oh, all right. You just wanted out of the house.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why?
I just wanted out of the house.
Okay. Let me ask you. When you first saw the defendant over there by the kitchen bar, did you see any vacuum cleaner in the vicinity of where she was?
No, sir.
While you were inside the family room itself, did you ever see a vacuum cleaner inside the family room?
Not that I can recall, no, sir.
What rooms exactly did yourself go into at 5801? You told us that you went into the hallway and you went into the family room. What other rooms besides the hallway and the family room did you go into?
That's all.
Both times that you went in?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever move a vacuum cleaner inside the residence?
No, sir.
Ever touch a vacuum cleaner inside the residence?
No, sir.
Okay, when you went in there, were you the only paramedic that treated Mrs. Routier inside the house?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Larry Byford assisted you on the front porch, is that right?
That's correct.
So he's helping with Mrs. Routier, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did Larry Byford ever go inside the house?
Not to my knowledge. I really don't know.
Okay, well, did he come to the front porch with you?
Yes, sir.
Did he go to the ambulance with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did he leave in the ambulance with the defendant?
He did.
Okay, to your knowledge, did any other paramedics actually treat Mrs. Routier?
No, sir.
Let me ask you, do you have an estimate, paramedic Koshak, of the amount of time that were you actually in the defendant out there at the scene? And I'm including here the time that you spent with her inside the house, the time that you spent with her on the front porch, the time that you spent with her transporting her to the ambulance, and I'm including here the time that you spent with her in the ambulance itself.
7 to 8 minutes?
Okay, and during that period of time, did you ever, first of all, did you ever hear the defendant in your presence ever mention the baby or the infant that was found upstairs in the house?
No, sir.
During the 7 or 8 minutes that you were with the defendant, did you ever hear her ask about the condition of her two sons, the two children that you and paramedic Colby were attempting to treat there in the family room?
No, sir.
Did you ever hear her make any comment about the children other than the one of why would someone do this to my babies?
That's correct. That's the only one.
That's the only one.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me take you back to the ambulance for just a moment. The defendant is in the ambulance. How would you describe her demeanor or her behavior out there in the ambulance? Is she screaming? Is she loud? What's she acting like in the ambulance?
She's quiet. She didn't say another word in the ambulance.
Okay.
Not while I was in there.
Okay. One other question about what you did inside. While you were inside the house, did you ever see a female civilian come into that room? And I'm not talking about the defendant, but any other female come into the family room.
No.
Ever see anyone come into the home identified as Karen Neal?
No, sir.
Okay. And I'm including both the first time that you're inside of the house and the second time. Either time, did you ever see a person, Karen Neal, or just an unidentified civilian female come inside that family room?
No, sir.
Finally, is this the first time that you've ever testified in front of a jury?
Yes.
You've been down here in Kerrville since what, Monday night?
Yes, sir.
Before we came down here to Kerrville, did I have an opportunity to talk to you about your testimony and what you did out there that morning?
Yes, sir.
As far as the first time we met, did we meet out at the Rolette Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Did you have occasion to come to the Dallas County Courthouse and speak with me also?
Yes, sir.
At one point, did we go down to a courtroom where other police officers and paramedics were there to discuss what they knew about the case too?
Yes, sir.
Did you inform me at some point you had never testified before?
I did.
Did I ask you at some point to get on a witness stand and basically tell me what you did, just like you've told this jury over here?
I did.
And since you've been in Kerrville, how many times have you and I met to discuss your testimony and what you're going to be doing here in this courtroom today?
Once.
Okay, Paramedic Koshak, let me ask you if you prepared a couple of reports concerning this incident out there that morning. Let me just ask you to look at States Exhibit 20E and 20F and tell me whether or not those are reports that you prepared in this case.
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay, one of them dealing with an unknown patient and the other dealing with Darlie Routier.
That's correct.
Okay, you didn't find any injuries on Darlie Routier, did you?
No, sir.
In addition to States Exhibit 20E and 20F, let me just ask you whether or not you wrote some notes about what you did out there that morning.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I'm showing you the last 3 pages here of this group. Are those the notes that you made?
Those are my notes.
Okay, if you would again, just speak up so that the court reporter can hear you.
Yes, those are my notes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Did someone ask you to make those notes?
Yes, sir. The police department.
Okay, in addition to that, did you also give the police department an affidavit concerning what you had done out there and what you saw that morning?
I did.
Let me ask you also, sir, if back when we were in Dallas, did you come to the courthouse one day so that the attorney representing Mrs. Routier could question you about this case?
I did.
And was this testimony given under oath?
Yes, it was.
Did he have an opportunity to cross-examine you that day?
He did.
All right, let me ask you, do you recognize the attorney over here, Mr. Hagler, as being the person who questioned you that day?
No, sir.
Okay, how about Mr. Mosty next to him?
No, sir.
Mr. Mulder?
No, sir.
How about Mr. Glover back there?
No, sir.
In the kind of greenish or tan suit?
No, sir.
How about Preston Douglas here in the dark suit?
No, sir. I don't recognize any of them.
Okay, so it's none of the 5 attorneys here.
No, sir.
Do you recognize the name Douglas Parks? Does that sound familiar to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so he's actually the person that questioned you that day, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Your Honor. At this time, we'll tender to counsel States Exhibit 20E and 20F, which are the reports, and States Exhibit 20H, which is the affidavit and notes prepared by this witness. Pass the witness for cross-examination.
Judge, if I could just have a minute.
You may. All right.
Judge, we have got a number of pages here. Do you want to take a recess?
Well, let's go. Do you think, would 10 minutes be enough?
Plenty, yes.
Okay, plenty. We will adjourn for 10 minutes. We will be on our final break of the day. We will continue on after that. Okay. All right. Sir, you may retake the stand. Is everybody ready?
Yes, sir. The state is ready.
Defense is ready.
All right. Bring the jury in, please. All right. Let the record will reflect that all parties in the trial are present and the jury is seated. Mr. Mulder.
Yes. Mr. Koshak, just a thing or two, and I'll be reasonably brief. I noticed in your notes you have a diagram, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Let me hand you a portion of what has been marked for identification record purposes as 20E, and I'll ask you if that is the diagram that you have authored.
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. That's not an accurate diagram, is it?
Well, it's definitely not to scale.
Well, and I'm not faulting you for it, but the furniture is out of place, isn't it?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, needless to say, you did that, I assume, after the fact?
Yes, sir.
You didn't do it while you were in there, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. And memory on what was going on in there. There was a lot going on, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And both the male and female were both screaming and excited and distraught. I believe you described her as distraught, did you not?
It was extremely loud.
Chaotic?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You moved her to the, after you had attempted to give aid to the child and were unsuccessful in doing anything with him, it was apparent he was dead, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that would have been apparent to a layman, wouldn't it? Layman, wouldn't it not? Oh my God, I can't talk. Would it not?
I don't know.
But it was apparent to you, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you could tell by looking that there was nothing you could do.
That's correct.
Okay. And could you tell whether or not someone had attempted some sort of emergency procedure on him?
No, sir.
You couldn't tell one way or the other. Or you could tell?
I couldn't tell.
You couldn't tell. You couldn't tell whether there had been efforts to resuscitate him.
I wasn't looking.
You then said that Mrs. Routier was crouched or kneeling over in the corner. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you took her out of there and took her to the front porch.
Yes, sir.
All right. And it was there that you examined this. I believe you said a large gash to her neck.
Laceration. Yes, sir.
Laceration. About how long was the laceration?
3 to 4 inches.
You describe it in your report as 4 to 5 inches.
It could have been. I don't recall.
I mean, I'll be happy to show it to you.
That's fine.
Okay. You take my word that you say 4 to 5 inches in your report?
It was around 4 inches. Yes, sir.
It was a substantial laceration, was it not?
In length? Yes, sir.
Okay. And don't you say that it was right over the jugular vein?
In that area? Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you bandage her neck. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you did that there on the porch?
That's correct.
Was she seated there?
I believe she was crouched.
Okay. And do you recall whether or not a nurse who lived nearby came up at that time?
No, sir.
You don't remember?
No, sir. No one came up to me at that time.
Okay. Was there, when you walked out, I take it you led her out of the house?
I did.
And the only police officer in there at the time was Waddell.
I don't recall.
You don't know whether he left or not?
I don't believe there was anybody behind me.
Okay. Just you and Mrs. Routier left.
That's correct.
Her husband had already gone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You examined him later, didn't you?
I did.
And he had blood on his hands, didn't he?
I don't recall. I don't recall. It was very brief. He didn't want my services, so.
Let me hand you what's been marked for identification record purposes as State's Exhibit 20E.
Yes, sir.
Did he, as you recall now, did he have blood on his hands and on his arms?
If I wrote it there, yes, sir.
You just read it.
Yes, sir.
So he did?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At any rate, you led her from the house to the front porch. Is that right?
I led her. Yes, sir.
Okay. And she crouched there while you tended to her neck.
That's correct.
Okay, you say in your report that she had a 2-inch laceration on her right arm. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir. I remember the laceration.
Okay, and did you bandage that at that time too?
I can't recall if either I did or Larry Byford did. I believe we both were working on her.
All right. Was there anyone else around you at that time?
No, sir. Not that I recall.
Okay, no nurse from across the street.
No, sir.
Okay, and no one had come up behind you when you and Mrs. Routier exited the residence through the front door?
No, sir.
So it was just you and Mrs. Routier, an officer or paramedic Byford.
That's correct.
Okay, and once you had her bandaged her neck, either you or the paramedic Byford had bandaged her arm. Do you also recall a 1-inch stab wound to her chest?
Yes, later.
All right, and I take it that y'all attended to that as well.
We did.
All right, was she then moved by you and paramedic Byford to the ambulance?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just the two of you moved her?
No, I believe it was, well, there was 3 of us.
Who else?
The man who brought the stretcher.
Who was that?
That was EMT Higgins.
Okay, and the 3 of you then moved her to the ambulance.
Yes, sir.
No one else around you at that time?
No, sir.
You are sure?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and she was placed in the ambulance, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And subsequently taken to Baylor Hospital. She left the area?
Yes, sir.
You know that?
Yes, sir.
And I take it you were there when she left?
I was.
Okay, I mean, just kind of putting it together in my mind. I see y'all taking her out on the stretcher, putting her in the ambulance, and you hook up the IV, and away they go.
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. You said the paramedic Byford was disrobing her?
That's correct.
And how did he do that? Do you know?
Taking a pair of trauma shears and cutting her t-shirt.
Okay. Can you tell the jury, were you there and did you see how he cut it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell them how he cut the t-shirt?
Just by taking a pair of trauma shears. We call them trauma shears. They're meant to cut seat belts in car accidents, things of that nature, and clothing articles so we can find any additional injuries to the body, expose, and examine.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Expose and examine is what we call it.
Let me stand over here. At any rate, how was the t-shirt cut? I mean, did you cut it right up the middle? Did you cut it on the sides? Did you cut the arms?
He was doing it right in front of me, but I was starting the IV, so my attention was not fully focused on it. I was aware that he was cutting it off, but I couldn't tell you which direction he was cutting it.
Do you know what was done with it once it was cut off?
No, sir, I do not.
She would have been, as I take it, lying on a gurney or a stretcher or something of that nature.
Stretcher.
Okay, she would still be on the back, and I guess you would take the front off?
Well, I don't know how he did it.
Okay, do you remember if the TV set was on or not?
I don't recall.
Do you remember if there was a TV set in the family room?
No, sir, I was too busy to notice.
Okay, when you assisted Mrs. Routier to the front porch, was the towel still on her neck?
Yes, sir.
You were sure about that?
Yes, sir. I removed it on the front porch.
What did you do with it?
I believe I laid it on the front porch.
Just left it there on the front porch?
Yes, sir.
You would not have tossed it back into the residence, would you?
No, sir.
And you wouldn't have sent it with her?
No, sir.
Okay, so your best recollection, the towel that she had on her neck was left there on the front porch.
Yes, sir.
What does triage black mean?
Triage black.
Triage black.
It's a triage.
Is that a procedure that you go through
Yes, sir.
to determine whether or not someone has life signs?
It means to sort.
Okay, that's what it's used for, is a procedure to determine whether or not someone is in fact alive.
No, sir.
What's it used for?
To sort patients.
Decide who is going to take which patient?
No, sir. At the time, I was the only paramedic. My partner had already left the house. I had 2 patients. I triaged the child black, meaning non-salvageable
Okay.
at that time.
This cloth or towel that was around her neck, can you describe that for us?
I don't recall.
Okay.
I know it was a rag of some sort. I really don't recall.
Do you have any idea what color it was?
No, sir.
I take it was bloody?
I would assume. I don't recall.
You don't remember whether it was white or whatever, or whether it was a color?
No.
Nothing at all.
No.
Like you said, it was chaotic, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
And the purpose in moving Mrs. Routier outside was to attempt to calm her down, was it not?
Her and myself.
Okay.
I wanted a place where I could work undisturbed.
Okay. Let me hand you again what's been marked for identification record purposes as States Exhibit number 20. That is your handwriting, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
You see that part that's highlighted by your right thumb?
Yes, sir.
And
That's correct.
is it fair to say that you moved her outside in an effort to calm her down?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Koshak, did you see a necklace around her neck?
I did not.
Do you remember whether or not...
I don't recall seeing one. No, sir.
Okay, I believe that's all. Thank you.
Mark this exhibit, please.
Redirect using... Oh, go ahead.
Mr. Kochak, let me ask you to look at States Exhibit number 24, a photograph, and tell me whether or not that photograph truly and accurately depicts the front porch of 5801 Eagle Drive as it appeared on June 6, 1996.
It does.
Okay. Okay, Your Honor, at this time, we'll offer States Exhibit number 24.
We have no objection. States Exhibit number 24 is admitted.
Whoops. Hold on. Okay. And again, as we're looking at this photograph, sir, do we see certain items on the front porch?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is there a square piece of material of some sort?
Yes, sir. A 4x4 package. Yes, sir.
Okay, is that one of the gauze bandages that you would have been using?
That's correct.
I'm holding my finger on it at this time. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Would this have been in the area where you're treating Mrs. Routier?
That's correct.
Do we see another item out here on the front porch, Mr. Kochak?
Yes, sir.
A white object
Yes, sir.
covered in blood.
Yes, sir.
Is that something you were using to treat her with?
Yes, sir. That was around her neck. That's what I removed.
Okay, that's the towel or the rag that you've been testifying about.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I'm now holding my finger on that one, correct?
Yes.
Again, is that an area where you were treating Mrs. Routier?
It was.
Okay, and again, as you indicated to Mr. Mulder, you simply left those items out on the front porch. Is that right?
I did.
Okay, and one other question, sir. Let me ask you whether or not, as you came into the room for the first time, your partner is already there, you're coming into the room, would you tell us whether or not you remember the defendant making any statements at that time, sir?
Yes. She said, "Who could have done this to my babies?" And somebody had asked her a question, and she was replying about the description of who she thought did it, I believe.
Okay, let me just show you a portion of State's Exhibit 20H, your report, and ask you just to look at the paragraph. Again, this is a report or affidavit that you're prepared on what date
It was the 6th?
June 6th.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
If you would, just read that.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
He broke.
Does that refresh your memory?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. Let me ask you again whether you recall her making a statement and what statement that was.
Who could have done this? And he, something about broke out a window with a baseball bat or had a black baseball cap on.
All right. It reads, he broke out a window and had a baseball cap on.
Yes, sir.
Broke out a window and had a baseball cap.
That's correct.
Who did this?
Yes, sir.
And she's saying this as you're coming into the room.
As I'm coming into the room.
She's standing over there with Officer Waddell.
That's correct.
All right. I'll pass the witness.
You say now, well, Officer Koshak, you've been through this 4 times with the prosecutor, haven't you?
Correct.
And if I could count, this is the 3rd time you've been on the witness stand and the 2nd time under oath. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you guys have talked about this. You talked about it in Dallas. You talked about it down here. It's not real complicated, is it?
It was the talking to before was more trying to get me to use the courtroom experience, to get me used to the courtroom experience.
Oh, you're just bashful?
No, sir.
Right. Right?
No.
But now you're telling us that now you recall that as you walked in, she said he broke out a window with a baseball bat?
I have it on my report there. I can't recall exactly from memory what she said. It's on my report.
And you don't remember whether the TV set was on?
No, sir.
You don't remember whether there were towels or washcloths around?
No, sir.
Okay. You told us that there wasn't a washcloth on the youngster that you attended to. Is that right?
I didn't say one way or the other.
You didn't say one way or the other?
No, sir.
And you're still not saying one way or the other?
No, sir. I don't believe there was anything on there. I don't recall that.
Do you recall if there was one to the side on either side of them?
I don't recall.
So you're not saying there wasn't, and you're not saying that somebody didn't make an effort to resuscitate that child, are you?
I didn't say that. I couldn't tell that.
I believe that's all. Thank you.
No further questions.
You may step down, sir.
May we have just a second, please?
Oh, yes.
That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. You may step down.
All right, guys. How are you guys holding up? Do you want to quit, or it's up to you? Bella, I know you're not feeling well, so let me know what you guys want to do.
Let's look at the next thing. I mean, of course, Libra, you have your input too.
Libra, how are
I'm
28?
good. I'm just floating. So, however, I mean, this is like my time to be like awake anyway. So, I'm not on a new schedule yet.
I don't know. So I could go. I mean, either way. I mean, we've been doing it
Whatever
for 4
you
hours,
guys-
but whatever.
Yeah, whatever you guys want to do, I'm just here.
I'm
Bella,
down.
don't feel bad if you. Okay, what you're down, Bella? Or?
I'm down to finish. This is all January the 10th. The last witness we have is Larry Byford. I'm down to finish him out at least, and then next time we could start on the 14th of January.
Okay.
Woohoo.
All right, let's do it. So he's a firefighter, right? Are
Yes.
you a firefighter? Yes. Okay. Hold on.
Paramedic, firefighter, probably. Yeah.
Oh
he's a-
yeah, paramedic and firefighter. Okay. So what should I put?
I'd put paramedic because that's basically what he's being questioned for.
Oh yeah. All right. So his name is Larry Byford. Wait, is that who we're? Did we
Yes.
just do Larry? Oh my gosh! I'm like, whew. I was like, why did I think we just did him? I'm having
And we
trouble.
just did
like,
Brian Kochak.
yeah, you're right. I'm just, for some reason, I'm missing a lot. Like when you guys are talking, I'm like doing chat, and then I'm missing a lot of what they're saying.
Yeah, it's hard to follow chat and listen. That's multitasking. Woo.
Oh, hold on a second.
Thanks, Delana.
Yes, thank you, thank you. So I guess we're gonna start getting to the meat and the potatoes.
We are.
Um, this guy was starting to cut into some of it on the last one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like about the kids.
Yeah.
But I just don't understand like why the defense isn't objecting. There was like one question he was asked, and it was fully like the paramedics' opinion, and it was going to start getting into like an emotional testimony, and the defense could have objected and broke that up so that it wouldn't have played on the string. It's just a tactic that the defense uses, but like why didn't they do that? And then why doesn't the defense ever say Devin or Damon's name? Never. It's always like this child.
I don't know. There's probably a reason, I bet, right? Don't you think? Maybe not to
Mhm.
bring too much emotion into it because they don't want them to start. I don't know. They might just want them to like try to look at it objective and not get emotional over it. Because the minute they start doing that, and then I don't know if they start picturing her doing it. I don't know. I feel like there's probably is a reason. There's a plan on why they probably don't. I'm guessing. I don't now, especially after seeing that Michael Peterson documentary, how much goes into like each thing, how they say it, just everything that goes into like trials like this. I think they purposely did it, right?
Well, Michael Peterson has a lot more money than she does or
Oh
did.
yeah, that's true. That's true.
And, he can afford the defense attorneys that are like kind of a step down from OJ Simpson caliber that
He
put
really
in a
didn't
lot of
have
money.
he really didn't have that much money. I mean, before he went to trial, he only had $2 million. After he got done with trial, he was flat broke.
Yeah, but he could always write about Vietnam again.
Yeah, only that his stepdaughter would get the money because she sued him for $24 million.
I
So all
mean,
of that would go straight to her. He would still be walking around broke as a joke.
he's got to get to writing and doing his little editorial bashing the police in the city.
And he's going to be writing for a long time before he's able to collect any scrupula from that. Just
Have you
saying.
guys seen the commercial on YouTube for like that jaw thing? Like, that commercial that like build your jaw up. Have you guys seen that commercial?
I don't think so.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's like this weird. Well, anyways,
Oh, you're talking about the jaws or size or whatever?
yes.
There's that
Yes.
rubber thing and you bite down?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. I've seen that.
Okay, well, that guy reminds me of Michael Peterson.
Well, I don't even remember what he looks like. Is it only
He's-
one guy that does it all the time, you mean?
Well, he like the guy that's like this revolutionary new thing we're bringing you. So like that guy, the main dude that talks, like
Oh,
pay attention next time like it pops up. Now you'll never see the ad again.
I
Him
know.
Actually, him and my father-in-law actually favor one another, like photo-wise. Put a
Really
picture of them side by side. They kind of look alike. Yeah.
interesting.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, because when we were watching the documentary, I was like, I was telling my mom, I was like, oh my gosh, that looks like my father-in-law. She's like, it does.
It's weird. It's probably weird, right?
It was a little weird. Yeah. I mean, he's not trying to push my mother-in-law down any type of stairs anytime soon. So,
Oh,
Yeah, like that was his new thing is like I don't know what it was for. He got interviewed when he got out of prison or whatever, and they're like, what is he doing? And he's like he's living in a one-story house.
yeah, it was his attorney who went to CrimeCon and they were asking him, do you keep in contact with him? He's like, yes, I have kept in contact with him since the trial. And they're like, how is he doing? Well, he's living in a place with no stairs.
That's right. His attorney really got along with him.
Yeah. Definitely. I think they had an interesting relationship.
Yeah.
No, they did. Yeah, I agree. They definitely. I think he was feeling like, you know how like the retrial, he wasn't gonna do it, like he said he couldn't do it. I have a feeling he was afraid of losing again, and he couldn't, the pride, like he couldn't risk, because then he would really feel like maybe it was him, you know what I'm saying? So at least as a friend, because he did get close to him too, like, let's get you, maybe I'm not seeing something, you know, because he's the one to get a fresh pair of eyes on it, really, too, because they did find some stuff that he never found the first time. If you think about it, some of that stuff that they found, it was like, why didn't he's paying like so much money for this lawyer, why didn't they see it that when it was going on, you know? But which, I mean, it's fine, he did a good job, but I'm just saying, I think he was just doubting himself that,
I mean,
like,
with so much case file and everything like that, but they felt like they were under a lot of pressure to try to really get this right for him,
yeah.
you know? Because, I mean, that's a long time to be in prison the rest of your life, you know what I'm saying? So if somebody's going to pay you a large amount of money, you want to try to do the best that you can. And I mean, we're all human, so somewhere along the way, somebody's going to miss something.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
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 Very true. All righty. Well, oh, 28 pages, guys. We could do it. We could do it.
Yeah.
We got this.
Yes, we do. All right, we're ready?
I'm gonna sit up. Hold on, so I don't make a big fuss, make a bunch of noise on it. Mic. This mic like scares me so much. I'm always like trying to stay still because I swear it picks everything up. Okay, hold on. Okay, we're good. We're ready.
Okie dokie. Sir, would you please tell us your full name?
Larry Wayne Bafford.
Are you employed by the Rowlett Fire Department?
Just for the record, can we spell that last name every time they get up here to make sure Mrs. Halsey has it?
Byford.
All right.
And are you employed by the Rowlett Fire Department?
Is this the Housley that lost her license?
Yes, ma'am, it is. And actually, there is a secondary set of transcripts online that are revised by the next court reporter that went through and listened to the recordings of
Really?
these. Yes, there are. Because her name, hold on, I can tell you her name who redid the updated ones.
Because she lost her freaking license over how many mistakes were in this transcript.
Yeah. The lady who redid them is named Susan Simmons.
Huh.
So I've got
I
it
wish
like, huh?
I wish we could get the audio of the trial.
Yeah. I wish we could too, but they were saying that when they redid all of this stuff, there was like a bunch of things missing. Like it, I want to say it was either 28 or 58 that were pages of it that were missing.
Out of this one or out of
Out
lab?
of what was supposed to be there, the recordings and stuff. I can't remember whether it was 28 or 58 pages worth.
Wow. Wow.
So
Okay.
I'll have to
All
relook
right.
that up.
Sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt with that.
Okie dokie. All right. Are you a firefighter?
Yes, sir.
Are you also a paramedic?
Yes.
How long have you been a firefighter with Rowlett?
Since May 89.
May of 89.
Yes.
How long have you been a paramedic?
Since 1990.
Okay, back on June the 5th, 1996, were you on duty that day?
Yes.
What were your hours at work?
7 a.m. to 7 a.m. the next morning.
All right, so you were scheduled to work until 7 a.m. on June 6th, right?
That's correct.
All right. Were you at the same fire station as Brian Kochak and Jack Colby?
Colby Jack, like the cheese.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
That's when I got hungry. No.
Jacoby. Okay. What was your birth station, or where was your birth station located?
4418 Main Street.
All right. Is that going to be west of where Dalrock and 66 intersect?
Yes,
All right. So in relationship to 5801 Eagle, you're west of that location, right?
that's correct.
Sometime after 2:30 in the morning, did you receive a call at your fire station to go to 5801 Eagle?
Yes,
And were you assigned to an ambulance that evening?
yes.
Okay, who was your partner on that ambulance?
Eric Zimmerman.
And did you and Eric Zimmerman then go in an ambulance to 5801 Eagle Drive?
Yes,
Can you tell us whether or not Brian Kochek and Jack Colby were already at the location when you arrived?
yes. They were there.
When you first got there, what's the first thing you did then, paramedic?
Proceeded to the front of the house there, the front door of the house.
Was anybody up there?
Yes.
All right. Who was at the front door or on the porch?
Brian Koshak was triaging Mrs. Routier.
Is that the lady over here in the green dress who's reading?
Yes.
Your Honor, may the record please reflect that this witness is identifying the defendant in open court.
Yes.
Okay, so the defendant was up there, and was Brian Kochek also up there?
Yes.
Remember anybody else being out there at the time?
I remember someone, an officer, possibly standing to the left of the door.
A police officer?
Yes.
Okay, and what was Brian Kochek doing with the defendant?
Assisting her with or rendering care.
Okay, and did you start to assist him in helping her?
She was being cared for by Brian, so I stepped just inside the house to see if there was anyone else.
All right, how far into the house did you go?
I went far enough into the foyer there and the hallway there where I could see the living room floor and I could see part of the service area. I suppose the kitchen.
Okay, did you actually go into the family room or the room that you're talking about?
No, that's as far as I remember going into the house there itself there. And just that area right there in the
Okay, did you ever go into the kitchen?
no.
How long did you stay in that house then before you left?
It was a matter of seconds, less than a minute.
Okay, did you leave the same way as you had come in?
Yes.
All right, when you came back out, was the defendant and Brian Kochek still out there on the porch or had they left?
No, they were still on the front porch.
Did you start doing anything at that time then?
Yes, I assisted Brian with care.
Was it apparent that the defendant had some injuries to her?
Yes.
Okay, did she have any injuries to her neck area?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you start to do with regard to the neck injury?
I believe we first bandaged the arm,
All right.
the right arm here. And then she had a rag. Either she was holding a rag or he was holding it. It looked like a cup towel comes to mind. And I opened up some sterile 4x4s and I got those ready and I put them in place. And then we taped them, taped the 4x4s in place.
Okay, so you actually then took a 4x4-inch sterile gauze pad, is that right?
That's correct.
Put it over the wound on the neck.
Yes.
Was that to stop the bleeding?
Yes, it was to cover the wound.
I'm sorry. Did you also then put some sort of gauze pad over the injury on the right arm?
Yes,
Okay, during that period of time, and Brian Kochek is still with you, right?
that's correct.
At some point, did you transport the defendant out to an ambulance?
Yes,
Would that have been the ambulance that you drove to the scene?
that's correct.
That night, were you the driver or were you going to be the other individual in the van?
I was a driver.
Okay. How did you transport the defendant out to the ambulance?
We had a cot brought up to the front porch there, and we escorted her to the cot and set her on that. and then we took her to the ambulance on the cot.
Okay, when you got out to the ambulance, then was she placed into it?
Yes.
And what was done at that point then, Mr. Byford?
Todd Higgins was the EMT off of the first engine there. He was attending a blood pressure. Brian was looking for an IV site, and I was charting. I was sitting at the head of the cot, and I was charting.
What do you mean you were charting?
I was writing on my report there of what her medications she was taking, if she was allergic to any medications, any medical history that she may have, her name, age, things of that nature.
Okay, I'll just ask you, was she able to give you her name?
Yes,
How about date of birth? Was she able to give you her date of birth?
I believe so, but I couldn't answer positive without reviewing my run report there.
Okay. Um, Mr. Byford, let me show you what's been marked for identification for record purposes only as States Exhibit 20L. And if you would, just take a moment to look at that.
Yes, sir.
Is that in fact a report that you prepared?
Yes, that's correct.
This is the report that you're talking about.
Yes,
Okay, let me ask you again. You had indicated that you asked for her name, and was she able to give you a name, right?
yes,
Darlie Routier?
yes,
You asked for her date of birth next, is that right?
that's correct.
Was she able to give you a date of birth?
Yes,
You asked about patient medication, is that right?
yes.
Why is this important to know?
It tells us in a lot of cases if a patient has a medical history. If she had been taking Lasix, we might suspect that she was in need of a diuretic. She retains too much water. And you know, that would give us just a hint there.
So, if she's taking a certain medication, it might react badly to some other medications that you need to give her.
That's correct.
When you ask for past patient medication, did she seem to understand what you were asking for?
Yes,
Was she, in fact, able to give you a medication that she was taking
yes,
for weight loss?
yes,
Did you ask her about allergies?
yes.
Again, are you asking if she's allergic to certain medications?
Any medication that she knows of that she's allergic to.
And that would be important to know, right?
That's correct.
Did she seem to understand what you asking when you asked for that?
Yes,
And did she give you an answer that she had no known drug allergies?
that's correct.
Okay, so as I understand it, then Brian Kochek has begun the IV, correct?
Yes,
Todd Higgins takes her blood pressure, right?
yes,
You've now charted, correct?
yes, sir.
How long did it take you to chart this information on the report here on States Exhibit 20L?
The initial assessment there with the information about the medication, less than a minute, 2 minutes.
Okay, during this time, then, you've had a chance to chart some other things that have been done. What's the next thing that is done with the defendant in the ambulance?
Once we got her into the ambulance, I disrobed her and checked for further injuries. We initiated the IV, oxygen, put her on a heart monitor,
All right, let me back you up and ask you, what kind of clothing was the defendant wearing that morning?
a gown.
Okay, anything else besides a gown?
No.
Okay, was this a light colored sort of t-shirt sort of gown?
Yes, it was a t-shirt type material.
You said that you disrobed her. Can you describe for us the method that you used to remove this t-shirt or this nightgown from the defendant?
I used shears. We call them trauma shears. And I cut down the middle of the gown. And then I cut from the neck down the sleeves, each side like that. And it just falls away.
Okay, so you cut down the middle of the gown, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. From the opening here at the neck down to the bottom. to the ham.
And then around the neck area, you then take it down one sleeve.
Yes, from the neck opening to the sleeve opening, both sides.
Do both sides, right?
Yes.
Okay. And is that what you did that morning?
Yes.
And when you did that, then this gown fell open so you could examine the defendant to determine if there were any other injuries that you might have missed, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And by now, by this time, you did still have the gauze pad over her neck.
Yes.
Okay. And when you started to examine the defendant, did you notice whether or not she was wearing any jewelry around her neck?
After we got into the ambulance and I had cut the shirt off, I realized that I had taped a necklace under her bandage. I had put the bandage on the porch there not knowing, or I couldn't see that there was a necklace there.
All right. And did you remove the necklace while you were in the ambulance with the defendant?
No. I tried to move it just a little bit, but it irritated her, so I just left it alone.
What do you mean it irritated her?
She grimaced.
Okay, so the necklace went over her neck. It caused some pain. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, as a matter of fact, did you leave the necklace underneath the dressing until you got her to Baylor Hospital?
That's correct.
If we may, let's go back to the scene again. You're in the ambulance with the defendant. What's her demeanor? How is she acting out there at the time that you're with her, still there at the scene? Is she saying things? Is she screaming? Is she loud? I mean, what is she doing?
Anxious would be my best description.
Okay. Could you tell what she was anxious about?
I would suppose the scene there.
All right. Did she ever make any comments to you that led you to believe that she was anxious?
On the scene, no. En route, she acted anxious. And some of the things or what she was asking me and the tone of her voice there, it was, how much further to the hospital? Are we there yet? Things of that nature.
Okay, so she's asking, how much longer until you get me to the hospital, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And from that comment, you thought that she was anxious on the way to the hospital, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long did you remain there at the scene with the defendant in the ambulance?
I'm not quite sure the exact length of time.
Short period of time? Long?
Short period of time, I would say. If I were to guess, it would be less than 10 minutes.
Okay. And once you left the scene, did you go to Baylor Hospital in Dallas?
Yes, sir.
Just an approximation, how long did it take you to get the defendant from scene to Baylor Hospital downtown?
It would be approximately 20 to 30-minute drive from Rolette.
Okay, what kind of care are you rendering to the defendant on the way to the hospital?
Oxygen, IV therapy, or we have IV access that is for fluid replacement if we need it, a heart monitor.
On the way from the scene to the hospital, did you administer any sort of pain medication to the defendant?
No.
How about tranquilizers or any other medication to her?
Nope.
So the only thing she had was the IV that Brian Kochek had started, correct?
That's correct.
You've told us about the defendant's comments. When are we going to get to the hospital? Do you recall her making any other statements, or was she relatively quiet on the way down there?
She had remarked once about doing CPR on one of the boys.
All right. Did she describe how she did that?
No.
Okay. Any other comments that you can recall?
No, sir.
Any other comments about the condition of the children? Did she ever make any inquiry about either of the two boys that had been patients there at the scene?
No.
Any comments in particular about the child that was being transported to Baylor Hospital where she was headed?
No.
Now, as you are going down to the hospital, did you see any changes in the defendant's condition?
No.
You're monitoring her blood pressure, is that right?
Yeah, we have her on a heart monitor.
Okay, so did you see anything, any irregularities, any drop in blood pressure, anything that would indicate that you would need to give her some sort of treatment?
No.
Now, as part of being a paramedic, have you received training in assessing people for signs of shock?
Yes.
And just, if you will, briefly describe the kind of training that you received in order to make that kind of assessment.
Our training includes, for just a paramedic certification, is 680 hours, classroom, clinicals, rotations through the Dallas Fire Department. This is with the Medical Center of Dallas. They are one of the area trauma hospitals.
Okay, at the time you had been a paramedic for what, about 6 years? You started in 90?
Yes.
Let me just ask you, Paramedic Byford, during the entire period that you were with the defendant on the porch, transporting her to the ambulance, while you're in the ambulance at the scene and while you're transporting her to the hospital, did you ever believe the defendant to be in shock?
No.
Was she ever exhibiting any signs of shock that you thought needed any sort of treatment whatsoever?
No.
Okay, and were you looking for signs of shock?
Yes.
Okay, is that important for you to do?
Yes. In a trauma situation, it is.
What kinds of things were you looking for?
Blood pressure, rate, rhythm, the patient's level of consciousness,
Okay,
and skin color.
all those were good?
Yes.
Paramedic Byford, let me ask you, before we came to Kerrville, did you and I have a chance to meet?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall how many times that we have met and discussed your testimony and what you did out there that morning?
2 or 3.
Did we meet at the Rowlett Police Department one time?
Yes.
And did we meet down at the courthouse?
Yes.
Did we meet in a courtroom down there?
Yes.
All right. And did I ask you to get on the witness stand and tell me what you've told this jury this afternoon?
Yes.
Besides those meetings, did we also, let's see, I believe sometime in November, did you come by 5801 Eagle Drive to meet me briefly?
Yes.
Since we've been here in Kerrville, did you get in on Monday?
Yes. Monday night.
How many times have we met to discuss your testimony and what you did?
Briefly.
Okay.
Once, briefly.
Was that today?
That was today.
Okay, let me also ask you if on June the 12th of 1996, if the Rowlett Police Department asked you to give an affidavit concerning what you remembered out there that day. Do you recall that?
No, I don't recall that.
Okay. Let me just show you what appears to be an affidavit. In fact, this states Exhibit 20J for record purposes. It's one page of handwritten material with a diagram.
Yes.
All right, and it's dated June 12th, right?
Yes.
Okay, is this the affidavit and the diagram that you did for the police on June 12th?
That's correct. That's my signature.
Okay, and also let me ask you, prior to coming to Kerrville, do you recall having your deposition taken?
Yes.
All right, and was the deposition taken by an attorney representing Mrs. Routier in Dallas?
Yes.
And did he have an opportunity to ask you questions about what happened out there
Yes.
and what you did?
Yes.
And a record was made of that deposition, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, we'll tender States Exhibit 20J and 20L to counsel and pass the witness for cross-examination.
Well, okay, Mr. Mosty. May I have a few moments, Your Honor? You may indeed. We're playing both of them. 'Cause I can't do like voices. I don't know. I just anyway. It sounds the
okay.
same. All right, where are we? Okay, Officer Byford. How many people were ready at the scene when you arrived? We're all
Fire,
ready. Go ahead.
fire related?
Total.
Total? I don't know.
A lot?
I don't have an exact number. There was an engine company, which would have been 3 men there. The first ambulance had 2 men on it. Our ambulance had 2 men. And I recall 1 officer at the door. So I can count for that many people. So I can account for that many people.
You can account for 7 paramedics and an officer.
Yes.
What about other people, civilians?
I can recall seeing a man standing in the yard with no shirt and jeans on.
Okay. Anyone else?
Not to my knowledge.
How many vehicles at the scene?
We pulled up, I remember. I recall the first an engine, first an ambulance, and then a squad car, and then around about the corner there.
All right. Now you came with who? Who's the paramedic with you?
Eric Zimmerman,
All right. Zimmerman. So it's you and Zimmerman together. Who are the other paramedics you saw there at the scene?
Brian Koshak.
All right. Where was he?
He was attending Miss Routier on the porch.
Okay. On the porch?
Yes.
Okay. Who else?
There was officers, an officer, standing at the door.
You know his name?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. Who are the other paramedics and where were they?
The captain on the engine company was standing just inside the door.
Inside the residence?
Right.
And that's Captain.
Verana.
Okay. Inside door. All right. Who else?
The rest of them, I don't know where Higgins was whenever we first arrived, but he came up to assist with Darlie, with Brian and I.
Do you know if he came from inside or outside?
No, he wasn't inside, no.
He came from somewhere outside?
He either came from 902 or engine 2,
Okay. Meaning coming from the other.
coming from the other vehicles.
Okay. The rest. Oh, go ahead.
The rest of the crew were at the ambulance.
Okay. Who was there?
Jack Colby.
Do you know where he was?
I assume that he was in 902
Inside the ambulance.
inside the ambulance.
Did you ever see him?
Not until we got to the hospital. Rick Coleman.
Where was Coleman?
I assume he was inside 902 as well.
Okay. Anybody else there?
Not that I came in contact with.
Okay. What about Youngblood? You don't remember him being there?
I don't recall if he was there or not. I don't recall ever making any personal contact with him.
Okay. And when you exited your vehicle, you went where?
To the front porch.
And you went up there and you saw Miss Routier sitting on the front porch.
Correct.
And she was sitting down at that time?
Yes.
And where was Koshak? Was attending to her?
He was kneeling beside of her.
Kneeled beside her. And he was actually in the process of attending to her.
That's correct.
Okay. Then both of y'all attended to her?
Yes.
And you inadvertently got the necklace under the gauze then?
Yes, the lighting was poor.
You didn't notice that at the time?
I didn't notice it.
All right. And then, if I understand you, you attended her briefly and then took her to the ambulance.
That's correct.
How did you transfer her to the ambulance?
On a cot. We assisted her in standing, walked her to the cot, which is just a short distance. It was right there beside the porch, placed her on the cot.
By cot? Is that one that is, oh, is that one that is on wheels?
That's correct.
Okay.
And one that folds up. The legs fold up to go inside of
Okay.
an ambulance and MICU.
Okay. So somebody had gotten that out and had walked it up, I guess the sidewalk?
Yes.
And then did you and Koshak assist her on that?
That's correct.
And I assume she was laying on her back?
Yes.
Okay. And you move her to the 290?
901.
901.
Yes.
And where was it parked?
We were parked at the front of the house, or there was close to the house, right there in the corner.
Sort of, did you sort of go straight out from the sidewalk into the ambulance?
I don't remember exactly where we parked.
But in any event, you went over and folded up the legs of the, what I would call a stretcher. You call it a cot.
Stretcher, cot, yes.
You folded up the legs and pushed it into the unit.
Yes.
Okay. Who did that?
I don't recall who was on it. Generally, whoever is on the foot of the cot pushes it in. I don't recall who was on the foot.
Okay. Was Higgins already inside the unit?
I don't recall.
Okay. But in any event, you and Higgins and Koshak all went inside the unit.
That's correct.
And what did you direct your attention to first?
Assessing for other wounds.
Okay. And that's, y'all carry a little pouch for those scissors, don't you?
Yes, our department supplies that we call paramedic pants. What we call paramedic pants. They have large pockets, several pockets, straps, carry pen lights, scissors, gloves, your radio.
Okay. And so you took out your scissors and you cut, if I understood, almost like a T. You cut that shirt off like a T.
Yes,
You cut the entire front open.
that's correct.
You cut the entire right shoulder open.
Yes,
You cut the entire left shoulder open.
yes.
So it's in two pieces. The shirt is by that time.
Actually, it's in one large piece.
One large piece?
Yes.
Okay. But you,
It just falls to the side there. You don't have to move the patient to disrobe. I mean to inspect. It just falls to the side.
okay. Did it fall to the side or did you need to?
Well, you have to push it in the armpits here to expose here and the shoulders. It just falls away.
Okay. There was a lot of blood on that shirt.
There was blood on the shirt.
Okay. You wouldn't describe it as a lot,
A lot has a different meaning to different people.
but you,
As a paramedic, in my experience there, a lot to me may be devastating to someone who has never seen anyone bleeding.
wouldn't use the word a lot.
I'd say substantial.
Okay. Had substantial blood on it.
Yes, sir.
Was it wet to the touch?
I don't recall.
Was it running, dripping?
I don't recall an active bleed in there.
No, I'm talking about the shirt itself. Was the shirt dripping blood?
Well, that's something that I didn't examine. That's not something that I focused my attention on.
You really didn't care about the shirt, you cared about the patient.
That's correct.
Okay. Was it soaked or could you even tell that? Or did you even take note of that?
There was blood on the shirt. In our standard procedure, we wear gloves, and I just didn't examine the shirt to see if it was dripping or the amount of blood in it.
Okay, all right. And does it sort of fall open on the cot, on both sides of the cot?
Yes, it falls down to the side there on the cot.
Okay. Did you move that shirt at all?
No, I left it under her.
Okay, so it's sort of laying open on her?
That's correct.
And that's when you did your quick visual examination
Yes.
to locate other injuries, perhaps.
Yes.
Okay. When you did all of that, did you get blood on your gloves
Yes.
and blood on other places on you?
No, not that I recall.
If you just recall that your gloves were those latex,
Yes.
that your latex gloves were bloody,
Yes.
and that was from the shirt?
Yes.
Okay. And those latex gloves, they don't soak in, they don't absorb blood, do they?
No, sir.
Okay. It falls off, cast off.
But we peel them off and get another pair.
Okay. How many did you peel off? Do you think in this, I guess if they get dirty or they get wet, you peel them off and you get another one.
To prevent contamination of your sheet, your clothing, anything else you might touch, IV tubing, you change gloves, our equipment.
Okay.
It's easier to change gloves than go decontaminate an entire ambulance.
Okay. So you pop those gloves off and what do you do with them?
We have a biohazard bag, a red bag is what we call it, beside there at the head of the ambulance there.
Okay. It's a particular one?
It's a particular bag, and nothing but biohazard goes in that bag.
And that's needles?
No,
No, that's something else?
we have a sharps container for needles.
Okay. So anything that is not sharp that's contaminated with blood, you throw in that bag.
That's correct.
That red bag.
Yes.
How many separate gloves do you think you went through?
I know I changed once.
Okay. Would that also be true if you were treating one patient, you went to another? Would you change gloves?
You would change gloves.
You would?
Yes.
You should?
Yes, you should.
Okay. Then after you made that assessment, I'm back in the ambulance now. You made that assessment after having disrobed her, and then about that time, y'all were taken off for Baylor.
Yes.
Okay. Did I understand you that when Mr. Davis asked you about did you handwrite a report that you didn't recall doing that?
I don't recall if I didn't recall before I looked at the report if I had written down her birth date or her age or something.
Now, what I was talking about was toward the end of your examination that I thought he asked you, do you remember going down to the Rowlett Police Department and writing out a report? And you couldn't remember doing that until you
No, I didn't recall that incident there.
actually you didn't recall going down there at all.
Well, we respond to the police department quite often on calls, and we also go down there for regular meetings, CE, and we have business back and forth with that part of the department. So I'm there quite often.
Okay. I'm not fussing with you. You just didn't remember that.
But that is my handwriting, and that is my diagram.
And it was done on June 12th.
Yes.
Do you need to see it?
Is that the date that's on it?
Or will you take my word for it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It was done on June 12th. And I guess they asked you who asked you to do it?
I believe it was Officer Patterson.
All right. Patterson was asking, and this is on June 12th, some 6 days later.
Yes. He had asked me to briefly describe how I cut the shirt off.
Did he ask you to, sit down and tell me everything that you can remember that was of significance?
On that particular day, I don't recall.
Okay.
I don't recall what all.
Okay. Well, you described some of what you had seen that day, didn't you?
I didn't read all of that report whenever he showed it to me here.
Okay.
I just looked at the signature and confirmed that that's my writing and that's my diagram.
Okay. You would agree with me, of course, that everyone is a unique individual who reacts differently to situations.
That's correct.
And you see that frequently, don't you?
Yes.
And I guess you go to automobile accidents.
Yes, sir.
People react differently.
Yes.
Two people in the same vehicle will react differently,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
One might be hysterical, the other one might be calm.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you oftentimes visit with those people who have been in that sudden traumatic event, don't you?
Yes, I try to be reassuring.
And you need at least a little bit of history if you can get it. I mean, if they're
Yes.
able to talk to you.
In my business, the physical history is the most important thing. And I stress to anyone who is hysterical that if they're in a risky situation, that they're being able to tell me or telling me what their physical needs are is very important.
You're telling them to calm down for you. You're reassuring them.
Basically, I'm telling them to calm down and work with me.
Tell me what's going on.
Yeah,
And sometimes those people don't have a very good recollection of what happened.
not often.
Okay, not often. That they do have good recollection.
It's not often that they don't recollect what's going on.
Well, for instance, you've been in automobile accidents and had people who didn't know how they got out of a vehicle. That's happened to you, hasn't it?
It has.
Somebody has been in an automobile accident. They don't remember undoing their seatbelt,
Well, yeah, that could be an instance.
but they know they got out of the car, for instance.
Yes.
That kind of thing happens to you, doesn't it?
Yes, there's degrees of decreased levels of consciousness.
Okay. Oh, that's all I have.
Thank you.
Anyway, nose
Let
itching.
me ask you, Paramedic Byford, what did you do with the t-shirt after you cut it off of the defendant once you got to the hospital?
The sheet, the t-shirt, our stretcher sheet had all slid over onto the Baylor's table there.
All right, let me ask you, did a roll-up police officer at some point take possession of the t-shirt?
Yes.
All right, let me ask you to look at State's Exhibit number 25.
Okay.
Do you recognize the exhibit, sir? State's Exhibit 25?
Yes.
Okay, is this the t-shirt that Darlie Routier, the defendant, was wearing on June 6th, 1996, when you came into contact with her?
Yes.
Your Honor, well, let me go further. Uh, well, let me just ask you, the condition of the t-shirt has changed somewhat since you saw it, right?
Yes.
There are a lot of defects and holes in there that weren't here when you treated her, is that right?
That's correct.
But this is, in fact, the t-shirt that she was wearing.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we'll offer State's Exhibit number 25.
May I take a witness on voir dire? Voir dire? Wait, I forgot. I fucked that up. It's either voir dire or voir dire. How do you guys know? Just so I know, I'm just curious.
I think when you looked it up, I think it's the first way you pronounced it because I say dire, but I was wrong.
Dear.
voir dire.
Voir
I think it
dire.
is voir dire. Okay.
Yeah.
Witness on voir dire very briefly.
You may indeed.
With respect to Exhibit 25, when is the last time you saw it?
That t-shirt?
Yes.
Well,
Well, let me just put it this way. You never picked it up and collected it as evidence, did you?
I didn't pick it up and collect it as evidence.
Somebody else did.
That's correct.
And so you don't know what happened to it between the time you last saw it and when that other person picked it up and collected it as evidence.
Eric Zimmerman has gone through police officer school. I don't know the proper terminology for that. On that night, after we had delivered her, he gathered that shirt and gathered the child's clothes as well.
But you didn't.
I didn't. I did
cut,
not.
You cut it off?
I cut it off and left it laying with her and delivered her, patient, and my stretcher sheet to Baylor.
And it went off with the stretcher, didn't it? The shirt.
Yes.
Or do you even know what happened to it?
Yes. The shirt, her shirt, and my stretcher sheet. We have disposable stretcher sheets. All went over onto their examining table.
And somebody else collected it.
That's true.
Okay. Well, we will object to the offer at this time on the basis that the chain of custody is not proven.
All right, overruled.
Thank you. Officer, would you please sit down for just one moment and just briefly, if we may, show the jury if you see here in the t-shirt the cuts that you actually made on the t-shirt.
Okay.
If you will step back here so that everyone on the jury can see, you indicated that you had cut straight down the front of the t-shirt. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do we see a cut down the entire length of the shirt?
Yes.
Starting at the neck all the way down to the bottom.
Yes, it's been fixed together.
Right. It's been fixed together, right? But this is actually the cut line, right?
Yes.
On each one of the sleeves, do we have a first on the left sleeve, do we have a cut line that goes from the neck area back to the left sleeve?
Yes.
And on the right sleeve, do we have a corresponding cut mark that goes from the neck all the way out the sleeve, or all the way out the length of the sleeve?
That's correct.
All right. Are those the cut marks that you made on State's Exhibit number 25 on June the 6th of 1996?
Yes.
Did you make any other cut marks or any other defects in this t-shirt while you had it in your possession, sir?
No.
Okay. As far as the other holes, other defects that occurred at some later time, and you don't know how those happened, right?
No.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else? Anything, gentlemen? No. All right. You may step down. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you may step down, sir. Thank you. We'll adjourn that. Oh my God, I can't even talk now until at 9 o'clock on Monday morning.
Adjourn.
Same instructions as always. Do not investigation on your own, or do no investigation on your own. If you hear anything from the radio, TV, or newspapers, please ignore it. If you hear anything about this case in any of those media, please ignore it. And Monday morning, come rain or shine, as the Kerrville Chamber of Commerce would say, heavy solidified dew in this area. We don't have ice. We'll be here. So come on down as best you can. If the spectators will just remain standing or seated until the jury gets outside. Okay. If you will vacate the courtroom, please. All right, guys.
Yeah.
I'm so glad. I'm getting the biggest headache for some reason. So I'm looking forward to just shutting my eyes, guys. But no, that was interesting. We got through a lot of witnesses today. So good job, everybody.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
are you guys
Well,
all
go
right?
get rest. I'm good. Oh my God, the next, because I'm like, why do they only have one witness for one day? It's 170 pages. The next
What?
witness.
Who is
Yeah.
it?
It's only his first testimony. He comes back and does a second testimony the next day.
Wait, what does he do? What is he?
Officer David Main.
Oh my God, is it interesting? That's
It
like
better
more than
be.
what we did all day, I feel like.
I don't know
Oh.
when we've ever done 170 pages.
Oh
Maybe
man.
No, I know. I mean, all together, like for all
Yeah.
the witnesses we did today, or maybe even it's even longer than. Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
I agree. Well,
That's-
if it's really long, we'll just take a break in between it and cut it into 2 days. Like, it's fine. Just take it as it comes.
Oh, Mrs. Positive over here.
Ah.
Well, weren't you the one that was Mrs. Positive last time when you're like, look, it's only 38 pages. Like, we'll be done in an hour.
Optimistic.
Oh, all right, guys.
I think I'm
Good
gonna have
night.
to jack an energy drink for my husband for that one.
You have to what? Say that again?
I'm gonna have to jack one of his energy drinks.
Oh, for the when we do that, you mean?
Yeah, I'm
You know
gonna be
what?
like, I don't know.
I have a monster I've had in my fridge for probably like 5 months. I have like 4 or 5 hour energies. I bought like way back because the one day I was getting so tired and I remember I drink like a half of one on a live or whatever. So I wanted to get a few so like if I ever needed it, thanks. Remind me. I might use one next
My
time.
husband
Man.
drinks 4 monsters a day.
I used to do it. I
my
haven't
God.
in a while and it's very dangerous, but I used to be one of those ones that drank. I would drink like 2 5 hours and like 2 rock stars.
Oh my gosh, you guys.
But yeah, it's bad. Like how long has he been doing that? For a long, long time? Because I know it'll catch up eventually. I don't know if that's
Since before we got together, and we've been together 5 years now.
every day he does.
Yeah, every day that he works, he drinks them. And then on his days off, I take him to, they have this place that makes these like healthy smoothies and healthy teas. It's called the Perfect Blend. And so it's like these special smoothies that are chock full of like probiotics and vitamins and all that stuff. So like when he's has his days off, he likes, to go over there and get those. But when he's like tired and trying to push through at work, yeah, he drinks monsters like they're going out of style.
People do because you build up a tolerance and then you need more and more. And
yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
Well, thank you guys.
Well,
All the mods, thank you. You guys
you.
are awesome. Everybody else, you guys, it was just a good chat, everybody. You guys were
You have the best mods. Thank you guys for helping out and doing all that and keeping up with us.
So what day do you think we're gonna hit the 170 pages?
I don't know. We discuss that.
Okay,
Oh,
yeah, we do. We have to discuss it because I
yeah.
remember I'm going to Mammoth for 1 week.
Okay.
But that's starting the 13th, so we gotta do it before
Okay.
then.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't what's today? So yeah, it probably won't be till after the weekend though, because Easter Sunday, and then we have, tomorrow I have to do the Cadle, and I'm gonna probably try to do a Valo, maybe Saturday, but I know my brother's coming into town, so I don't know. It probably won't be until the week, if that's all right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of ready,
Okay.
waiting.
Yeah, we'll
So,
talk. We'll
I
chat.
mean,
See who's
whenever it doesn't matter. I'm down for whatever day. So,
Oh, everybody's saying everybody's amazing.
well,
You
thank
guys are
everybody.
amazing.
Yeah, thanks everybody for sticking with us and going through all this. I mean, this is a lot, but we're chugging through it together.
Yeah,
Yes.
we
Yes.
are.
All
I
right.
do
Good
want to
night, guys.
say, oh,
Go
never
ahead.
mind.
Go ahead, Libra. No,
I
say
did
it.
want to say I thought it was interesting between the two paramedics how when they asked him how long it took to go to the ambulance, like in the ambulance to the hospital, the first paramedic said 15 minutes and this other guy said 20 to 30. I don't know
Yeah.
why that stuck out to me, but
Man, I feel like our reading today, a lot of it went over my head. Normally, I'm like absorbing everything, and for some reason today, I don't know. It was just like all like I couldn't wasn't going into my brain, so I missed a lot from what they were saying. I feel bad.
all
So
right.
that's the one. What else did you pick up? Anybody else pick anything important that you feel like we talked about today?
I mean, we solidified once again that the necklace, because it's a big rumor until we started reading these transcripts for me. The rumor was always, and I'm sorry for those that have investigated this case, I was not one of those people. I did believe that the necklace was embedded into her. And it's only through reading the testimonies that I see that that's not true, that it was just, no light. They put the gauze over it. It wasn't embedded. It was just in dried blood. So once again, we got the answer for that, that the
Yeah, but do
necklace
we
wasn't embedded.
believe these people though? Because some people are lie about things though. Could they have been coached to say that by any chance? Because why was there nicks in the necklace? Like the knife hit it, or I guess they could have cut it and then just not got in the. Yeah, I guess that could have happened.
Yeah.
She still could have nicked, like nicked the necklace and still wasn't in the cut. Which I was just looking. I was just thinking. So what they did kind of have to like pull it out, right?
No, because it was just stuck in the dried blood. Like
No, I
all
know,
it
but
was.
when they undid it, it was like kind of stuck. So it was like it probably did go into it a little bit as it was covered up, or no?
I
I
don't
don't
Um,
think
think
it
so.
did because
Yeah.
one of the nurses that had testified had said that they had just taken it off of her.
Yeah, exactly. Like as soon
So,
as the bandage came off, the necklace fell. Like I
yeah,
think it was Davis
it just
made it a
fell. I
point.
think
yeah.
they
Yeah.
meant that it wasn't hooked in the back, is what they were talking about. I thought when they said it just was unclear, or how did they word it? Where
Mhm.
they were saying like it fell off, like it wasn't hooked, is what I thought that they meant.
Yeah. So I
It
took it
wasn't
as it
latched.
wasn't embedded either.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? That it just came straight off. They didn't have to like.
But I swear one of the nurses said they did kind of have to like it did get stuck a little bit, like from the dried blood and stuff. Not that it was inside it,
Yeah.
but from being the bandage over it. I thought they kind of did describe
Yeah.
it as they kind of had to like, I don't know, I forget the words, but I just took it. The clasp was unclasped too, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
But
That's how I took
well,
it.
how did it get the nicks in it? I still think it got cut in the attack, whether it be her or somebody attacked her. I think it got cut because wasn't there two little nicks like in it? You guys don't
I
think that?
I
I'm not
don't
really
know
quite
much.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the condition entirely of the necklace was, and I'm not sure if they ever bring it out as
Yeah, it's in the
a piece of.
pictures.
Did they show
Oh,
it at
before you
trial?
mean?
Like,
You mean
yeah,
before?
yeah,
Oh, if it
like,
had it before? Well, how would, yeah, I guess you'd
yeah,
never know if it was nicked before that she had it. You mean before the attack?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what it looked like before then.
I
And,
guess we'll never know that. But
yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I still think it could have got cut somehow, just because the nicks in it. But I want to look at the picture again. Hold on, let me see if how much it does look like it in the picture. I just want to look at it real quick.
Tanya said she wants to wheel your desk chair to
I
your
know.
bed.
I cannot wait to go to bed for some reason. Oh, that's so cute. I don't have wheels on my desk chair. I need a new chair, I think.
I'll tell you what, you keep talking about Tootsie Pops so much. It makes me want to go down to the
Oh.
Sam's Club and go buy you that box of 100 of them for $10.
Oh my god, I want them so bad.
Yeah, you gotta send them to her P.O. box.
Yeah.
Everyone sends out Tootsie Pops.
Oh my god, then I'll
Yeah.
have too many of them, you guys.
Yeah, but then you'll
No,
never have to
yeah.
worry about getting them from the gas
That's
station or forgetting them ever
true.
again. You'll be like, oh, my viewers love me, and I got the Tootsie Pop to prove it.
Then I'll always be eating them during lives. It'll become a real problem. I always have to be chewing on one, I feel like.
You'll be known as a Tootsie Pop girl.
Yeah. Oh my god.
She'll represent the Tootsie Pop Guild. That'd be all right.
Mhm.
Oh, you guys are funny. Hold on, you guys. I just want to see something. I want to see what you guys think if I could find this freaking picture. Where is it? I know it was in here because we had looked at it. The picture with the nicks on the necklace. Let's see if we just in our head because it said that and it didn't really look as much as it just because we thought it because they said that on this website. I don't know. But why can't I find it now? I give up. I know it's somewhere on this webpage because we had looked at it a couple times. The towel, the notes. Do you remember? You don't know what area it would be on, guys?
I'm gonna look too.
Oh, it's under the nurses, I bet. Yeah.
You think?
No. Yeah, it is. I found
It
it.
is?
It is. So there's 2 nicks. But I don't know. That could be from anything, I guess. I don't know. I mean, that's why did they make a point to show that, man? I mean, were they thinking that? It makes you think that they're.
Click on it. It gets bigger.
He tried to remove it because her pain, so he left it there. But it caused her pain. Look, Darlie.
No, that Nick wasn't there. You wouldn't wear She liked jewelry. You wouldn't wear that necklace looking like that.
So look, it says he observed the necklace on Darlie before she arrived at the hospital. He tried to remove it, but it caused her pain, and so he left it there. If it
Okay,
was just
who?
loose, why would it cause her pain? That's Byford. I mean, unless
But
it,
But
if the
Byford
blood
is the
had,
one right now. He's the one that was just up right now. And he
look
did
right
say
here. It
that.
says he removed the necklace that it was unattached, meaning he did not have to undo it, which means the clasps. They're
Mhm.
talking about the back. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? And I don't know if you read this,
but,
and it seems like why would it hurt her to remove it then?
I
well,
think
what if the
because it
blood
was
was dried to the
That's what
necklace
I'm
stuck to
talking
the
about.
skin with
That's
the
what I was
blood
trying to
dried?
say. From
Yeah.
putting the thing over it, it got in her. So because I thought you guys said when they took off the bandage, it just fell off. No, it was
Mhm.
it was stuck to her.
No, listen. This is why. Because he said he noticed in the ambulance, Byford said that it was in, like, he had put it over because he's the one that did it. And he went to move the necklace out, but he didn't move the bandage. He just wanted to, like, scoot the necklace out, and she grimaced. Like, she
Yeah,
went
it
like,
caused
ah.
her discomfort.
And he was like, I'll just leave it. But it wasn't because it was the way I took it wasn't because it was embedded. It was just like, well, I'll just leave it. Like, she's like in pain. Like, the girl's been through all this. Like, who cares? They'll deal with it.
Right.
Okay, so where's the nicks come from then?
I think that it might have been cut in either, the attack or her doing it. But I don't think it was embedded in her was the thing that I think that changed my mind. Was I always thought the necklace was like under her skin and like the knife went in so deep that it like pushed it in.
Okay. No, okay. I didn't know that's
Yeah.
what you're picturing. All right.
Yeah.
I just
I was just
personally, I
picturing it like
wish.
being stuck under the bandage and then it got like kind of embedded, like I don't know, but not like deep into the skin. But yeah, okay. So, but that's the thing. So I was picturing if she did it, why would she sit there and cut her own necklace? That's what was my point. If it really was her that did it, would she have cut like her necklace? Wouldn't she have moved it? Or, I mean, you know what I'm saying? I feel like it just seems like you wouldn't cut through it. Like if she was doing it to herself, it wouldn't be something that she would cut as she was doing it. That was my whole point. I just didn't. To me, it's more of a reason to think maybe it wasn't her that did it to herself. Just my
Do you,
opinion.
Mhm.
I don't know.
do you wear a necklace? Do you have a necklace you wear daily?
No.
Okay. When you wear a necklace daily, you forget it's there. And if you're like, I'm not saying she did it, but I'm saying if
No.
the thought process is she did it, the thought of getting your mind ready to like do this thing to yourself and cut yourself, and you just did this to your kids, and this is your little plan, and then you go to do it, by the time it hits the necklace, oh shit, that's right, shoot, the necklace is there and it's too late. Oh well. You know what I mean? Like I wear a necklace every day, and I can't even, I would probably, if I did it myself, would cut into the necklace. I wouldn't realize it was there.
But wouldn't that hurt as you were doing? I mean, I know the cut, but wouldn't you like when you start to do it? Wouldn't it be like, oh, and then you kind of move it because that would even. I mean, think about that going into your skin. I know a knife is going to hurt too, but that's not sharp. That would be like hard to push that. I don't know. There's something about it. I would like if once I would feel it, I feel like it would be like, like you'd have to move it. But I guess it could be too late where she nicked it, but twice, I don't know. But yeah, you're right. I don't wear a necklace every day, but I don't know. It's just interesting. Yeah. Well,
Something to think about for sure.
what else did I miss on
Today?
Yeah, I was there, but I don't even remember him talking about any of this stuff. I'm so mad because I was trying to chat when you guys were talking, and then it's just everything was. Normally, I'm pretty good at multitasking. Where I was like before, I would chat and it was still absorbing, but today I just couldn't do it for some reason. Anything else kind of important that sticks out?
I just don't like the fact that when they asked the first paramedic, that the prosecution was asking him like, what was when you turned Damien over,
Oh,
or and
I
his,
remember that actually. That's one thing I do remember what he said.
yeah, and
Go ahead,
that's a
finish it. Some people
conjecture.
didn't. Go ahead,
It's,
finish.
to me, just seems like conjecture. Like his eyes were pleading, they were scared, they were frightened, and they were also saying, "Help me." But the child, or it was Devin. I don't remember who he said it about, but the child was deceased. Oh, it was Devin. It was about Devin.
Yeah, Devin.
Mhm.
The child is DOA, like dead on arrival when the paramedics get there. But you're saying he was frightened and that he has a help me look on his face. I don't understand how the defense didn't object to that.
Yeah.
It's opinion.
Oh yeah, they object to that stuff all the time. When yeah, you're right.
But they asked him what he looked like when he got there. So, I mean, I don't think it's hearsay. It's that person's experience, what they witnessed when they got there. You can't accuse them of hearsay for speaking in a first person narrative as to how they felt and what they experienced tending to a patient.
But
I
not
mean, it'd be
objection
hard.
on, not to object on hearsay, but to object on emotion, like on concluding without, facts, like just conjecture. It's not facts. It's just his opinion on a person that's not there anymore. Like it is assessing an opinion, but it's not a medical opinion, So it's kind of, I would think a defense attorney would jump, even if he gets overruled and it's not a sustained objection. Do it, because break up there was so much emotion in that testimony, and break that emotion up. I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I agree. That's surprising they didn't. You're right, because a lot of lawyers they do object to those kind of things. all the time. Sometimes it gets annoying. It's like, shut up. You know, sometimes where it's like, what about, I'm trying to think of some of the lawyers that would object all the time. Can you guys think of an example? I know they're the ones out there. It was just like, oh my God, like where it becomes annoying, where it's like everything. Who did that? I feel like it's a trial I watched this year sometime where I was getting so annoyed because they were objecting to everything. I don't remember what it was.
Just during the Ballo hearings
Yes.
and John
Oh
Pryor,
yeah, that's
I
probably what
felt
was
like I
thinking
wanted to throw
of.
something at the television
I
because I was
think
like,
maybe that's what
dude,
was.
please let
Yes.
somebody talk.
Yes. That's definitely one of the ones.
It was
That might be who
driving me
I'm thinking of.
nuts.
Or he was making me so mad. Oh my God, this trial was gonna make me so mad. Like I actually started to hate him. Like he was just so mean. Like it's like, how are you
They
gonna
haven't even gone to trial yet. I mean, can you imagine what kind of
know?
circus it's going to be when they
I
do get
know.
there?
I
Yep.
know, man.
And Mark Means, I mean, he really frustrated me today. He's really got some work to do trying to get his stuff together for his client, and he's out there talking mess about another child. And I
Oh,
was
I was
like,
just
oh
about to.
my
Yeah, I was
goodness.
gonna put that up. I guess were we talking about that in, or maybe I can't. Did you
I
show
put
that,
it.
or was that okay? You
I
did it.
shared it because I did a screenshot from Twitter, and he was talking about some stuff that was going on in the
Oh no,
Derek
I had looked it
Chauvin
up too
case,
because I
and
screenshot. I have them on my computer, which means I had to have got it from my computer. So when I was doing the Valo search too, I saw it too. You're right.
I was shaking my head, and I
This
was
is
like,
crazy. I should put it up. I have it here. Hold on. I cannot believe it. When I like looked into it, I'm like, first of all, I missed a lot of like just little stuff, but I missed a lot because I wasn't looking into what was going on with this case. I mean, it's not huge things, but I have missed a lot going on. So I'm playing catch up with that. But yeah, he's just an
yeah,
idiot. Like, hold
I
on.
wouldn't pay him to represent me. I'm sorry. No, no.
No.
I wouldn't be able to do it. I, I just
The
couldn't.
other lawyers look annoyed at him too, though.
Yeah, yeah. And they just keep dancing around the same subject over and over again. So
Oh,
I'm ready to see how that is going to play out at trial. And then, today I was reading the letter that was released publicly that Letitia Stout wrote to the judge about being able
Ew.
to represent herself per se. And I was
oh my
like,
God. Is that a
have
joke?
you
I mean, why
seen that?
was she?
Girl,
No, but I
no, it
heard
is
about
not
it.
a joke. It
I
is
mean, I
totally
know. I
not
mean,
a joke.
I know it's not a
I
joke, but
will,
I'm saying I can't believe like that's ridiculous. I mean, oh, how
I
is she
will,
even going to do that? Like, why does she even think? Like, isn't that's just let her do it? What the heck? But
Yeah.
that's stupid on
Let
her
her.
she
part.
just totally contradicted herself in that letter though,
Yep.
because they released the letter today that she wrote to the judge, and I just texted it to you. But she was like talking about how her mental health was being affected and how she's had this mental health treatment, and these attorneys were making her look um, like they're prejudicial against her and make her look like a perjurous individual and all this stuff, and she's explaining to the judge how she has proof that she has these issues with this mental health, and then turns around and is like, yeah, I've got all these issues with my mental health, but I want to represent myself.
Are they gonna let her?
Yes, they've already approved.
So they just don't. I mean, they know this is rabbit saving money. Just get it over quicker. I mean, come on. I mean, is that gonna? I like to see that. Is that gonna be televised, or are we gonna be able to see that, or is that gonna be what do you call it? I bet you that they're not gonna let the media see it, right? Or I feel like wasn't there? Didn't they always keep that stuff like kind of more secret in that case, where they didn't let a lot, like that judge didn't let a lot release to the public? Right? Because it wasn't that leaked. Wasn't a lot leaked in that case and stuff. Wasn't he trying to like keep things sealed or no? That case I didn't follow as close as some of the others, but I swear that judge was he was seal stuff. And didn't somebody leak it? Help me out, guys. Didn't somebody
I
leak
don't
the affidavit? It was supposed to be sealed and somebody leaked it, right?
I don't remember Libra.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I'm not. Maybe I'm thinking
Where's
of
Libra?
She disappears sometimes. She's probably looking for.
I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Libra,
Can you hear me?
did the stouch, did they,
Yes,
the stout,
there was somebody who worked, I don't know if it was in the DA's office or in another attorney's office, who got into the system and got a hold of the paperwork that was sealed and then released it. And she actually ended up getting charges filed against her. I think
Good.
she took like
I can't
probation
believe
or
she
something
did
like
that.
that.
When I heard it, I'm like,
But
wow.
yeah, I mean, I think that they may let people see what's going on in trial because it's kind of been like wishy-washy. Some hearings you can see, some hearings you can't see. But I think, as I hope,
Eh, I don't
honestly, as
know. I
far
just
as
have
it
a
goes, that
feeling that they're not. I don't know. I just feel like if it's the same judge, he's the type that just doesn't want
she was
he
a
or
law
she. I
clerk.
don't even
That's what it
know.
was.
The
Yeah,
type
she
that
was a
just
law
wants it
clerk.
private. Okay.
that's so
Yeah,
naughty. There
and
was a child killed. That's so naughty that she did
right.
that.
Absolutely. And I do know that the courts assigned her somebody that can help her with her defense as far as like an advisement person. Um, and they said that she's allowed to go to the law library like twice a week. There's like, I think they said 30,000 pages of discovery.
Keep an
And
eye on
they've
her. Remember Ted Bundy? They
released,
let her. They
Mm,
let him out in the
they
library
were,
and he escaped.
well,
oh my
remember her?
gosh. And I
She
think she's trying to
escaped.
pull that because they just
Yeah.
Yeah,
recently
and she'll
said that
try to.
she lost 20 pounds. They said she's at
She
least
tried
lost
to,
20 pounds.
She'll try again. She's
Um,
a Ted Bundy the
yeah.
second
she,
here, where she's gonna
sh
try to escape.
Yeah.
right. And she was already complaining to the courts that because they've allotted her 2 days a week in the law library to study everything, they won't let her take any of the discovery into the cell because there's some
Why?
issues going on with that because they've
Uh,
had inmates smuggle things into the
uh,
jail and do things that they weren't supposed to do. So she's supposed to be allotted 2 days a week for 2 hours in the law library, and then
I think that could be her
she was
plan.
like,
Maybe she thinks that she's going to get more private time and she has some escape plan. And that's why
she
she's.
already has escape charges that were
That's what I'm
filed
Yeah.
saying,
against
though. But maybe
her.
that's why she requested to represent herself because she has a plan of getting in that library and an escape route. I know she has before, but I'm saying maybe that's why she's requesting to do it. Maybe she has another plan to
Well,
escape.
I mean,
Because
Ted
why else? I
Bundy,
mean, she has nothing to lose now. She's not going to win representing herself. I
yeah,
think she's going to try. She's going to go all out and try to escape, maybe get killed doing it or whatever. I bet you she has a plan. Think about that. They get time in the library. Maybe she has
Mm-hmm.
something planned out. Somebody in prisoners helping her and she's got a plan or something.
Yep.
think
She
about it. I
Why?
mean, Ted Bundy escaped not once, but
That's what
twice.
I'm saying.
He cut a hole in his
And
dang cell and went past the little light thing. It was like deuces. And then, the other time he jumped out the window.
yeah, so
Yeah.
that's what I'm
So
saying. She probably got the idea of the whole where he represented himself, so he got that time in the library and he
yeah,
jumped
but
out the
at least
window.
he had some form of understanding of the law. I mean, he
Pre-law.
did
Yeah.
start going to law
I know,
school,
but I'm saying her point might be to not even get that far to escape, try to
right?
escape
I
before she
agree.
even gets that far.
I agree.
Because
I
why
agree.
else? I
And
mean, that's just it's stupid. She hasn't. I mean, she's obviously doesn't have a chance at all. She has nothing to lose now,
mm-mm.
so she might just go all out and get shot doing it. Who
Yeah, and
knows?
in this letter, she was talking about how they're holding an innocent person hostage, basically. And
She's
Oh
so loony.
God!
I texted you the letter, Tiff. I mean, you'll see it
Uh,
and you'll probably just laugh hysterically and shake your head because it just,
wow.
mm-mm-mm. It's crazy. But I
Yeah,
don't know.
you're right. Criminal Ted Bundy did practice jumping and how to be able to land good before he
Yep.
didn't like break his legs or hurt himself. He practiced. That's crazy. He was smart in a horrible way, but I mean,
Mhm.
I just I didn't think he was nice looking though at all. You know
I
how
didn't either. And I don't know why everyone's like, he was the most charming. No way.
ew, he was gross to me.
There was a
Yep.
lot of women that were just, they were like, oh my God, he's like a celebrity. I don't, mm-mm, mm-mm.
Well, they do that with Watts, like everyone's
Yeah.
clamoring to like get next to him. So I mean,
You couldn't
imagine.
pay me. You could not pay me. Like I said, he is so damn ugly. He makes a freight train want to take a dirt road. I can't. I
Well,
just
what
can't.
about you guys have heard of Richard Ramirez, right? On his trial,
Hmm.
he had women
Yes.
all like obsessed with him too, and he's just his teeth
So
are all rotten
obsessed.
out.
His
He's
grill.
disgusting.
You know what? If I seen him in real life, I could not get past his grill.
He smelled,
Period.
you guys.
He stunk.
Everyone, he
Yeah.
smelled. He was like, that man terrorized my childhood because I'm Los Angeles,
Oh
and
yeah! Oh my god!
he terrorized my childhood. The big rumor was that he hits yellow houses, and our neighbor had a yellow house,
Mm.
Oh shoot!
and yeah, and my
I didn't
my
know that.
dad,
Wow.
yeah, my dad would not lock the door. Like he'd
And
like, I'm not
blondes.
locking the door. Yeah, like he got old
And
ladies.
blondes.
Like he was a
Yeah.
jerk. Like he didn't care. And then he
Yeah.
gets people's eyeballs, and then he raids
Yeah.
the fridge. Like it was
Uh-uh.
a night. That summer was a nightmare, and
Man.
I stood awake every night. I had a mirror in my room, like one of those, mirrors you could look at your outfit or whatever, and it looked out into the
Yeah.
hall. I would sit at the edge of my bed staring into the mirror so it looked in the hall, watching the mirror until my parents got up at 5 a.m. every
Oh my
day.
No.
gosh!
Yeah.
How
That's
old were
So
awful.
you?
I was probably like 8 or 9,
Wow.
and
Mm.
I hated that man. And so when in downtown, all of those people like got him and beat him up, I was like, they
Yes.
were literally my heroes, because it was like I could go to
Right?
bed. I want to go to sleep.
That's so scary. Oh,
Mm-mm.
was your mom afraid too?
No, no, like I was the one over here fretting, and my parents like, it was summer, it's hot, we're leaving the windows open. I'm like, great,
Oh
he's not going to
no.
be, yeah, he's not going to be able to get into the yellow neighbor's house, and then he's going to come
Uh-uh.
over to our house and get me.
Right, but he attacked kids too, little
Yeah,
Hmm.
kids, like
whoever
little
he didn't
girls.
care, whatever was in the house, he would.
Mm-mm.
Yep.
See,
Wow.
my family is not a fan of Robert Lee Yates, the Spokane killer.
Were you
Um,
guys in Spokane?
well, my cousin was one of his victims, actually.
Oh no, I didn't even know that.
Yeah,
Wow.
she had a really bad heroin addiction, and um, yeah, he got her one night. So
Wow.
he
I didn't
just
know
Wow.
recently he
Hmm.
just recently came out on a podcast where he had talked about it, like for the first time ever, doing a public interview, and he was talking about how he would get so upset with his wife that he would literally go out looking for women and um, take the things out that he was mad about his
Aggression.
wife. Yeah, take the aggression out on the women.
Gross.
So yeah,
Man.
it was pretty bad. I mean, he just wasn't just killing these women, he was doing things to their bodies after they were gone and things of that nature. So yeah.
Wow. I can't even imagine being like around in the same town of like a serial killer like that. Like
Hmm.
Lady D was 15 when Richard Ramirez. Man, I don't
Yeah.
understand. Have you seen clips of that trial though, with all the ladies going crazy and him looking back and like
Yes.
Hmm.
looking in the eyes?
It
It's
was.
like, ew, he's
No,
gross.
it pissed
Yeah.
me off at the time. At the time, it was like these women, and I was young. These women are crazy, like crazy. Like the guy killed old ladies. You're not safe. It's not like some guy. Oh, I just went and did
Yeah.
like blah blah. No, dude, the guy is insane. Wants to look
Anybody,
insane.
yeah. Anybody, whatever house he goes in, it doesn't matter who it is. It's like,
Doesn't matter.
yeah,
Hmm.
Absolutely,
man.
absolutely.
So
Yeah.
I never heard of the one you were talking about, Libra, but
The Spokane Killer.
who? Well, I
Look
don't.
him up.
What are you saying?
The Spokane Killer.
Okay, okay, okay.
Spokane.
Um,
My
Yay.
cousin, yeah, Robert Lee Yates. His name was Robert Lee Yates. And he killed in the 90s. They found my cousin's body December 26th, 1997.
Oh
how
my
did he
god.
do
And
it? What was his
his
do you have a-
MO,
yeah,
like he
he would pick these ladies up and he would shoot them in the head, and then he would wrap, um, like when you go to a gas station and you get the bags that have the smiley face on there that say "Have a nice day."
Yeah.
Mhm.
He would double wrap those bags on the victims' heads, and then he would take them out and he would bury them. Um,
Oh.
and so then he also would go out there and re-dig up their bodies and, do inappropriate things with them.
Yeah.
There was
And
a movie made about him, like a fictional,
well,
like it was based on him.
what one of the victims, he actually no.
Libra?
we always keep losing.
I don't know
Are
if
you
it's
there?
me. Okay, you're back.
Are you there?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, sorry. He actually took one of those victims back to his home, and he actually